Hello all, welcome to part 36 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about jagged arrays and how they can be used in data providers for supplying the data to the test methods. So let's get started. Till now, till the previous sessions, we have used normal arrays, guys. Okay, either it is a single dimensional array, the data providers, okay, single dimensional object array or double dimensional object array. They were not jagged arrays. So what exactly are these jagged arrays? I'll tell you. Okay, so if you see here an example, there is a sample test method, verify login test method, which is receiving the data from this data provider. And if you carefully observe this data that is being supplied by the data provider to the test method, okay, there are multiple sets of data. This is first set of data, this is second set of data, and this is third set of data. And in all the sets of data, we have equal count of data. You see, 1, 2 count. First set of data has 2 counts of data. Second set of data, which will be provided by supplied by this data provider to the test method, also has the 2 counts of data, and third set of data also has 2 counts of data. If the counts are same for every set of data, those are not called as jagged arrays. Okay, jagged arrays are the arrays where the count will differ, guys. In the first set of data, you may have 4 counts of data. In the second set of data, there may be 2 counts of data. In third set of data, there may be 5 counts of data, and so on. Such kind of arrays are called as jagged arrays. Okay, I'll take an example, guys. I'll not be able to take a real time or realistic Selenium example here, but rather I'll create a demo class and show you how to supply the data in the jagged array from the data provider method to the test method now. Okay, so how data provider method containing data in the form of jagged arrays can supply the data to the test methods. I'm going to practically demonstrate now, guys. So here I'll create a sample test method, public void sample test, I will say. Okay, public void sample test. I'll just provide this with @test annotation, @test annotation. Hover the mouse on this @test and import this from TestNG. Now here I will, okay, I will not parameterize this, guys. I will not parameterize this. Once I create the, once after I create the data provider containing the jagged array, I'll decide to parameterize this. Okay. So we have to parameterize this particular test method in a different way for jagged arrays. That's the reason I am not parameterizing it right away. Okay. Let me create the data provider method, public void. Okay. Data supplier method. You can give it any name. I'm just giving data supplier, and I'll just provide the data provider annotation here, so that it will be officially converted into the data provider, which can supply the data to the test method. And I have to name this data provider, guys. I'll just name this as supplier, simply supplier. Okay. And also here to the test method, for this particular test method to receive the data from this data provider, I'll use the data provider attribute. Okay. Data provider attribute, and we'll give the name of the data provider to this attribute, so that this test method will now receive the data from the data provider method, that is data supplier data provider method. Okay, now I want to create the data in such a way that instead of normal arrays, which have equal count of data for every set of data, here I am going to create jagged arrays. Okay, how? I'll say object two-dimensional array data, and then I'll just provide this shortcut representation for two-dimensional array. So I'll supply 3 sets of data, guys. In the first set of data, I'll provide, let's say, I'll just randomly give the values here. Okay. The first set of data, second set of data, third set of data. Here I'll say 1, 2, 3. Here I'll say 4. Okay. Here I'll say 5. Second set of data only has 6. Two count of data. Second set of data in this jagged array has, first set of data has 4. Second set of data has 2 counts of data, whereas third set of data has 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, I can go further. So this is called as jagged array, guys. Okay, so here this single dimensional array of this two dimensional array has 4 counts of data. This single dimensional array of this two dimensional array has 2 counts of data. This single dimensional array of this two dimensional array has 5 counts of data. This is called as jagged array. If this data provider is returning this data, okay, here two-dimensional object array is being returned, but it is a jagged array. You know what are jagged arrays now, right? But now, if the for every set of data, if the count of the data is changing, can I give the a proper count for parameters? If I give 4 parameters, you see here only 2 will be passed. If I give 5 parameters, okay, here only 4 are passed. Here only 2 are passed. So it doesn't match. So what we are going to do is, rather than creating a good number of parameters here, okay, because jagged arrays has different count of data for every set of data here. So, or for different sets of data. So what I'm going to do is simply I'm going to create something like object array. Okay, object array obj. Okay, something like this I'll give, or you can give a also. Okay, object array a. We don't know what is that. Okay, how many counts of data we'll get for when the test method is called will be decided dynamically. When this particular set of data is passed to the test method, 4 counts of data will be passed. Object array can store 4 elements here, 4 counts of data. Second time when the test method is called, 2 counts of data will be passed and object array can store 2 elements. Okay, 2 counts of data. Then third time when the test method is called, this data provider will supply 5 counts of data and object array will store 5 counts of data. Okay. Now what I'm going to do for printing these counts is for, okay, int I is equal to 0. I'm going to write this Java logic saying I less than a dot length. Okay, I'm dynamically finding the length of that particular set of data while the data provider is passing the data to the test method. Okay, so now based on the size of the data, I'll be iterating this for loop and simply printing out system dot out. I'll say system dot out dot println, and for now I'll change it to print, guys. Okay, print. I'll give a space. Okay, I'll give a space. Uh, just I'll print a. Sorry, I have to print a of a of. This is an array, right? A is nothing but a single dimensional object array. So I have to give the count. How to give the count? A of I, A of I, A of 0, A of 1, A of 2, A of 3, like that. And I'll just provide a space here, guys, so that here not print ln, I'm intentionally giving print so that all these values 1, 2, 3, 4 will be printed in the same line with spaces. Okay. And at the end of the for loop, I'll write down just to separate the data, guys. I'll just provide this line. Okay. Now you can feel the difference. 3 times the test method will be called because 3 sets of data are there. 1, 2, 3, 4 will be printed as part of the first test execution and they will be printed in the same line because of this coding. Now run this. Now let's run this and see whether we are getting a proper output. Whether jagged arrays data in the jagged arrays is being okay. So what is the problem here? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not going to the next line, right? So that's the problem. So what I'll do here is I'll just write down system.out.println here. One more extra println. Now run this extra println statement. Now let's see what will happen. Yeah. Now you see 1, 2, 3, 4 separated, 5, 6 separated, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. So you see the data in the jagged array is being supplied to the test method and also it is utilized by the test method. Okay. As you can see, sample test method got executed 3 times, same sample test. And here the count of data for every set of data is different. Okay. So it's working fine. This is how we have to work with jagged arrays and data providers to supply the data to the test methods. And this is a practical demonstration that I wanted to give you. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 37 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to partially pass the data from a data provider method to the test method using indices attribute. Okay, what is this indices attribute and how does it help us in partially passing the data from a data provider method to a test method in TestNG. So let's get started. So guys, so let's say till now guys, we were passing the data from a data provider method to the test method, and the complete sets of data are being passed. But what if you decide to pass only few sets of data, not all data you want to pass? Okay, you want to pass only partial sets of data from the data provider method to the test method based on your real time. What is the purpose? I'll at the end I'll explain. Okay, why we have to pass the partial data, I'll explain at the end, guys. Okay, but for now, understand that a data provider completely passes the data. Whatever the data provider has, it will call the test method. For every time it will call the test method, it will pass the data. How many sets of data are there in the data provider? That many times the test method will be called, right? But with the help of this indices attribute, okay, we have to use this indices attribute with the data provider annotation of the method. Okay, beside the @data provider annotation in circular brackets, we can use this indices attribute like this, guys. As you can see here, @data provider indices is equal to some, okay, array of some numbers. Okay, these are indexes, okay, of the data that need to be partially passed to the test method. Okay, how to partially pass the data to the test method from a data provider using indices attribute is something I'm going to practically demonstrate in this session, and I'll explain the purpose after demonstration. Okay, let's go to this Eclipse ID, guys. I'll create a sample class known as demo class. I'll create a sample class known as demo class, and click on finish button. And inside this demo class, I'll create a method, guys, that is a public void sample test method. And here I'll provide @test annotation. I'll provide @test annotation. Hover the mouse on @test and import this. This will become a test method. Okay. So let's say it will receive uh, okay, one parameter. Okay, I have parameterized this test method already, and whatever the data that will be received, I will be printing like this. Okay. Now let me create a data provider, guys. Public void. Okay, data supplier. I'll call this name of the method. You can call this as any name. You can give any name. I'm just giving data supplier, and I will annotate this data provider annotation. Over the mouse and import this data provider from TestNG. Now here I'll create an object array. I'll say data, and here I'll provide the shortcut representation of the object array, and here I'll pass the data, that is Arun, then Varun, then third set of data is Tarun, fourth set of data is, okay, Kishore, fifth set of data is Ravi, seventh set of data is Gopal. Okay, like this, multiple sets of data you have here. Okay, Arun is the first set of data. So if I don't use that indices, what will happen? Let's see first. I'll simply return the data, guys, and here object array should be mentioned. Okay, object array should be mentioned, and this particular each and every set of data will be passed to this test method. So this test method will be called how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. 6 times, and every time it will print the data that is being passed to the test method. Let's see whether it is working fine or not. Okay, I have not used indices where I have to partially pass the data. All data I am passing. Okay, there is a problem here. What is the problem? Sample with okay. Yeah, there is a problem, guys. Okay, I didn't connect the test method with the data provider. Okay, in a hurry I didn't connect. I'll just give the name to this data provider, that is supplier, I'll say. And here I have to use annotation known as data provider annotation, and give the name of the data provider name, that is supplier here. Okay, that's the best way. Now after connecting this test method with the data provider, then only the data provider will pass the data to the test method, and test method will be running 6 times. Each time it will be passing each and every 6 sets of data here that are available. Now run this time it should work. You should not get the exception. You see, all the data has been printed one by one. Arun, Varun, Tarun, Kishore, Ravi, Gopal. Okay. And if you see this test engine, you see sample test has been executed how many times? 6 times, because there are 6 sets of data. But if you got a situation where you want to partially pass the data, you don't want to pass all this data for each and every set of data here, you don't want to call the test method, then you can use something known as an attribute known as indices attribute. Indices is equal to, okay, in curly braces, you provide the indexes. For example, I want to pass Arun, okay, 0. After that, I want to pass 1, 2, 3. Kishore, I want to pass 3. I want to pass. Then I don't want to pass anything. Only 0 and 3. That is, Arun should be passed, Kishore should be passed, remaining all data should not be passed. Only partial data I want to pass. Then I can use this attribute known as indices attribute, guys. So which will restrict the remaining data which are available at the other indexes which are not specified here. Only the 0th index and 3rd index will be passed here. Okay. Now run this. Only Arun and Kishore will be printed. Only Arun and Kishore got printed, guys. This sample test method got only called 2 times. Okay, that is Arun 9 with Kishore data. So, but what is the purpose? Why we are restricting the complete data from being passed to the data provider to the test method, and why we are partially passing the data to the test method? The purpose is something different, guys. Okay, so there may be some situations in real time where you want to investigate some data. For example, this data that I mentioned, right? Arun and Kishore. When I pass this Arun and Kishore, this test method is not working properly. I want to investigate. Okay, there are hundreds of sets of data, but Arun and Kishore, out of these hundreds of sets of data are not working. Then I cannot run all the 100 sets of data to investigate the problem, right? I just need to pass Arun and Kishore only. Okay, I just need to pass this data through which this test method is failing. What is the reason behind the failure of this particular test method? That I can only investigate and find out when I pass the data through which this particular test method is failing. In such cases, you can use indices and pass the data that is actually causing the test method to fail, via which you can avoid the data that is actually passing the test. Okay, our purpose is to investigate the failed data out of the large amounts or large sets of data passed from the data provider method. That's where the concept of indices attribute comes, guys. Okay, in real time, in realistic situations, there may be some situation where you are passing good number of data from the data provider method, but one or two sets of data from that the complete data of the data provider is not working properly with the test method. You want to find out, figure out. Okay, so there you should not be deleting the existing data, and you should not be changing this data, right? Put by removing this Varun, Tarun, Ravi, Gopal, and then only working out with Arun, Kishore. It is not a good approach. Okay, so we have the concept of indices where without deleting the data, we can restrict the data from being sent. Only the data that through which the test method is failing, we can pass with, or we can allow with the help of this indices attribute in TestNG. Okay, so hope guys you understood why we have to partially pass the data from the data provider method using indices attribute and how to do that. Okay, using indices attribute in TestNG. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 38 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to read data from Excel files using POI API so that the data providers can use this POI API to read the data from the Excel files instead of hard coding and then pass that same data to the test methods. Okay, this is what we want to achieve. If you can see, guys, if you can see in our previous projects, if you see here, there is a sample test method to which we are passing the data. But here the data is hard coded. This username and passwords are hard coded. We are not reading them from the Excel files. Okay, we are not centralizing them or reading from the Excel files. So what we are going to do is, okay, in this session, I'm going to show you how to first of all read the data from the Excel files using POI API so that this technology or this technique we can use for replacing this hard coded data in the data providers so that data providers will read the data from the Excel files using POI API and then pass it to the test methods. If you have to modify this data, you don't have to open this individual class files and modify this hard coded data, guys. Rather, you can directly go to the centralized Excel file where the data resides or data is modified, updated, and added there. Okay, that data will be dynamically taken by this data provider and then pass it to the test method. This is what we want to achieve. So to achieve this thing, okay, to achieve this thing, I'm going to take two sessions here. The current session is all about reading the data from the Excel files using Power API. Once you understand this, the next session I'll show you how to use this or utilize this data read from the Excel files into the data provider methods to pass into the test methods. That we'll see in the next session. Okay. For now, just learn about the POI API and how POI API can be helpful for us for reading the data from the Excel file. The basic session is this one, guys. Next session, we'll actually utilize it for our TestNG purpose, where we will use the data provider method to read the data from the Excel files and then pass it to the test method. That will be covered in the next session. Okay. So for now, reading the data from the Excel files using POI API, Apache POI API. So to understand that, guys, to understand that, first of all, we have to know what exactly is this Apache POI. As I already mentioned, Apache POI is an API. Okay, Apache POI is an API, or you can also call it as a library. there are several libraries, guys. Like Java is a library which comes with a set of predefined interfaces, classes, predefined methods, and variables. Similarly, Apache Py is also an API or library we can call, which is similar to Java, like similar to Selenium. Okay, many other APIs are there. Okay, many other API libraries are there. So Apache Py is one of them, an external library that can be used with Java and Selenium, so that Java can read. Java doesn't have the inbuilt capability to read the data from the Excel files. Rather, in Java programming, we have to use this Apache Py API library. Along with the Java API, we have to attach Apache Py API in the same project where Java library is available. And with the combination of Java and Apache Py API, we can read the data from the Excel files. Okay, but Apache Py is not only about reading the data, guys. It's all about handling the Microsoft files. Okay, Apache company, here Apache is a company, guys, or organization, you can say. It is providing this API or library known as Py API or library. What is the purpose? To read, write, update Microsoft files like Excel, PowerPoint, and Word. Okay, if you have to experiment this Apache Py, if you have to practically see how the Apache Py library works, you should have this MS Office installed in your machine, guys. Without having MS Office, we cannot proceed further with this Apache Py API. So Apache's Py API library provides, okay, the library which contains a lot of predefined interface classes, methods, and predefined variables, using which we can read, write, update, create, delete, those all these kind of operations that can be performed on the Excel files, Microsoft Excel files, Microsoft companies, MS Excel files, MS PowerPoint files, MS Word files. We can do that. But as software test engineers or test engineers or test automation engineers, whatever you can call nowadays, even testers are doing automation, manual test. There is nothing like manual or automation. Everyone has to learn automation, right? So in that case, a tester has to, okay, a tester has to do what with these Excel files, and how the tester is going to use this Apache Py. Mostly, guys, we use this Apache Py API for handling the Excel files. Okay, even though Apache Py API has the capability to work with Excel, PowerPoint, and Word documents, but software testers or software test engineers or software test automation engineers, okay, they will use Py API in our automation to perform different operations on Excel files, like creating the Excel file, deleting the Excel file, reading the data from Excel files, updating the Excel file, writing into the Excel files, changing the colors of the cells in the Excel files, okay, deleting the columns, deleting the rows, anything, deleting the sheets, creating the sheets, like that, anything can be performed in Excel files. But the main operation that we generally use is Py API in our testing is for reading the data from the Excel files. This is the main thing. Even though Py API is capable enough in doing a lot of thing on Excel files, okay, but mainly in automation, we use it for reading the data from the Excel files. Most of the projects use Py API for reading the data from the Excel files. This is the main operation. Okay, now you know what is Py API and what exactly is that, and how the software testers are going to use Py API for their purpose that we discussed. Now next thing you need to know about is Excel files. Okay, you should have some basic knowledge of Excel files in the form of Py API. There are some terminologies used in Apache Py API, guys, related to Excel file. So I have to compare the Excel file on left side, and right side I have to use the terminology used by Py API. Okay, so this is what is the topic about. So what are the terminologies? There are terminologies in Py API like workbook. What is a workbook? What is a sheet? What are rows and what are cells? We have to understand in the Excel file. Okay, so let's go to a location, guys. Let's go to a location where nothing is there. Okay, let's create an Excel file. Let's create an Excel file. I'll say this one as sample Excel file. Okay, sample Excel file, guys. Okay, let's say this is a sample Excel file. So the name of the Excel file is sample. This entire document, this entire Excel file is called as a workbook, is represented as a workbook. Okay, in terminology wise, Apache Py API also calls it as a workbook, guys. Okay, so remember this terminology. The workbook represents the entire document, entire Excel document is called as a workbook, guys. Now, if you open this Excel file or Excel workbook or Excel document, whatever you call, there are sheets at the bottom, okay, in the form of tabs. Sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, many number of sheets, any number of sheets you want. In sheet 1, you can store different data. In sheet 2, you can store different data. Sheet 3, you can store different data. Sheet 4, you can store different data. These are sheets. Okay. Second terminology you have to know about the Excel files is sheets. Okay. In a workbook, there will be multiple sheets, contains multiple sheets in the form of tabs at the bottom, and you can rename them. You can rename these sheets, guys. Okay. So you can rename this as login sheet. You can rename this as logout sheet. Okay. You can give names for these sheets. That's another thing. Now coming to the sheets. Okay, let's go to one of the sheet, guys. Okay. Here in one of the sheets, a login sheet, we have rows. Here a lot of rows are there, but none of these rows have data, right? So what I will do here is I will give some email and password. Okay, as the column headings. Okay, column headings, password, and okay. Here I'll give an email a motori cap1 at the rate gmail.com. This is one email, and this is the password, guys. I'll give the password as 12345. Okay. Now a motori cap2 at the rate gmail.com. Here again 12345. A motori cap3 at the rate gmail.com. Okay. 12345. Like this, I'm giving some, some data. Okay. So here, how many rows are there? One, two, one, two, three, 4 rows are there. Okay. 4 rows are there. How many rows are there? One, two, three. 4 rows, including the heading. There are 4 rows. So these are the rows, guys. Okay. These are the rows in every sheet we have rows. Okay. Rows are the rows which have actually data, guys. Okay. This is a row. This is a 4 rows are there total. Okay. Remaining all are not rows because they don't have any data. Okay. Now in each and every row in Excel file, we have cells. For example, if you take this first row, we have 2 cells, email cell and password cell, heading cells. And in the next row onwards, we have the data cell, email data cell, password data cell. Okay. Email data cell, password data cell, email data cell, password data cell. Okay. These are nothing but in every row we contain cells. There are 2 cells in every row here. Okay. This is what is the basic knowledge that you have to know before actually utilizing this POI API for reading the data from the Excel files. Okay. After you have known this terminology of workbook is enter document sheets, there can be multiple sheets in the workbook, and in every sheet we can have multiple rows and having the data, and in every row having the data we have multiple cells. We can have multiple cells. Now, the next topic you have to understand about the POI API is Excel files and classes. And you can say these are classes, guys. Okay, these are predefined classes in POI API. Okay, Excel files and predefined classes in POI API. And there are 2 versions of Excel files, guys. Okay, if you go with an older version of Excel, older MS Office softwares, if you say, okay, they used to save the Excel files in the form of .xls .xls extension. But the latest MS Office softwares are storing the Excel files. If you create an Excel file using the latest MS Office software and save that in your machine, it will be storing in with an extension known as XLSX. Just now I created this Excel file, right? Let's find out the extension of this XLSX, this Excel file. So this is a sample Excel file I created, guys. Right click on this, select properties, guys. Now you will get the extension here. .xlsx. An extra X is there at the end. Okay, but older version of Excel files used to have only XLS X. That extra X is not there in the older versions of the MS Office softwares. Okay. So you can also create the older version of Excel files using the latest version of MS Office, but by default they will be creating in XLSX files. No one is nowadays using older version of Excel files like .xls. No one is using. Everyone is using .xlsx only. So you'll be mostly focusing on XLSX. But the POI API library, okay, which is provided by Apache organization, is providing separate predefined classes for handling older version of Excel files and latest version of Excel files. Okay, for handling the older version of Excel files having the extension as XLS, the predefined classes that are provided by POI API library are HSSF workbook. Okay, for representing the entire Excel file, right? This is what is the predefined class being used by the POI API for handling the older Excel files. Okay, having the XLS extension. For handling the for recognizing the sheets and performing the operations on multiple sheets of this entire document, HSSF sheet is a predefined class in POI API. Okay, for older versions of Excel files. HSSF row. Okay, for rows, HSSF row. For cells, HSSF cell. Okay, how to use this predefined classes? I am going to show that in the next session. not next session, in the session, in the same session, but next topic, guys. Okay, this will be covered. Reading data, we are going to read the data from the Excel files using POI API, where this predefined classes will be used, but we will not be using the older version, guys. Okay, we will not be using this predefined classes of the older version. Rather, the predefined classes of the latest version we'll use. Okay, the same way you can use the older version, guys, but I will be focusing on the predefined classes of the latest version. That is latest version, in place of H, here we have X, guys. Okay, that's what is the difference. Nothing but here, instead of H SSF, here we have X SSF workbook. H SSF sheet, here we have for latest version X SSF sheet. H SSF row, in place of that we have X SSF row. For older version we have H SSF cell. For latest version we have X SSF cell. The last letter XLS X. Because of this, X is being created here, taken as a consideration by the developers of this PI API for handling the latest Excel files. So we'll not be worrying about the older Excel files, guys. We'll be focusing on the latest Excel files only, because nowadays everyone is using the latest versions of the Excel files, and these are the predefined class we are going to use, and I'm going to practically demonstrate for reading the data from the Excel files using PI API. Okay, fine. So let's expand this. Okay, now how to read the data from the Excel files using PI API? Further, there is a step-by-step process, guys. Okay, so first we have to create a Maven project. Let's open the Eclipse ID, and here already two projects are there. These are the older projects, guys. I'm going to create a new project. I'll say File, select New, and select Project. I'll get a new project dialog. In that, I'll search for Maven, guys. When I search for Maven, I'll get this Maven folder with this Maven project. Select this Maven project and click on Next. Okay, so it's taking time. That's fine. Now I'll simply select this option, guys. Create a simple project. Okay, skip archetype selection. I'm not going to select the archetype. It will take time. So I'll just go with the default template given by Maven. Click on Next, guys. And here I have to, in the artifact ID, I have artifact ID field, I have to give the project name. I'll give that the project name as demo project. Okay, demo project. And here group ID DP you can say, and click on finish, guys. That's it. Okay, the project name will be created, guys. Demo project is created. So it is loading here. After the loading part is done here, now expand this. This is how the template comes: src main Java, src main resources, src test Java, like that. Okay, now what we are going to do is src test Java and src test resources is also there. We'll go to src test Java, guys. Okay, this is the place we are going to create a class and all those stuff. Okay, uh, let's create a class, guys. Right click new class. I'll say sample class. Okay, I'll just name this class as a sample class. In this, I'll create a main method, public static void main string of args, like this I'll create. Now here I want to write the logic. Okay, I want to write the code for reading the data from the Excel files. Before writing the logic, do we, this particular project, does it have an Excel file here created? Does this project have an Excel file created here? No, right? It doesn't have an Excel file. So what I will do to create the Excel file, I'll right click on this project and create a folder, guys. Okay, either you can create a folder or directly create under src test resources also. That's also fine, but I'll create a folder, guys. Okay, just to make the things easy, I'll just create a folder and just name the folder as files. Under the files, okay, under the files, I'll create the Excel file. Okay, so first let me create an Excel file here in the, I'll just right click and create a new Excel file. I'll just name this file as employees file, employees.xlsx, because new software. Open this employees, and I'll rename this sheet as uh, let's say one. That's it. Okay, some random sheet name. Okay, nothing much. And here I'll give first name as a column name, last name. Some columns I'll give, guys. Okay, some columns, some 3 to 4 columns I'll give. Location, and other one is experience, and I'll give one more thing. Uh, Currently working, true or false. Okay, currently working in the company or not. Okay, so location, experience, you can give one more column if you want. There is no, okay, company, currently working or not. Okay, so like this, some columns I gave, guys. Okay, just out of my imagination I gave some columns. I'll not give much data, guys. It will be more hectic for me to create this much amount of data. So 3 records I'll create. Arun is the first name, Motor is last name. So I'll highlight these headings so that you can differentiate. location is Hyderabad, and experience is equal to, I'll give 16 years of experience, and company, I'll give the company as QFox, okay, QFox, and currently working, true, okay, boolean value true I am giving, okay, true is the boolean value, okay. So over the rightly kind say format cells and see what is the value it is selecting, general, custom, okay, number, currency, accounting, time, percentage, okay. It's a boolean value, guys. True is a boolean value. It's automatically taking. That's okay. Then Arun Motori, Varun, Dawat, and I'll say Delhi. 5 years of experience. Let's say Razer. Okay, some company name, random company name. False. You see, it's taking as false, capital. And then Tarun, Bhaskar, Bangalore. 10 years of experience. Okay, Confluence, some random name, and here true is working. Okay, some random names of the companies I'm creating. Okay, so just save this. Just save this, guys. So here we have the workbook. In that workbook, we have a sheet known as one sheet. In that sheet, we have 4 rows. In that 4 rows, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns, 6 cells actually. For every row, we have 6 cells. Okay, this is what is the thing. Now, copy this file. Copy this employees file into this project under the files folder. Paste it. That's it. Now here, create the path of this Excel file. Okay, string Excel file path. Excel file path is equal to, I'll say system.get property of user.dir. Okay, if I say user.dir, this is up to the project path. Okay, add that with extra thing under the project. Directly under the project, we have files. Okay, if this file is under src test resources, then we have to say src test resources, but here files is there. That's what I wanted to simplify. Backward slash files under the project, under the files folder, we have this employees dot xls x file. Okay, we should be very careful in spelling mistakes and all. Okay, so that part is done, guys. That part is done. What is the next one? What is the next one? Excel file is path is ready. Next one is, I have to represent this in the form of a file. So I'll create a file from Java. File Excel file is equal to new Excel file. New file, sorry, new file. Okay, I'll import this file from Java IO package, and I'll provide the path of this file here. Next one is, I want to read the data from this file. So I have to use file input stream. File input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream. Like this, I have to create the file input stream. Now hold the mouse on file input stream, import this, and here Excel file you provide here as a constructor in the constructor. Okay, and still error is coming because we have to surround with try catch. In real time, we have to definitely surround with try catch. We should not be using ignoration, like using throws declaration. For now, for demonstration, I am ignoring this. Okay, this will be added to the method declaration, but in real time, we should be using try catch blocks. Now, next thing is that I want to use a predefined classes of this Py API. Py API library predefined classes, that is XSS workbook. I want to create an object for the XSS workbook. Okay, so here I will write XSS workbook. Okay, workbook is equal to new XSSF workbook. Like this, I have to write create an object. Now, if I want to hover the mouse and try to import this, it will not be there because this project is by default coming only with the Java library, but it's not coming with the Py API library. What I am going to do is, I'm going to go to this MVN repository. This is a Maven project, so I'll go to the MVN repository and search for Py here, 3 letters, Py, and I'll get this Py, PyOOXML, and PyOOXML schemas. I'll first go to the schemas, guys. The latest version that is available in PyOOXML schemas is 4.1. I'll go with the 4.12. I'll copy this. I'll click on this so that it will be copied. Maven tab, click on this and come back here and open this pom.xml file. Here, create dependencies tag, dependencies. Okay, dependencies, and at same time you have to end that with the slash dependencies, like this you have to end. Okay, after that you paste the whatever you copied from the mvn repository, right? You paste it here. Okay, I'll just paste it again. Just press tab so that it will be aligned. Save this. Okay, pyoxml schemas 4.12. Now go back. This one is done. I'll go to the pyoxml. Pyoxml has a version which is latest than 4.12, but since I have used 4.12 for OXML schemas, I'll be using the same version here. Okay, I'll be using the max latest version, which is common for 3 libraries. Okay, copy this, come back here and paste it here. Okay, now tab. That's it. Save this. Now third one. Go back. Go back. Normal Py. Click on this. And here also latest is there, but I'll go with the 4.12, which is common. It should be common for 3 dependencies that I'm adding here. Paste it. Press tab here. That's it. Okay. Don't worry about the versions of the Excel file. That is not much. Okay. Needed. So simply save this. Yeah, done. Okay. All the libraries have been added. Automatically downloaded. You see, PyOXML schemas, PyOXML, Py. Okay, everything is there here now. Now go back to the sample.java where I try to create an object for the XSF workbook, which is a predefined class from Py API. Okay, for handling the latest Excel files. Import this XSF workbook from Py API. Now this constructor, we should not be keeping that empty. Rather, we have to pass this file input stream into this constructor. Okay, and hover the mouse and say ignore the exception. In real time, we have to use package blocks. Now, from this workbook, now I have represented this Excel file in the, this particular statement has represented this Excel file. This complete Excel workbook is represented here, the name of the workbook. Now using this workbook, I'll get the sheet. In the workbook, what will be there? If I open it practically here, if I open this employees dot on my machine, you can see that in this workbook, there is a sheet known as 1, name as 1. So either you can say workbook dot get sheet at index 0, you can say, this is one way, get sheet at index, because this is the first sheet which is having the index 0. Or if you know the name of the sheet, you can also use another command known as get sheet having the name as whatever the name that you give. What is the name of the sheet that you can see here? The name of the sheet is 1, ONE1. Just give that name here, guys. That's it. And it will return you the sheet, the form of XSF sheet. This is the second predefined class. XSF sheet is coming here. So I'll say sheet is equal to, over the mouse and create local variable, XSF sheet declaration will come automatically. Now I got the workbook, and from the workbook, I got the required sheet in which data is available. Okay, I'm getting near to the data. I went to the appropriate sheet where the data is available, from where I can read the data from the Excel file. In this particular sheet, data is there. Here, what are their rows are there? How to get these rows? First, I want to get number of rows. First, I want to count the number of rows. Okay, so to get the number of rows, we have to use this sheet, guys. Copy this sheet, paste it here, and say dot get uh, last row number. Okay, this is one of the way to get the number of sheets, but there is a problem with get last row number. So if I print this out as it is system.out.println, so I print out this get sheet get last row number. What is the last row number? What do you think you will get last row number? You may be thinking that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 will come, but 5 will come, guys. Okay, because it will take in the form of index. Uh, sorry, rows, right? Sorry, rows. 0th index first in. I'm saying columns actually, so that's wrong. So if I say get last row number means what are the rows here? 1, 2, 3, 4. You may be thinking that 4 will be printed here, but 4 will not be printed. You may be thinking that this particular method get last row number will print. This is a predefined method from the XSF sheet predefined class of the Py API, but this method will print 3, guys. Why? Because first row is having index 0, second row index 1, third row index 2, and fourth row index 3. So 3 will be printed. Last row number will be printed as 3. So run this code, you will see 3 will be printed in the output. That's not what I want. Okay. When I run this, you see 3 got printed. In this Excel sheet, 3 rows are there. That's not correct, right? It's the index. It's giving you the index, guys. Okay. I'm not saying this method is not working fine. It's giving the index. What I recommend is use another method known as, instead of this, use another method known as get physical number of rows. If you use get physical number of rows, it will not give you the index. It will give you the exact count of the rows. count of the rows, that is 4 rows are there. So 4 should be printed now. Okay, this is what I want. Okay, number of rows is equal to 4. That's what I want. Now 4 will be printed in the output, guys. You see 4 got printed. So I'll not be using the other method that I showed you before this. I'll be using this method only, guys. I'll remove all this stuff and put a semicolon here. And this method is going to return in integer format. It's nothing but row count. Okay, rows is equal to, simply I'll say rows is number of rows is equal to, okay, rows. Now I want to get number of columns. How many number of cells I want? In every row, how many cells are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cells are there. Okay, let's see that. How to get the cells? Again, you have to say sheet dot get sheet get row. Sorry, get row. I have to say get row, guys, and we have to give the row index here. First row index, any row index you can take, guys. Okay, this row or this row, any index you can take. First row is having the index 0, guys. So better to go with the header option. So get row of 0 I'll give. Okay, 0th index row. That is the first row. First row is nothing but 0th index row. Dot get last cell number. But here last cell number will not give you the index. It will give you a number of cells only. Okay. So here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 will be printed. If you print this as it is, 6 will be printed, guys. As you can see here, you can check it out. This will print 6, not 5. Okay. So, but get last row number will print index, but get last cell number will not print index, guys. Okay. It will print the physical number of cells only. Okay. That is 6 cells should be printed. 6 should be printed in the output, guys. If you get 6, we are good. You see, 6 is printed. We have 6 cells here, 6 is printed. So I'll consider this as int columns or cells, whatever you can call. Columns is better. Okay, number of columns, rows and columns. Here data is divided in rows and columns, so that's fine. Okay, now I'll be using for loop. Okay, one of the ways we can use for loop, guys. Okay, after creating the Maven project and all this stuff. Okay, we created the Maven project. If this is not possible, normally we created, guys. We don't have to need that. Download PyAPI libraries from MEN repository. We downloaded these 3 libraries with a 4.12 version, if you remember. Okay, so added this to the pom.xml file. Then we created the files folder under the project. We created the sample Excel file, say employees.xls file. We named one of the sheet as 1. We created the columns, different columns here: first name, last name, location. What are the different columns we have, guys? Location. Many columns we have created. Experience. The other one is company, and other column is current working. Okay. Intentionally I created this many columns because you see this first 3 columns are holding the string data, whereas fourth column experience is holding the numeric data. Fifth column is holding the string data, and sixth column is holding the Boolean data. Intentionally I created that. Okay, I want to get different type of data to be stored in the Excel file. Now fill this some data into this, and I copied the Excel file into the files folder. Okay, we copied the Excel file into the files folder here. Okay, we don't have to refer any file here. So now you know how to create the Excel file. Now we already created a sample class earlier itself. In sample class we have the main method, and under the main method. Okay, now I am going to demonstrate this code one, guys. Okay, that is by using the for loops. Okay, by using the for loops concept, I am going to demonstrate. After that, I'll use iterators. Okay, we can use for loops, either for loops or iterators we can use. I'll first use the for loops, then I'll use the iterators. Okay, fine. Anyhow, using for loops for int r is equal to, r stands for row. Let's assume row having the index 0, row less than number of rows. Okay, that is index wise it is correct, r plus plus. Okay, we should not be giving equal here because physical rows, right? Less than 4, r is equal to 0, r less than 4 means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. Okay, automatically. If you know Java, you can understand this logic. For int c is equal to, c means column, let's assume c less than calls, that is this one. Okay, and c plus plus I'll say, and here I'll get the row, guys. First of all, here I'll get the row. How to get the row is she dot get row of r. Just give r here. Okay, index value r. It will return you XSS of row. You see, XSS of row. Otherwise, just say row here is equal to, row is equal to, okay, row is equal to, you say, and hover the mouse and create local variable. XSS of row will automatically come. Another predefined, you see, another predefined class is now available, right? Workbook is over, sheet is over, access of row has come now. Okay, in this logic. Now I'll take this row, guys. Here I'll take this row dot get cell of this column number, column column this column index, you can say. Okay, 0 less than columns. Okay, here index value we are taking. Okay, so it's like 0 to less than 6 means 5. 0 to 5 is nothing but 6 columns, right? Row dot get cell of C. It will return you XSSF cell, the last one, guys. Okay, the last predefined class here, XSSF cell. Okay, it is returning. So here I'll say cell is equal to over the mouse and say create local variable XSSF cell will get. Now you see every cell. If you go to the cellular level here, these cells either will have some string value or numeric value or boolean value. We don't know. For that reason, I want to find out the cell type. Okay, how to find the cell type? Cell dot get cell type. This is a method. This is a predefined method which is coming in the XSSF cell predefined class. This is a predefined method. It will get you the type of the data that is stored in the cell. So it will return you cell type. Okay, just type cell type is equal to and hover the mouse and say create local variable. Now here switch case you write and provide the cell type here. Provide the cell type here, and in this cell type, sorry, this object reference you have to give cell type, and here write the case. If it is string cell type, if the retrieved cell after while reading this from rows and columns, if it is a retrieved thing is a string cell type, then system.out.println I just will say this particular cell dot get string cell value. If it is string type, I have to retrieve in the form of string value. Okay, then I have to say break. Next case is if it is numeric cell type. Okay, if it is numeric cell type, system.out.println cell dot get numeric cell value. Okay, then break. Case if it is boolean type of data that is available in the cell, then we have to retrieve the cell data in the form of get boolean cell value. Hope you are able to understand why I have provided a different type of data in this Excel sheet. Okay, now whatever the data is there, we are printing it. Okay, let's see whether this will print the data or not. Okay, let's see whether this particular logic will print the data or not. Okay, I'll just right click and say run as Java application. Let's see whether the data that is there in the Excel, this particular Excel will be printed or not. You see the data got printed, guys. You see first name, last name, location, experience, company, current working. Arun Moturi, Hyderabad 16.0, QFox true. Varun Dawat, Delhi 5.0, Razor false. You see all the data, 3 records of data. Tarun Bhaskar, Bangalore 10 years of experience, Confluence and true. Okay, all the 3 sets of data got printed. Okay, that's fine. That along with the headers it got printed. That's good. But the formatting is not good. This is not the way I want to be printed. I want to print in the rows and columns format. What I have to do? For that I have to change the logic a bit here. Remove the print ln here. Just remove the print ln, guys. Print ln. Just remove that here. Save this. Right click. Run as Java application. Now it got printed in a single line. Okay, it got printed in a single line, guys. Okay, so what I'm going to do is after every for loop, after every inner for loop, I want to put system.out.println statement so that every row will be printed in a separate line. Okay, right click, run as Java application. Now we got first name, last name, location, experience, company, and current working, but there is no spaces. You see, after first name there is no gap. After last name there is no gap. That's the problem. So what I will do here is, here I need to add something like plus some space, or you can give some hyphen also. Okay, instead of space you can give hyphen so that you can differentiate between the different headings and data. Like this you can give. Now run this, right click, run as Java application. This time you'll get a better format of data. First name, last name, location, experience, company, current working. Arun Moturi, Hyderabad. But still, you see, this is good, guys. But the symbol is not I'm not satisfied with the symbol. I'll just give a pipe symbol so that it will separate the data well. And also I'll give some space before the pipe and after the pipe so that we should have proper gap. Space, pipe, space. Okay, now save this and run this. Right click, run as Java application. Now it looks good. First name is Arun Varun Tarun. Last name is Moturi Dawat Bhaskar. Location is Hyderabad, Delhi, Bangalore. Experience is 16,510. Company is QFox Razor Conflux. Current working true, false, true. Okay, like this we got. But instead of giving it every line, you see for every case I am giving this place and all. Rather than giving that, I will put a print statement here. System.out. Instead of print ln, I'll give print normal print. And here inside this print statement, I'll try to print only this part. Only this part I'll try to print. Okay, I'll put that here. I don't have to put in every line now because I can put it at a single line. So immediately after this value got printed here, this will be appended. Okay, so that's a better way. Now right click, run as Java application. If you get the same output, we are good. Yeah, we got the same output, we are good, guys. And one more thing is that this warning message is coming with the workbook. We have to close the workbook at the end. So almost at the end, we have to close. Where is the main method ending? Here is the main method. Here we have to close the workbook. Workbook.close. It's a best practice. Okay, it's not compulsory, but it's a best practice. And also warning message will go off. And run this code again, and we should get the output. Yeah, we got the output. Fine. So this is how, guys, we have to use first way, that is code one, by using for loops. In place of the for loops, we can use iterators also. There's another way of using the stuff, that is in place of the for loops, we can use iterators, which is more dynamic way, I can say. Is more better way, I can say. Okay, more better way than for loops. So I'll show you how to convert this code into with the help of iterators. So I'll do one thing, guys. I'll just comment out this code for now. If required, I'll be using a bit piece of code from there just to save time. But I'll comment this out. I'm going to use the iterators. This sheet, which is a object reference of this XSF sheet predefined class, has a method known as iterator method. Sheet dot iterator method. Okay, this will return you iterator of rows. Okay, here I'll say rows is equal to, over the mouse, create local variable, iterator of row. Okay, we can iterate for every row. Okay, so what I'll do is while rows dot has next method, while rows dot has next, like this. Okay, this is a predefined method of iterator of row. Okay, then rows dot rows dot next method is there. Okay, another method of this predefined this is an interface actually. Okay, is rows dot next. It will return you the row, guys. Okay, it will return you the respective row. Row is equal to, over the mouse, create local variable. You see how simple we got the row. Okay, we don't have to know the number of rows, number of columns. Dynamically we can get. Okay, it will find it out. Now again, on one more while loop you create. Now say yeah, there is one more thing. This row class also has one more method known as iterator. Okay, iterator method. Similarly, the sheet has an iterator method, right? Similarly, this row also has an iterator, which will return you iterator of cells. Okay, iterator of cell. Here I'll say cells is equal to, over the mouse, and say create local variable. Okay, we got cells. Now while I'll say cells dot has next, has next. I have to write has next here. Dot has next. Similarly, we have to say cells dot next. This will give you the cell. This will give you the cell. Okay, cell is equal to create local variable. It is very simplified core when compared to the for loops, guys. Okay, logic is very simple, dynamic logic, you can say. And we have to find the cell type, right? From here it is common. Okay, once you have the cell here, the remaining things are common, guys. Okay, this part is common, all this part is common. Keep on copying, let's only copy step by step. So I'll find the cell type here itself. Manually I'll file the cell types. Why to confuse? Get cell type. Okay, it will get you the cell type. How to get the cell type? Cell type is equal to create local variable. Now we have to write the switch case. You remember the switch case, right? That we have written in the for loop. Same switch case we have to write. Switch of cell type, and just start here and end here, and say case if it is string data, store data in that particular cell is string type, then system dot out.println. Instead of println, I'll use print statement. You remember, right? Why we have to use cell dot get string cell value and say break. Okay, I'll be fastly writing because this logic I already explained the as part of the for loops. Okay, case numeric. Okay, then system.out.println. System.out.println. Cell dot get numeric cell value. So let's say break. The other one case. The next one is boolean. Boolean system.out.println. Instead of ln, we have to use print. You know why, right? Already in the for loops I mentioned. Cell.get boolean cell value. Then break it here. Break it here. And at the end of the for loop, you have to write a. At the end of this switch case, we have to write a print statement. Normal, it's not print ln, guys. It's print statement. Just for separation, for the gaps between the cells. Space, pipe space like this. And at the end of the inner for loop, we have to write print ln statement as usual. Okay. The way we have followed with the for loop, we have to follow with the same with the iterators also. Now instead of the for loops, we have used iterators here. In this logic, we have used iterators. Okay, using the iterator method, the return type is iterator of cell. Here again, where is that? She dot iterator, row dot iterator are giving iterators and has next and next methods, and using that we are retrieving the data and printing. Okay, if the string type of data is there in the cell, string value will be retrieved. The numeric data is there, numerical value will be retrieved, and so on. Let's run this code and see whether we are getting the same output or not. If we are getting the same output, we are good. You see, we are getting the same output. 3 records are getting printed along with the headings. Okay. Now, if you see this 16.0, 5.0, 10.0 are coming. I want to convert that into guys. Okay. Let's see whether I can convert that into or not. We may require to convert that into and int and then print. Let's run this and see. Right click. If it is numeric, I want to convert that into int. Yes, 16.510 is working fine. Okay. So this is what is the logic, guys. Iterators also is fine. Okay. So this knowledge you should have, guys. Okay. This knowledge of reading the data from the Excel files you should have for going to the next session. Before going to the next session, okay. Here is a logic code actually. Okay. It's part of the notes you can take. Why we are learning all this stuff? Why we are learning reading the data from the Excel files using Apache POI API? The reason behind that is next session. If you have to understand, this session is very important, guys. Okay. If you don't know how to read the data from the Excel files using Apache POI API, then how can you supply the data from the data provider, which is reading the data from the Excel file to the test method? Okay. So data providers should not hard code the data. Rather, data provider methods should read the data from the Excel files. After reading that, after this data provider reads the data from the Excel files, it should supply it to the test method. That's what I want to achieve. Okay. So let's try to go deep into this in the next session. But for now, this much is enough. Okay. Understanding how to read the data from the Excel files using Apache POI API, which is a prerequisite session for this session, is completed, guys. So hope guys you understood how to read the data from the Excel files using Apache POI API. Okay. This session is useful for the next session. So, okay, next session is dependent on this session. So without this understanding, next session will not be understandable. So I recommend everyone to go through the session and then watch the next session. Okay. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 39 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to read data from Excel files into the data provider methods which pass data to the test methods. Okay, in this session. So these data provider methods are going to use POI API to read the data from the Excel files, and thereafter, after reading the data from this Excel files, data provider methods are going to pass the data, that is test data, to the test methods. All these things I'm going to practically demonstrate in this session, and this session is dependent on the previous session. Okay, if you can see here, this is the current session, guys, that I'm going to take. So this session is going to dependent on the previous session where I have practically demonstrated in detail how to read the data from Excel files using Apache POI in multiple ways. Okay. So before watching this session, I recommend you to watch this session and come back. Okay. So that it will be making your learning or understanding of this particular current session easy. Here you see only practical demonstration I mentioned. I directly will switch to the Eclipse IDE and I'll create a project, guys. I'll select a new project. I'll search for Maven here and I'll get a Maven project here. Select next, create a simple project. It will have its own archetype. It will not select any particular template. Okay, it will have default template. Here, give the project name, guys. That is TestNG POI data providers demo. Some big project name I give. That's okay, guys. I'll just give some random. Okay, this is a project name that we have to give in the artifact ID. Here, I'll give TPD, something like that. Okay, some random group ID I'm giving. Click on finish. The Maven project need to be created. Okay. So you see, guys, here TestNG POI data providers demo project has been created. So what we have to do next is here under SRC test Java, create a new package. Let's say test package. Click on finish. I'll create a new class known as data driven test demo class. Okay. Some data driven test demo. And here in this, I'll create a sample method. Sample test method, say public void sample test, or I'll say login test or whatever it is. Okay, login test otherwise. And here I'll give string username comma string password. I'll say I'll receive the username and password to this test method. I am parameterizing this method. I'll annotate this method with @test annotation. Over the mouse, you see TestNG library is not there, guys, in this project. This project is by default coming with Java library, but TestNG library is not there. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll open the pom.xml file. Here I'll add something known as dependencies tag, dependencies tag, and I'll end this dependencies tag here itself /dependencies. Okay. After doing that, here in between that we have to add the TestNG library. Okay, TestNG library related dependencies. For that, we'll go to the mvnrepository.com and here search for TestNG, guys. We'll get the TestNG here. Click on the TestNG and take the latest version 7.6.1. Copy this, guys. Copy this Maven and come back here and paste the dependency tags of TestNG here. Okay. Just press tab here and place just save all. The libraries of this TestNG will be downloaded into this Maven dependencies. You see TestNG libraries got downloaded. Now go to the DTDD demo and hover the mouse on @test. Now you are getting the import statement of importing this test annotation from TestNG library because we just now added the library to the pom.xml file. After this, guys, create one data supplier method. Public void data. I'll just give some random name like data supplier. You can give any name. Okay. Data supplier and provide an annotation known as @data provider annotation. Over the mouse, import this data provider from TestNG and here give the name to this data supplier, guys. Give the name to the data supplier as supplier. Just simply give a supplier for now. And here also to connect this data provider method with this test method, we have to add data provider annotation attribute. Data provider attribute is equal to the name of the data provider, that is supplier. You have to give here. Okay. So now this data provider is now connected to the test method. What I want to do next is save all. What I want to do next is here I want to read the data from the Excel file. I want to read the data from the Excel file, guys. Okay. So for that, if you have followed the previous session, you would have known what is the code you have to write here. First, we have to get the Excel file path. String Excel file path is equal to, we have to give some path here, but here we don't have any Excel file, guys. Okay. We don't have any Excel file. You see in this project, there is no Excel file. So I'll do one thing under SRC test resources. I'll just provide an Excel file. Okay. Under SRC test resources, I'll provide an Excel file. So for that, I'll go to one of the location in my machine and create an Excel file first. I'll delete this existing data and I'll create an Excel file. I'll simply create an Excel file saying tutorials Ninja. I'll give the name like Tutorials Ninja because I'm going to automate this application, guys. Okay. Data-driven testing I'm going to do with tutorialsninja.com. Okay. /demo application. I'm giving this name as Tutorials Ninja data. I'll give. Okay. Data.xlsx file. Open this xlsx file and here provide rename this sheet as login sheet because I'm going to give the data of the login. And here I'll give some columns, say email and password. So if you go to this login page, what is there? Let's see. Email address and password is there. So I'm going to give email address, email and password. That's enough. Okay. Email and password. Now, how many sets of email and password I want to give? I want to give 3 sets. Let's say a motori cap1@gmail.com. This is the email and password is 12345. Similarly, a motori cap2@gmail.com. Again 12345. An extra space has come. Okay. The space I'll remove it. Okay. Yeah. Now 12345 is the password. Now third one, a motori cap3@gmail.com. I'll give that as password as 12345. So here cap1 is fine. Then per my knowledge, I know cap3 as a valid email address. Then cap9 or 7, I really don't remember actually. Here for one of the thing is 9 and one of the thing is one will be working. I don't know whether 3 is working or not. So let's check and confirm the data. Amotory 9 is there. It will work. Cap1 I'll try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's working. So what I gave cap1. Cap1 is working, guys. So cap3 will try now. Cap9 anyhow it will work. Cap3 is also working. So these 3 sets of data, guys, I'll just highlight this column and I'll just put this rows kind of thing, the borders, and I'll save this data. That's it. Okay. Now this is the Excel file I want. So what I'll do is I'll have created the Excel file. I'll copy this Excel file under SRC test resources here. You can get this. You see, this is Excel file under SRC test resources. I have to give the path of this Excel file here in this data supplier method. How to give that path? First of all, I'll write system.get property user.dir, which will give the project path, complete project path till the project it will come. Under the project, under SRC, under test, under resources, we have this file. So we have to append that with double backward slash under SRC, under test, under resources. Under resources, we have the file known as tutorials. Let's be good with the spelling mistakes because a lot of people will make spelling mistakes here. Tutorials ninja data dot xlsx, extension is xlsx, and put a semicolon at the end, guys. Okay, the error will be gone. Put a semicolon. Yeah, done. Excel file path we gave. What is the next thing we have to give? We have to represent this file, Excel file. Excel file is equal to new file. Now hover the mouse on this file and import this from java.io package and provide the path of this Excel file in this file constructor. Now next step is to write the file input stream to read the data from the Excel file. File input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream. Okay, and say import this file input stream from java.io and provide the file here, the constructor. Here we have to surround with try catch blocks, guys. I'll surround with try catch blocks. Okay, if any issue is there, it will surround with try catch blocks. And now next statement is, okay, next statement is after reading this, I have to make it global, guys. Otherwise, I'll not be able to access. You will understand that anyhow. Okay, here I need to create an object for XSSF workbook. As explained in the previous session, we have to create an object for the XSSF workbook. New XSSF workbook. Okay, this session you will understand easily if you have gone through the previous session, guys. Okay. Now I'll hover the mouse on the XSSF workbook. I'm not getting an import statement because this project is currently having the libraries from Java, and just before we have added the TestNG libraries into the pom.xml file. Only 2 libraries are there. Now Py API libraries also we need. For that again we have to go to MVN repository and search for Py here, 3 letters Py. Then we'll get these 3 things: Py OXML schemas, Py OXML, Py. I'll go with schemas first. The latest version is available is 4.12. Copy this, come back here, go to the pom.xml file, add that pyo.xml schemas. Just press tab here. This is done. Now let's go back, and next one is pyo.xml, and here latest version than 4.12 is available, but I'll go till 4.12 guys. I'll copy this, come back here and paste it. Okay. Now save this, and again go back, normal pi, and here also 4.12. It should be common guys. Okay, that's the reason I am taking that. If schemas is having 4.12, then OXML also should be having 4.12, and also the pi also should be having 4.12. It doesn't matter guys, because Excel, right? Excel versions, older versions is also fine. Just save this. We have added the pi API dependencies, and they'll get downloaded here, and you can see them here guys. Okay, pi XML and all those stuff. Now go back here to the DTT demo, and hover the mouse on access of workbook, and now hover it again. You'll get the import statement. Import this from pi API library, and here this constructor cannot be empty. Here we have to provide the file input stream. But the problem is this file input stream will not be visible here because it is local to the try block. I have to make it global guys. First make it global here, and remove the double declaration. And now it should be okay. Now again surround with try catch blocks. Okay, wherever you get the opportunity to provide try catch blocks, better to provide that guys. Okay, if any mistakes or any issues, okay, so it will identify. Okay, now I have to use this workbook object reference. You will get an error here. The reason here is workbook is local. I have to make it global. Copy this and put it here. Press semicolon and remove the declaration from here. Yeah, now we got the workbook. We have to get the sheet name. What is the sheet name guys? If I open the sheet name parallelly from the downloads folder, which I copied into the project, the sheet name is login here. Okay, so I'll say workbook dot get sheet of string name. I'll here give as login guys. Login. Okay, login is the sheet name, and this method will return the XSS of sheet. Okay, just say sheet is equal to, hover the mouse on the sheet, and create local variable XSS of sheet will come. What is the problem with the workbook? Still, we have to initialize the variable here. Okay, here FIS also we have to initialize the variable. Okay, null will come. Then after this is done, what we have to do? After this is done, what we have to do guys? We have to, from this sheet, we have to get the rows. How to get the rows? There are two ways, using for loop or using iterators. I'll go with the iterators guys, which is easiest way and more dynamic way. Iterators will return you the iterator of rows. Okay, I'll say rows is equal to, over the mouse and say create local variable. And since we have iterator, I'll be using the while loop. Rows dot as next. So this logic I explained in the previous session. Just go with that. Rows dot next, and this will return you. This next will return you the row guys. So say row is equal to, row by row it will go. Okay, over the mouse create local variable. Row has come. Now I have to say row dot iterator method, which will return you iterator of cells. So I have to say all the cells, cell by cell it will go. For every row, it will go through every cell if you write the inner while loop. Now while cells dot has next, then write down cells dot next, put a semicolon. It will return you the cell guys. Cell by cell it will go. Over the mouse create local variable. Now we have to find out the cell type, because here it can be string data, it can be numerical data, it doesn't matter. So we have to find the cell type. Cell dot get cell type. Okay, this I explained in the previous session, so I am going fast. Over the mouse it will return you the cell type. Cell type is equal to, same logic guys, we are using iterators of the previous session. Okay, now write switch case, switch, and write the cell type here, and provide this. Now provide case. If the cell type data from the, okay, data of this particular cell is of string type, you have to give string like this. And then what you have to do? First you have to create an array guys. Okay, here you just create an array. Before you start the while loops, you create an array, because this data provider has to store, this data provider has to supply the data in the form of array. So just create an array here. Object, 2-dimensional object array. Okay, two-dimensional object array, data is equal to new object array. Okay, like this you have to create. Here we have to give number of rows and number of columns, guys. Okay, number of rows and number of columns. How to find the number of rows? So that's the problem, guys. That's the problem. So we can find out, guys. So here, just say sheet dot. There is a method of finding the number of rows. Sheet dot. Somewhere we have written rows. Okay. So fine. I'll say what to do. I'll say sheet dot get physical get. I'm just losing my get physical number of rows. Total number of rows will be returned by this method as explained in the previous session, guys. Int rows count. I'll say rows count is equal to, okay, int rows count. This rows count I'll give it here, and similarly column count I'll find out. COLS count columns count is equal to sheet dot first row get row of index 0. First row, in first row how many? Any of the row you can take 1 2 3. Better to go with the 0th row, and say dot get last cell number. It will give you the number of columns, guys, as explained in the previous session. Give this here. Okay, like this you have to create an object array. Now what you have to do here is, if the case is string, into this object array data of, how can you do this actually? So that is the problem with the iterators, right? So can we use it? Okay, so maybe I'm just thinking of some option here. If it is an object array, is there any way where we can iterate, and then you see it will contain rows and columns actually. Rows count is there, column count is there. Okay, we are able to get the cell type, but this while is not working. Is there any way I can provide this? I'm just thinking. Just give me a second, guys. Okay, let's try some logic, guys. So what I'm going to do here is, here I'm going to create one more thing, that is int r is equal to 0. I'll say first. Okay, int r is equal to 0. So here what I will do is, I'll say data of r, I will say, and here I'll also say int c is equal to 0 also. Okay, int c is equal to 0. Row is equal to 0, column index is equal to 0. Okay, rc I'll say, and is equal to the cell type dot get. Okay, what is that problem? Switch case, right? Cell type dot not cell type, guys. We have to say cell dot. Sorry. Okay, cell dot get string cell value. Okay, this is what you have to do. And here I'll say C plus plus. Okay, after this is done, cell will be incremented and then break. C plus plus and break. Okay, C will be incremented to 1. This is one thing. And here one more case I'll write. Case string is done numeric. If it is number type, then here also same logic, guys. Same logic we have to write, is equal to cell dot get numeric cell value, and have to typecast that into int. Okay, I'll just typecast that into int before storing, because here you will get decimal value that need to be converted to int, and then here also C plus plus, then break. Then next one case, if it is boolean, for example, it is boolean, again the same thing. I'll just copy paste all this stuff, guys, and modify the values. Here I don't have to typecast, and simply say dot cell dot get boolean cell value. That's it. Okay, C plus plus. After this switch case is done, and after this inner for loop is completed, the cell will be completed, guys. Cell will be completed, and we'll go to the external for loop, and at the end of this while loop, guys, at the end of this while loop, we have to say r plus plus. You have to increment the value of r by 1, that is row by 1. So row is was initially 0, now it will become 1. Okay, that's it, right? For all cells it will iterate, and every time it will iterate, C plus plus will happen. Okay, again in the beginning C should be 0, and in the beginning C should be 0, otherwise what will happen? There is a problem happening. Okay, so some logic mistakes will come, guys. Okay, So C will be index 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1 like that. Okay, up to 1 is fine. Then after that, C should become again 0, guys. Okay, after the while loop is completed here, C is equal to 0, we have to say. Okay, C is equal to 0. Then here again it will start. C will be 0 again because we assigned C to 0. Okay, then R will become 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. It will be iterated, the inner while loop. And again C will be 0 and R will become 2. Like that it will go on. I think this logic will work, which will store the data into this two-dimensional object array. And finally, we have to return this data. Okay, where we have to return this data? Here, this is a method, guys. This is a method which has to return the data. So here I'll say return data. Okay, to return the data, it should be two-dimensional object array. It should be two-dimensional object array, guys, like this. Now this data will be supplied to the this one. Okay, and here you know that here you know that this data is coming in the form of string and this is coming in the form of integers, but both are objects only, right? So what we can do, I'll do one thing. I'll just keep that as object and see what will happen. You have to convert that to string. Is it required? This one also I'll try to convert that to string. Yeah, though we are storing in the form of number, but converting to string, what will happen? Nothing will happen. Let's see. If doesn't work, we'll change anything. So it is returning the data for now. And here I have to write the Selenium code. WebDriver manager dot. So Selenium library is not there first of all. So again go to pom.xml file, add the libraries of the Selenium here. For that, go here and say Selenium Java and click on this and take the latest version 4.4.0 for now as per today's date when I'm recording the session. Copy this and paste the dependencies here. Selenium is also coming now into this project. Save this. Yeah, let it download these libraries. After it is done, go back. And now this is not related to Selenium. WebDriver Manager is not related to Selenium. So sorry, I added Selenium here. We should be adding WebDriver Manager first. Okay, we should be adding the WebDriver Manager. WebDriver Manager is not part of Selenium, guys. So I was in a hurry. I just mentioned that. Just search for WebDriver Manager. First, we'll go step by step. Okay, we'll add Selenium also is required, but let's add later when it is required. Go to the latest version 5.3.0, which will automate the driver management. Copy this, come back here, and go back and paste it here. Dependency of WebDriver Manager, which actually manages the drivers required by browsers. Okay. Now let's say WebDriver Manager dot. Now you see it's kind of giving Chrome driver dot setup. Chrome driver dot setup. Then WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. I'll say WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Here is a problem. WebDriver manager library is there, but now Selenium library is not there. So go to pom.xml file and now this is the time for adding the Selenium library, guys. Okay, I was in a hurry. I added earlier, but now I removed it and add in again Selenium Java. Go to the latest version of Selenium Java 4.4.0. Copy this, come back here and paste it here. Now tap, just save this. Selenium libraries will also be added to this project. After they are done, come back here and hover the mouse on WebDriver and import this WebDriver interface from Selenium library and Chrome driver class from Selenium library and say driver dot. Now write the code manage dot window dot maximize. Write the code for logging into the application using these credentials. Okay. So how to do that? Then driver dot get I have to say provide the application URL. This application, let me log out and let's start from scratch. This is a home page of this application. Copy this URL, paste it here. After this is done, what we have to do, we have to click on this my account, inspect this my account, and here my account, and it is having the span tag. So I can create an XPath. Control F, text is my account, / span, text is equal to my account. Like this, you have to create. It is locating one by one. That is nothing but the my account option is getting highlighted. Copy this XPath of the my account and say driver dot find element by dot XPath. Provide the XPath of the my account and say dot click. Now click. Okay. After clicking on the my account, then you have the login option. Inspect this login option, guys. Inspect this login option. You'll get this link text. Anchor tags are there. So link text. driver dot text between the tags is a link text. Driver dot find element by dot link text. Provide the link text of that login option. Say dot click. After clicking on the login option, you will be taken to the login page where you have to enter the email address. Inspect this email address field and it has an ID. Input email is ID. Come back here. Say driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID of that and say dot send keys. Here pass the username. Okay, pass the email or you can give that as email also, not a problem. Email, pass the email. Pass the email. In the send keys, whatever the email that is being passed by this test method, this data provider method to this. Data provider is reading from the Excel file and we are getting here. So driver dot find element by dot ID password field, guys. For password field, let's inspect the password field. Inspect the password field. Here ID is there. Copy this ID by dot ID and say dot send keys. Give the password here. This password parameter just provide here. This password will be received from the data provider method. And finally, we have to click on the login button. Let's give some random email address and password, valid email address and random valid email address and password here so that we can continue our automation script. Inspect this. Login button is coming. Value login is there. Input value login. So I'll say double slash input at the rate value is equal to login. I'll write this X path. It's locating. Copy this. Copy this and say driver dot find element by dot X path. Provide the X path of that login button. Say dot click. Say dot click. Okay, it will click on the login button. After clicking on the login button, guys, now you have to verify any of these options which are not available for not logged in user. I'll go with the first option, guys. Edit your account information. Inspect that. Inspect that and just take this text. This is the link text, guys. Okay, copy the text and say assert dot assert true. Okay, I went somewhere. Assert true driver dot find element by dot link text having edit your account information link text dot is displayed. Okay, if it is true, the test will pass. And here I'll say driver dot quit. I'll quit the browser. Okay, I'll quit the browser, guys. This is what the script I have written, and here email and password will come from this data provider. Data provider will get this data from the Excel sheet. Okay, save all. Errors are not there. Now let's try to run this TestNG test, guys. Let's run this TestNG test and see whether everything is working fine or not. We'll improvise the script a bit. You'll see that. Run this. So let's see. Chrome browser maximized. Email. Oh, email text is being typed actually. So password text, email text and password text are being typed here. Looks like okay. So what's the problem here? I understood. The problem here is it is reading this email and password, but we should be reading only from these rows, right? I'm giving the first row. Okay. This email and this password I was passing here. Okay. So this email is being typed there instead of this one. So what we can do is while storing the data into this, we have to be careful, guys. Okay. Uh, how to be careful actually. So let's see if column is 0 is okay, but we have to start with row 1. Okay, we should not be starting with row 0, guys. Row 1 we have to start r plus plus. Okay. Uh, I think let's see whether it will work or not. Okay. So this is gone. So let's stop the script from execution. That's fine. Clear it. Now just change the logic a bit where we have to start from row 1. Okay. Now run this. Let's see what will happen this time. Okay, it's got failed. So runtime exception, array index out of bounds exception is coming. Index for out of bounds for length 4. Why it's so? Where exactly? So what is the code I have done? Mistake I have done. Let's see. Failures 1. All problem with the iterator, guys. Okay. Mm. Index for out of bounds for length 4. At which line it is coming? Okay. Okay. So let's see the logic here. R is equal to 1. Row has next. It's taking the first row. Okay, that row is nothing but right? One row we have to skip actually. One row we have to skip. So what I will do here is I'll just be kind of thing where r is equal to 1 I'll mention, but here I'll just put it here. It will initially skip the first row and go to the next row, and then it will go to the here I should remove the row actually. Okay. Row dot next. Second row onwards, so it will take the data and cells and all those stuff. Okay. So let's see whether this will work or not, or this also will give the error. Modify later. Run. Okay. Now looks like it's taking my logic. It's all about logic, guys, what we are writing and all. Okay. Email address is not being typed and password is not being typed. There's a problem. Illegal argument. Keys to send should not be null char sequence. Okay. So guys, I'll do one thing. Maybe this iterator is making the things complex, guys. Okay. Iterator part. Instead of iterator, I'll use for loops. Okay. Uh, this is making the things more complex. Okay. So I'll do one thing. I'll comment out this code, and in place of this, I'll put you know so till rows count and columns count is fine, but here object array is also fine. But here is a problem where I have to comment this out, and okay, this is not working out. So let's write other logic using for loops. Let's try. Okay, using for loops, let's try. So how to use for loops? For int r is equal to 0, r less than rows count, r plus plus. Okay, int r is equal to 0. We have to start with 1, guys, because row 1 we have to start. R less than rows count is fine. Because in the row 0 we have the headings in the Excel sheet. Okay, that's the problem. So we'll start like this int, and we'll get the row here. First of all, we'll get the row here. How to get the row actually? Sheet dot get row of index, that is r. Then it will take the row. Maybe looks like for loop is better in this case. Okay. Okay, row we got. Now inner for loop will write int c is equal to 0. We have to start with. Okay, all columns c less than here rows count, here columns count c plus plus. Okay, the iterator's logic is not working for me somehow. Why to waste time? I'll go with the for loop logic. I have explained anyhow the iterator logic and for loop logic in the previous session, but now let's go with the for loop logic to make the things more easier. Now here this is fine. Here what I'm going to do here is for okay, sheet what is that, we have to get the from row, we'll get the cell. Okay, row dot get cell of index c, put a semicolon over the mouse. Cell will coming, cell will be coming, and create the cell, and let's find out the cell type. All this logic is same here, finding the cell type. This is the cell type, and switch case, this switch case is also same. Let's write it otherwise. Okay, why to confuse? Cell dot get cell type. Okay, and it will return you the cell type, that is cell type. Cell type is equal to over the mouse and say create local variable, and now say switch case, switch of cell type. I'll copy the switch case otherwise. Okay, I'll copy the switch case and modify accordingly. Switch case only I'll modify, and here c++ and everything is not required, guys. Okay, because we are following a different approach this time. You see rc is fine because we got the row here and column here, so rc will be there, and c++ is not required, but okay, they're converted that into int, that's fine, and here c++ is not required, and that's all. The loop will iterate and all the data will be stored, I feel. Okay, so we don't have to do much. It's very simple compared to the iterators, right, in this script actually. So now we have to return the data. Where we have to return this data? So here I'll remove all this commented out code, guys. Okay, because it will confuse us. Here we have to return the data, I guess. Okay, let's try this again. So it is ending here, so I have to return the data here, return data here. So two-dimensional object array is being written, and that is being passed to email and password. And let's see whether this logic is working or not. Okay, so I changed the logic, all logic, complete logic I changed. Let's see, using for loops this time. Chrome browser launching. Email is not being entered. Why? What is the problem here? Illegal argument exception. What is that illegal? Reflect internal match. Keys to send should be a not null char sequence. Okay. Uh-huh. So 36 is the line which is failing. Here it is failing, guys. Why it is failing there? Let's find it out. Stop. Sixth line is failing actually. This line, send email. This email is not being passed here. Okay, keys to be sent is not. Maybe there is a mismatch between the object array, two-dimensional object array, and this conversion that I am doing here, cell type conversion. Get numeric cell value. What if whatever it is, if I take it as a string value, then if I don't have to use a switch case, then okay. If okay, let's try this out, guys. Okay, let's do one thing. I'll just do one thing, guys. I'll just only put this one cell dot. Okay, I don't want to find the cell type or switch case. I don't want to use. Let's see what will happen. Okay, is it really required switch case? I am just finding it out and returning the data. Data, right? Data. Okay, let's run this again. Okay, still the failure is coming. Runtime exception, illegal state exception. Cannot get a string value from a numerical cell. Ah, now it's finding out the numerical cell and it's not able to. Okay, so we'll do one thing. Object array can store anything. So I'll go back. Control Z. Get numeric data is only fine. What is the problem here? Cell type is the problem. Okay. String numeric, it's taking numeric. That's all fine. But the problem is it's unable to pass, I guess. Okay. When it is passing, what's happening? I'll print it out, guys. I'll print it out here. System.out.println. I'll just see, just to troubleshoot the program. Let me print it out. Save this. Now run this. aronmotori@gmail.com. Then it failed. Okay. Illegal state exception, cannot get a string value from a numerical cell. So here string is there, and here numerical value is there, guys. Okay. I'll say int, but here again send keys will not. Okay. Password dot. How to convert an integer into a. How to here anyhow we are converting into integer, right? Just see the logic once. Putting int here. Okay, I'm storing an object. So what's the problem? Where exactly it is failing? First of all, let's see. 1 minute. Legal that's 719 helper. Just checking test invoker, array list, test runner, test TTD 83. 83 is the line. Here it is failing. Okay, I have not removed it actually. Okay, so get cell type. This will be coming. Here I'll put string only, but let's see whether What is the problem now? Again, I have forgot to remove one line. Okay, run this. Error exists. Password dot is there actually. Okay, run this. Let's see whether it will fail or pass this time. It's printing the data properly. I think it will work this time. It's not passing the data here. Why? But in the output, we got cap 1, cap 3. All the data has been printed, but the data is not getting passed. Method matcher exception. Illegal argument. Maybe the argument is taking it wrong. Maybe we'll put int here because it is returning in the form of int maybe. Okay. And then here convert this integer into I'll say integer dot value of otherwise string dot value of integer. Integer is a password. Okay. Let's see whether this will work. I'll convert this integer into string and then I'll pass. Okay. So here I'm collecting in the form of integer and converting into string where it is required. Okay. The password thing. Run this. Okay. Again, it failed. Too much. Method matching exception. Okay, guys. The problem is reading this in the form of a uh, string is the problem. Okay. This password is in the form of numbers. Numerical cell value is coming. They're converting that. And here also you see numerical is getting printed, but this numerical is not being transformed. Okay, how can I do that? Then integer will be there, integer data will be passed, integer here, till here it should be fine. But here it's not getting converted. So I'll do one thing. System.out.println email system.out.println password. I'll try. Save this, run this. Let's see what will happen. No, it's not passing at all. Data provider mismatch. String argument 0, int argument 1. Your arguments are null. There are no arguments at all, it's saying. Okay, so okay, let me check, guys. Let me check and verify this. So, guys, I have resolved this problem. There was small logic issue, nothing much. So this is okay. String email and int password is okay, and converting that password into the string is fine. Till here, it is everything is fine. But here, what the problem is? There is a mismatch between the array I'm creating, the size of the array I'm creating. Okay, it should be 3 2 in size. Okay, here row count -1 we have to keep because only three rows, right? So it cannot be row count is 4 actually. Okay, number of rows should be only 3 in the array. Okay, that's the main thing. So otherwise it will take the headers and all those stuff. And also here we have to give r is equal to 0. We have to start with not r is equal to 1, r is equal to 0. That was another mistake I have done in the logic. R less than row count -1. Okay, row count -1. We have to say this row count -1 means it will become 3. Okay, 0 2 less than 3. 0 0 1 2. Okay, into 0 1 2 we are storing. So here I am saying r plus 1. You see, it's a tricky thing, guys. Okay, we should not be we should be skipping the heading, and remaining 3 rows we have to copy. Okay, so for that this is the only way we have to do. Here row count -1, size of the array should be correct. At same time we have to start from the first row, though we are saying r is equal to 0 here, and storing into the array in the form of 0 and 0, 0, 1 like that. But here row plus 1 we have to start with. Okay, this is small logic here, 2 to 3 lines. Okay, row minus 1, row count minus 1, row count minus 1, r is equal to 0, and here r plus 1. These are the changes. Here simple r only. Okay, simple r only. Here remove this r minus 1. Okay, only r. So this will work out, guys. This logic, small logic changes done here in this for loop, right? It is working fine. So now save this. I'll share this project with you guys. Don't worry, in the notes I'll give this project. Okay, so that you can copy paste this code. Okay, and then work it out. You see the logic sometimes takes time. Okay, you see this. I'm just intentionally printing. I'll remove this printing also. Let's see whether it is working fine or not. You see, first credential is working. From the Excel file, the data is being read, and data provider is passing to the test method. Okay, this is a way to work, guys. Okay, when you work in real time only, you will face all these problems, and then you will be able to find the solutions, guys. Okay, so we have to convert that integer to string and all those stuff to get this done, because the password is in integer format. Okay, so it's a kind of good example, I can say. If you can work out this example, then you are good with okay, reading the data into the data provider and passing it to the test method. How to do that, conversions and all, everything should be clear. Okay, guys. So I'll share this. Okay, this in the notes. So at this moment, the notes are not updated. Okay, the notes are not updated at this moment. In the only image is there. Here I'll put the project code. Okay, the project code I'll put. So you can collect the project code from the notes. Fine. Okay, guys. This is all about how to read data from the Excel files into the data provider and there into the test methods. Okay, the logic is the main part, guys. We are using for loops and working with logic, because here we should not be taking the first row. Okay, we have to consider the data only from the this row. Okay, that is index of the row is 1, 2, 3. The size of the array should be only 3, 2 in size. Okay, 3 rows and 2 columns in size. All this logic we have to see, and we have to collect the data only from the row 1. So accordingly we have to change the logic here. Okay, row plus 1 I am saying, that's why even though I am starting with 0, I am saying get row of r plus 1. The array size is like a 3, 2 here. Okay, this if you can take care, then you will get the proper logic. Otherwise you will get all that kind of exceptions and errors, okay, that we are facing. Okay, fine. Anyhow, I'll be sharing the project. You can investigate this code and work out for yourself. Okay, this logic is working, and we are. And one more thing we can do, guys, we can separate this data provider into another class. Now the things are working fine. So I'll separate this. I'll say class data supplier one or something, class name I'm giving. Click on finish, and I'll just move this data supplier provider method into another class now. Complete this thing. I'll just move it out. Okay, because we generally don't have the data supplier. Okay, data providers in the same class where the test methods are there. Control Shift O, and only test method should be there in this class, and this test method should receive the data from this class, data provider of this class. How? Here, what is the name of the class? Data supplier one. Copy this name, and here you provide data provider class is equal to, just give the class name, let's say dot class. That's it. Okay, from this class, from this data provider, the data will be supplied. Okay, otherwise this logic will look very complex in this test method. So the classes having the test method should not contain such kind of logic of the data suppliers which are reading from the Excel files. Okay, we should hide them as much as possible like this in the data provider and separate them into the class, and from that separate class we have to read the data. Now it looks good. Now run this and see whether the data is being passed by the data provider of this data supplier class, data supplier one class, or not. And one more change, I have to remove these print statements, guys. Okay, these print statements are not required anymore. It will be working fine, guys. Okay, this will be the final project code now. We have separated the data provider into another class and we are making it work. This looks realistic now. Okay, it's working. 3 out of 3 are got passed, and you see same login test got executed 3 times with 3 sets of data, cap 1, cap 3, cap 9. And that too we are reading this data not from the Excel file, from this tutorials ninja data.xlsx file. Okay, so what I told you, I have to remove the print statements, right? Let me remove the print statements here. We should not be printing this out. Here also I'll be removing this out. Okay, fine. Now we have the finalized project code, and let me run it for the last time, guys. Okay, to make sure everything is working fine. That extra print should not happen. Directly it should work. Okay. If tomorrow if I add more data into this Excel file, it should take. Okay, automatically. Should be dynamic. We are not hard coding the data, or we are not limiting the data. Dynamically the data should work. More the rows I will add into the Excel sheet, the more the data it should work with. Okay. So this is a very good example I can say, guys. You see all the things got passed, and you see cap 1, cap 3, cap 9 came, and nothing got printed extra. So this is the final code, guys. I'll be sharing this final code in the notes. You can take it from there. Hope you are able to understand. Okay. So fine. That's all. I'll close all the other stuff. Then finally, we'll wind up the session. So that's all about this session, guys. In this session, we were able to read the data from the Excel files into the data provider, and from the data provider into the test method. Okay, we have used PyAPI also, and data provider was using PyAPI to read the data from the Excel files, and from there it converted into the two-dimensional object array, and then converted to the required parameter types, and then passed it into the data. Okay, we have done a lot of conversions here and there. It's a very realistic and real-time example, you can see. Okay, in real time you have to do some such kind of stuff where you cannot start with the row 1 in the Excel sheet. We have to start from the row 2, and for that array size should be different, and okay, the data, only data you have to store into the array. That logic should be like that, guys. Okay, so hope you had a great learning in this session. Okay, we should learn from the mistakes. I have also done a lot of mistakes while demonstrating. I thought it will be very easy, but when I get into the logic, right, something was missing, and then I just went here and there and modified the logic. Anyhow, I'm sharing the project code so that you also face these problems, guys. Explore, get these problems, and sort it out like this, the way I did, and then you will get the confidence. Okay, next time you do, you'll be more confident. Okay, so that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 40 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to execute tests in parallel by specifying parallel attribute in data provider method. So let's get started. So here we are going to execute the test in parallel by specifying this attribute known as parallel attribute in which method? In the method which is specified with @data provider annotation. Okay. With the help of this data provider method, we are going to execute the test in parallel in data driven testing. Okay. So anyhow, this is the syntax, guys. Okay. So you already know that from the previous sessions, I was explaining all about the data providers, okay, and how the data provider will supply the data to the test methods, right? So multiple sets of data can be passed from the data provider to the test method, and all the tests will be executed in a sequential manner by default. Okay, but if you provide this parallel is equal to true, parallel attribute which is by assigning some value like true to this data provider, all the tests, okay, all the data will be supplied to the test method at the same time, and the test will be executed in a parallel way, guys. Okay, we'll see that practically. So you'll understand more when I explain you or demonstrate this particular example to you in a practical way. So here is some previous project we have worked on where we have this test method, guys. Okay, this test method is written in Selenium, and here we are passing the email address and password to this test method from this data provider method. Okay, we already connected the test method and data provider method, and the data provider method has 3 sets of data here. First set of data, second set of data, email and password, third set of email and password. That means this particular test will be executed how many times? 3 times. Okay, 3 times, but in parallel way or sequential way? In sequential way. By default, it will be sequential way. Run this, you will see that all the tests will run. This particular same test will run 3 times, but in a sequential manner. Test after the another test. Once one test is completed, the next test will start like that. You see, only one browser will launch. You can observe that only one Chrome browser will launch, and the one test will be completed, guys. After that, one test is completed and tested completely, then next test will start. First test is completed, next test will start. Sequential manner, guys. It's not parallel. Second test is starting. It's taking time. Just press enter, guys. Okay. This is a demo application. In real time, you should not be doing that, but just for demo application. Okay. Third test. You see, all these tests got executed in a sequential manner test after the another test. As you can see, the results also verify login test has been, this particular test method has been executed 3 times because data provider method is applying the 3 sets of data one after the another, and test method got executed sequential fashion. And what if I provide something like parallel attribute, parallel, and I'll assign a value like false here? It doesn't make any sense, guys. Okay, whether you provide this parallel is equal to false or whether you don't provide, same thing will happen. You see here, if I run this again, the same test will be running in the sequential manner only because parallel attribute we have provided in the data provider method, but you have assigned false here. By default, if you provide or not provide, it will be false only. The test will be executed in a sequential order, one after another one. Okay, first test got executed, then second test will be executed, then third test will be executed. You see, sequential fashion, guys, nothing much. All the 3 tests got executed in a sequential fashion. There is no difference in providing that attribute actually by specifying it as false. But what if I provide true? All the 3 tests will be executed in parallel fashion now. You see that 3 browsers should launch for us. Run this. Now, in the data provider, I provided the parallel attribute as true. You see, 3 browsers will launch. Chrome browser, Chrome driver was started, Chrome driver was started, Chrome driver was started. 3 tests. You can see that 3 tests are running, guys. Okay, 1, 2, 3 tests. Okay. Okay, that it is not so easy, guys. A parallel execution sometimes fails. Okay, you see, not always it will pass. The thread problem will be there. That's okay. What is the problem? You see, element not interactable exception. Okay, I just let me run it again, guys. Let me run it again and to see whether it is working or not again. I'll not disturb the test. This time only 1 test got passed. Okay, remaining 2 tests got failed. Maybe element interaction happened. Okay, another exception came when 3 browsers got open. Let's see whether it will work or not. Okay. 1, 2, 3. How many tests will run? Let's see in parallel execution. 1 test is running for now. Second test is running. 3 tests got passed, guys. Okay, we should not be disturbing that. Okay, when you disturb that, it is not working. Okay. Anyhow, the 3 tests got executed in a parallel fashion. So this what is a parallel attribute, guys? If you mention this parallel attribute in the data provider annotated method, okay, in the data provider annotation, this inside the circular brackets, if you provide this parallel attribute with the value as true, all the 3 tests will be executed in a parallel fashion. But this approach will fail when you have more sets of data. 3 sets of data my system can manage. Performance of my system will be okay. Okay, it is enough. Whatever the performance or capability of my machine is enough for executing 3 tests in a parallel fashion. But what if you have here 20 sets of data? For example, same sets of data. I'll put a comma here and I'll copy this. Copy the same data, guys. Okay, 3 sets of data I copied. Now I'll copy 6 sets of data. I'll put a comma here and copy 6 sets of data. Okay, what's the problem? First set of data, second set of data. If I remove this, it's not going. First set of data, comma, second set of data, comma, comma, comma. Here, some extra thing came. Here, I'll close it. Now here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 sets of data. A bit of performance, okay? Maybe my system may or may not support this much amount of data, guys. That's the problem, right? So run this. All 12 browsers will launch at the same time. That's the problem. We'll see 12 browsers launching at the same time. 12 Chrome drivers. You see Chrome driver, Chrome driver, Chrome driver, 12 sets of data. Okay, so lot of browsers will be opening at the same time. We don't know whether the my performance of my system will support this kind of, my network will support this much of thing or not. I don't know. See, 12 browsers will be opening up, and you see the network loading and all may or may not work. We don't know. Okay, this approach may or may not work, and this is a problem, guys. This is a problem if you provide parallel is equal to true in you see working somewhere. I don't know, like whether it will pass or fail because my system may or may not be able to handle so much of you see the slowness. You can see the slowness, right? How slow it is clicking on the login button and all. Okay, we'll try that. We'll try our level best and to see whether it is supporting or not. For 3 tests it was supporting, but for 12 tests my system became a bit slow. What if, imagine if I provide 100 sets of data, whether 100 browsers can open in my machine and my machine can handle that? Absolutely not, guys. Okay, that's the problem. So this is where one more concept comes into picture, where we have to change the thread count. Okay, at a time how many browsers should launch? Even though the data provider an attribute is mentioned parallel is equal true, you see it is not running, guys. Okay, just press enter here. Otherwise it will not move forward. Okay. Even there is a problem with this application also. I have to keep on pressing enter. It's working anyhow, but you see, 12 tests got somehow it has managed, but it was slow, guys. Okay. I have to admit that it is kind of slow. Parallel execution happened, but it was slow, guys. Okay. What if there are 100 sets of data? So we have to, even though you have multiple sets of data, I want at a time only 2 sets of data to be running every time. Okay. I want to limit the number of tests that need to be executed. Parallel execution should be there, but I want to limit. I don't want all the 12 sets of data to be executed at the same time. Rather, I want 3 or 2 sets of data to be executed at a time. How to do that? That I'm going to explain in the next session. Okay. So after this session, I'm going to take another session for you. Okay, we have one more attribute that we have to specify in the TestNG XML file. Okay, we cannot provide that attribute in the data provider method. When you have this kind of situation where we have 12 sets of data or 100 sets of data, and still you want to execute the test in parallel way, but only 2 or 3 test sets at the time. If you want to control the amount of parallel tests that need to be executed, then we have to create a TestNG XML file. In that, we have to provide one attribute, guys. That attribute I will cover in the next session. Okay. This session is all about parallel attribute, how to provide the parallel attribute in data provider, and how the parallel attribute will execute the test in parallel by mentioning that as parallel is equal true in the data provider annotation method. And what is the disadvantage of using that? It doesn't have any control of limiting the number of tests that need to be run parallel. If you have 100 sets of data, 100 tests will run parallelly. That is the problem with this parallel attribute by specifying the data provider method. That problem we are going to solve in the next session. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, as I mentioned, I'm going to cover another topic on TestNG. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to part 41 of TestNG training series. This session is a continuation of the previous session. Okay. To understand this session, you have to go through the previous session, guys. Okay. And in this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to control the count of parallel tests that need to be executed by data provider by specifying this data provider thread count attribute in TestNG XML file. So let's get started. So here is the thing. The previous session I showed you how to execute the test in parallel by specifying parallel attribute in data provider method. And as I mentioned, this session is a continuation of the previous session. Here, there is no control of how many tests need to be run in parallel, guys. Okay. So what I mean by that is, if I go to this Eclipse IDE, for example, if I have this 12 sets of data here, and here parallel is equal to test, parallel is equal to true is mentioned in the data provider. In this case, what happens is when I run this test, okay, this test is connected to this data provider, and this data provider is going to supply the data to this test method as explained in the previous session. So this test need to run multiple times. For every set of data it has to run, but here parallel is equal to true is mentioned. Hence, all the 12 browsers will open at the same time. Okay, there is no control in how many sets of data need to be executed parallelly. Here all sets of data will be executed parallelly. Here 12 sets are there, 12 browsers will open up. Here 100 sets of data is there, 100 browsers will open up parallelly, guys. There is no control in how many browsers should open up for running the test. Okay, just run this. You will see that all the browsers will, 12 sets of data, right? 12 browsers will keep opening up. There is no control in the count of the tests that are running parallelly. You see all the browsers will at a time open up. Okay, you'll see that soon. Okay, 12 tests will be running. You see 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, more than 6 7 8 9 10 11. And also it's kind of slow, guys, because you see the more tests which will run parallelly, the performance of the machine may not support, and the tests will run bit slow, guys. Okay, you see the tests are running very slow. Tests are running very slow. You see the even the typing you can see. Generally, you don't see this kind of slowness. Okay, and you run them individually. But here parallel execution is happening, so the tests are running very slow. Okay, the tests are running very slow. Here sequential execution is not happening, guys. And also something got failed. You see performance problems. Okay, these are all performance problems, guys. Okay, if they are not running means don't think that there is some wrong. Okay, so all the tests got passed, but somewhere you got some socket problems and all those stuff, socket exception, connection reset. All this is performance issues, guys. So I need to set a control. I need to set a kind of control on the count of the tests that need to run here, but I cannot provide any annotation at the data provider level to control the amount of sets that need to execute it parallelly. Rather, I have to do that in testng.xml file. This project doesn't have the testng XML file, so I'll right click on the project. I'll right click on the project and select testng option here and say convert to testng. And as you can see here, testng.xml file with this test method. Okay, DTD demo, right? This is only one test we need. This test we don't need. I will remove this. Only one test I will generate. This is the test I want to run. Okay, so here is the XML content. It will be created directly under the project. Click on finish, guys. testng.xml file is created. Open the testng.xml file. testng.xml file, again it is containing the updation is not done, so remove this class. Only one class, that is gtd demo, where the test method having multiple sets of data is there. Okay, only I want to run that. So what I'm going to do is, here this thread count is not meant for data provider, guys. Okay, if you want to control the number of tests that are being invoked by data provider in parallel execution, right, for that this thread count will not be useful. This is for general tests. Okay, for test tag level thread count, this is okay. Remove that. It's not the one that we are going to use. We have to use something known as data provider related thread count. Okay, not normal thread count. We have to use data provider hyphen thread hyphen count is equal to, I'll set the count to 2, guys. Okay, no matter how many sets of data are there, doesn't matter. Attribute data provider must be declared for element type. Okay, sorry guys, we cannot specify this. That I have removed that, but we should not be specifying this at the test tag level. I forgot. Okay, we should be specifying this thing at the suit tag level. Remember this. Okay, should not be providing this data provided that count at the test tag level. It will give you the error. You have to move this to the suit level. Okay, at suit level you have to mention this and save this. Now this configuration of thread count control is mentioned in the testng XML file. If you run this individually again, it doesn't do any changes because testng XML has the settings, but this class doesn't have any settings. So I have to run this GTD demo class with the help of testng XML file so that the settings will be applied and thread count will be controlled to 2. No matter how many sets of data are there, only 2 tests will run at the same time. Okay, so I'll run the testng.xml file instead of invoking the class directly. Testng suit, I'll say I've run that. Only 2 tests will run parallelly at a time by this data provider. Okay, 12 data sets are there. Oh, you see only 2 browsers will be opening, and once they are closed, again another browser will be opening, guys. You see another only 2, another 2 browsers will open up because thread count is data provider thread count is 2, guys. Okay, at a time only 2. This will solve the problem of that 12 tests running at the same time. Okay, instead of 12 tests running at the same time, at a time only 2 parallel tests are running. Okay, we have controlled the count of the parallel tests that are running by the data provider. Okay, this is what is the purpose of data provider. Okay, thread count attribute that we provided in the testng.xml file, and we have to run the testng.xml file to make this happen. Okay, you see 12 tests, but thread count was 2 only. Okay, this is how, guys, we can control the parallel test thread count invoked by data provider using data provider thread count, which should be written inside the suit tag. First of all, it should be written in the suit tag. Okay, suit tag we have to write data provider thread count, and we have to mention the number of parallel tests that need to be executed at a time. Okay, and I practically demonstrated already. So that's all for this session, guys. Hope you understood this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 42 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use this timeout attribute in TestNG. So let's get started. So what exactly is this timeout attribute? So timeout attribute is generally specified with @test annotation. Okay, the methods which are provided with @test annotation has lot of attributes, guys. Timeout is one of the attribute. So what will happen when you specify this timeout attribute beside the @test annotation? This timeout attribute will decide the maximum time for the test to get executed. If the test doesn't get executed in this specified time, the test is going to fail. If the test successfully gets executed within the specified time, the test is going to pass. This is what in simple words is a timeout attribute, guys. Sometimes we get some client requirement saying that this particular scenario or test should not take more than this much time. If it is taking too much of time than given in the client requirements, then we are going to fail this and report them to the developers as a defects. Okay, To automate such kind of things, we have to use this timeout attribute to see whether this particular test case or a method should not be taking this much of time. Okay, not more than the given time. Okay, if it's taking more than the time, it is going to fail. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate this for you. For that, I'll open Eclipse IDE, guys, and here I'll create a new class. I'll right click and select new sample class. Inside this, I'll create a test method. Okay, inside the sample class, I'll create a test method. Okay, just give me a second. Public void. Let's say this is sample test only. Okay, sample test. I'll write some automation code here. At the rate test annotation, I'll provide. I'll not directly go to the timeout attribute, guys. First, I will demonstrate this test for you. I'll run this test for you without specifying any timeout here. Okay. First, I'll write some Selenium automation code, some sample Selenium automation code. WebDriver manager dot Chrome driver dot setup. Then WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Then driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Then driver dot get. Import this Chrome driver class also from Selenium. And here give the URL, guys. I'll take a different URL this time. omai.blogspot.com. I'll copy this URL. And after going to that URL, what I will do here is I'll just type some text into the text area field. Inspect this text area field. This text area field has an ID. Copy this ID and simply say driver dot find element by dot ID. Provide the ID dot send keys. I'll type my some details. Okay. Like my name is Arun Moturi, like this. I'll type into the text area field. And after typing, I just want to close the browser. That's it. Okay. Driver.quit. Driver.quit. Okay. I'll just type my name is Arun Motori here. And then I'll quit the browser. This is what I wanted to do. But how much time this particular test method is actually taking, we can find it out first of all. Okay. Before we use any attribute like timeout attribute here and specify the time in which this particular test method need to be completed execution. Before that, let's naturally find out how much time this particular test method is actually taking. Okay, run this. The Chrome browser will launch. It will maximize and it will open the application URL specified in that get method. Then it is going to type, it will be very fast sometimes. You see, the test got passed and let's see. It took something around 12 seconds. 12.216. Okay. What if the client gave a requirement where it should be completed in 8 seconds? So I'll give an attribute here. According to the client requirements, I am giving this. Assume that. Okay. Timeout. Timeout attribute is equal to. I'll give 8,000 milliseconds. Over the mouse. This is time out or. Okay. I'll give double quotes and I think this is not the thing. First of all, timeout change to timeout. If I change to timeout, then okay, 8,000. Now it is working fine. This is timeout attribute, guys. Okay. Yeah, even if you go with data provider, data provide P will be capital, right? So it follows camel case. Okay. So here also I need to change, guys. I just made a mistake here. Timeout. Okay. This is a timeout attribute. So the second word's first letter should be in capital, guys. Okay. If you, I thought like it will be completely lowercase, but it's not. Okay. The second word's first letter is capital. Timeout is equal to 8,000 means 8,000 milliseconds, guys. Over the mouse, you'll get all the details. Milliseconds you have to give. In milliseconds, you are giving 8,000 milliseconds is 8 seconds. If this particular test method doesn't complete in 8 seconds, then what will happen? The test will fail. Let's see whether the test will pass or fail. Okay. I too don't know whether it will pass or fail. Okay. Sometimes it happens surprisingly that test may be completed within 8 seconds also. We don't know. Let's see naturally. Let's see how much time. It's loading the application page is loading. Then it has to type some text into the text area field. No, it failed, guys. You see, timeout exception already has come. The timeout related exception may have already come because next steps have not been done and the browser has not been closed. That means this particular test method has already taken good amount of time and it is exceeding the time that we have given and it failed. You see, sample test got failed. What is the reason for the exception? You can find it here. Thread timeout exception. Method test sample test didn't finish within the timeout 8 seconds. Within the 8 seconds, it didn't complete, guys. It took more than whatever that is mentioned. What if I got a client requirement specifying that this should not take more than 15 seconds? If I give 15,000 milliseconds and see, let's see whether if this particular test completes within that 15 seconds, the test need to pass, right? Let's run this and see. The browser will close, guys, automatically. Driver quit because exception will come means test will stop there itself and browser closing all will not happen. Okay, otherwise you have to put them in the after test method and then only the browser will close. Now it happened properly because I gave 15 seconds and it completed in 9 seconds, 9.9, almost near to 10 seconds. Earlier when I gave 8 seconds, it was not unable to complete and because while loading the page itself, it was taking a lot of time. So it didn't do any other stuff. Okay, these last two lines were not executed in the previous run. Now, since I gave 15 seconds, it got enough time to run and all. But here, I should not decide the time, guys. Okay, client has to decide the time. Okay, according to the performance expectations and needs of the client. If you get a requirement where a particular test need to be completed within this time, this much time, or a set of test methods should be completed in this much time only, then we may have to use the timeout attribute. Okay, so in real time, like it's not that much. I didn't see people using this timeout, but there may be some cases where people may use timeout. Okay, it's not it's not a frequently used attribute, I can say, but this is a functionality. The test method need to complete the execution within the specified time, maximum time. If it exceeds this maximum time that is specified, the test will fail and you will get that exception that I have shown you. Okay, that's what is the timeout, guys. So I'll remove the timeout from here. There's no need of timeout. Okay, so fine. So hope you understood what exactly is timeout and how to use with the test methods. Okay, and it all depends to use this timeout attribute whenever only when you get requirements from your client specifying that this particular method should be run or complete running in complete execution in within the specified time, like 15 seconds or 8 seconds or 5 seconds, whatever the time they give, that we have to put there. And then if the test completely executes within that time, the test will pass. Otherwise the test will give you an exception and the remaining steps will not be executed. Okay, so that's all for this session, guys. In the next session I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 43 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use expected exceptions attribute in TestNG. So let's get started. Expected exceptions attribute is one of the attribute in TestNG which can be used with @test annotation. Okay, and the purpose of using this particular attribute in TestNG is for performing the negative testing to check whether we are getting a particular exception or not. When you run a piece of code, are you getting the exception that you are expecting to come? It's a reverse way, guys. Okay, we generally don't want the exceptions to occur, right? We generally handle the exceptions, but here the case is reverse. Here you are thinking in a negative way where when you run a piece of code, you are expecting an exception. If the exception doesn't come, then you are failing the test. Reverse way. Okay, that is expected exceptions. But does the software testers really use these expected exceptions in real time for test automation? The answer is simply no, guys. Okay, it's not really used for test automation purpose, but developers may use it, guys. Okay, developers may use it, but still we have to learn in the interview point of view, because in the interviews they may ask you this question: what is expected exceptions? Okay, you should be in a position to answer. You should have this knowledge and should be able to answer this. Okay, though we don't use in real time, you can mention that also. We don't generally use this in real time, all this stuff. Then you can explain your knowledge, you can showcase your knowledge there. Okay, but developers will use this, guys. Okay, you see, when building an application, the functionality, let's say if you're, let's say there is a field like email address field. If you are providing a valid email address, you will not get an exception. But if you're intentionally providing an invalid email address into the email address field, where @ symbol is missing or some .com is missing, what will happen? you will immediately get a warning message kind of thing on the UI. Similarly, the code is actually giving you an exception there. Now developers want to check that piece of code by giving an invalid input, that exception is being raised or not. Such practical purpose you think in the terms of developer guys, this will be useful. Okay, in terms of unit testing, developers may use this expected exceptions attribute to check whether when a user enters invalid input to the code, whether the code is raising the exception or not. In that case, it is valid only, right? Valid scenario only it looks like. But in test automation, we generally don't use it, guys. That's the only thing. Okay. So this is how we have to use, guys, with @test annotation. The circular brackets expected exceptions is equal. You can provide any number of exceptions, okay, that you're expecting. Okay, all these exceptions should come, guys, then only this test will pass, otherwise the test will fail. Okay, I'll practically demonstrate this for you. Anyhow, just come back here. So here, guys, I'll just move this driver dot quit into one of the like after method kind of, okay, annotated method, public void tear down. No matter whether test will pass or fail, this driver dot quit should be executed. Okay, whether the exception come doesn't matter, the browser has to quit. So here I'll say at the rate after method. This particular method will run after the test method. Okay, and here the driver is not global, so I have to make it global first, and I have to remove the declaration from the local method. It is all good. Okay, so now beside this test method, I'll write something like this: expected exception is equal to, provide the curly braces, and you can provide the list of exceptions that you are expecting from this code. But for now, I'll write only one exception, guys. Let's say I'm expecting from this code a no such element exception. No such element exception from Selenium I'm expecting. Over the mouse, say dot class, otherwise. You have to specify dot class, guys, otherwise it is not going to work. Over the mouse, and now import this from here. Java.util is coming, Selenium is coming. Select Selenium, guys, okay? So this is Selenium code. So you should expect the exception also from Selenium. But here in this case, this code is not going to give you an exception because there is this particular element is a valid element. Okay, there is a text area field having this TA1 as the ID. In this application URL, there is a text area field having the ID of that the ID of the text area field is TA1. So it will locate the element properly, and because of locating the element, it will not, this particular code will not throw any no such element exception. And so, but what do you think? The test will fail or pass in this case? You are expecting an exception known as no such element exception, but the code is not giving you an exception. In this case, the test will pass or fail. The test will fail, guys. Okay, we'll see that happening. No matter whether the test will pass or fail, the driver will quit. That's why we moved into the after method. Run this code, guys. The code will not give you any exception, but you are expecting an exception using this attribute. Since exception is not coming, this particular test method is going to fail, not going to pass. See that? Respect of this, the browser will close, and fail is coming. You see, the sample test got failed. What was the reason for failure? It was expecting an exception, test exception. Okay, so it is expecting to get an exception, but of type no such element, but it has not happened. What if I just modify this code like 1 2 3 here? This particular ID I modified it intentionally so that there is no element on this website having this particular ID as TA123. So no such element exception will come here. Since no such element exception will be thrown by this code, since the test method is also expecting the no such element exception, since it is expecting and it is coming, the test is going to pass surprisingly, right? This is how it works. Click on the run button. You'll see that this element, this line 30 will give no such element exception. And we are also expecting no such element exception. Since we are expecting and it's happening, the test is going to pass. The test is going to pass. As you can see, pass is called 1. Sample test got passed because the exception has been thrown. Whatever we are expecting has happened. That's why the test got passed. This is how crazy it is to work with expected exceptions, but we generally don't use it in real time, guys. Okay, that's what you have to know. So hope, guys, you understood how to use this expected exceptions attribute, but we generally don't use in real time, but the interview purpose or interview point of view, you should have the knowledge of explaining what exactly this expected exceptions attribute is, even though you don't generally use in real time. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 44 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to perform parallel execution of the automation tests in TestNG using attributes like parallel and thread count. So let's get started. So how to perform the parallel execution of the test in TestNG using parallel and thread count attributes in TestNG. First of all, before directly jumping on to parallel execution, we have to understand what is sequential execution. Okay. Thereafter, I'll explain what is parallel execution and its advantages. Okay. First, let's go with the sequential execution. In sequential execution, the test will be executed one after the other. Tests get executed. Okay. The automation test or the TestNG test gets executed one after the other in sequential execution. Okay. After one test is completed, then only the next test will start the execution. After that test got executed, then another test will get executed. So this is the process in sequential execution. I'll do a practical demonstration so that it will be more easy for you to understand. So guys, what I'm going to do is I'll directly jump onto the Eclipse IDE. Here we have a sample project which is already configured with all the stuff required. As you can see that in the previous sessions. Okay, under SRC test Java, there is a package known as test package. Here I'll create a class like I'll just create some three classes. Okay, first one I'll say is as register. Click on finish. Let's wait for the register to create. Okay, in this register, I'll create some test methods. Public void register with only mandatory fields. This is one of the test. Okay, register with only mandatory fields. And I'll provide @test annotation and import this @test annotation from TestNG library. That's it. Here, instead of writing the real Selenium automation code, I'll be writing a print statement. Okay, so I'll not be writing Selenium automation code. If I write so, the session will take longer. Okay, our focus is not on Selenium here. Our focus is on the parallel execution and sequential execution TestNG. Okay, so here I'll write some print statements instead. Stum.out.println, and here I'll say the class name, that is register, then the method name register with only mandatory fields. Then here I'll append with something, guys. At the end I'll append with something, that is plus thread dot current thread dot get id. Okay, you see threads will be allocated, guys. Okay, if you go for multitasking in Java or something, what happens is multiple threads will be allocated so that multiple tasks can be performed at the same time. But here, I am first demonstrating only the sequential execution where only one thread will be allocated. Okay, just to prove that only one thread is getting allocated for all these test methods one by one. The test methods will be executed only on a single thread. To demonstrate that, I'm printing the thread ID that is being utilized by all these test methods for execution one after the other in sequential execution. Okay, that's why I provided thread dot current thread dot get id. I'll create one more method. Few more methods I'll create in this register class. Similarly, I'll create login and create few more methods, and then search class, and then few more methods, test methods. Okay. Register with all fields. By providing all fields, you are going to register here at the rate test. I'll do one more thing, guys. I'll give the priority there itself. so that we know which one executes first inside this particular class. Priority is equal to 2. The same thing, guys, just copy paste this one here just to save time. Priority. Okay, then register with all fields and thread count, thread dot current thread dot get ID. The next one, I can copy paste if I require. I'll just modify the names and all those stuff. Priority is equal to 3. Register without providing any fields, without providing any fields. If you try to register, it should give warning messages, right? Generally. Yeah. Now for last test, not take much time, guys. I'm just copy pasting so that will save our time. Register with register a duplicate account. Try to register a duplicate account by providing a duplicate email address. Okay, which will not be possible. Anyhow, you'll get a error message in real time. So we have to verify whether it's not allowing you to register. Okay. Done, guys. 4 tests I created in the register.java file under the test package. I'll create one more class now. I'll just, did I provide the priorities? Yes. Okay, I'll create one more class now. Right click new class. I'll name this class as login. Click on finish. Now here, under the login, I'll create test methods. Public void login with valid credentials. Login with valid credentials. I'll say add the rate test over the mouse and import this and give priority is equal to 1. Say system.out.println. I provide the name of the class, name of the method, and I'll append that with plus thread dot current thread dot get ID. Done. Next one. For next one, I'll copy paste this method just to save time. I'll just modify the details. Login with valid email and invalid password. Okay, this is another test. I'll copy this, paste it here. That's it. Copy this, create one more test. 3. Login with invalid email and valid password. Then fourth test I'm creating. Login with invalid credentials, that is invalid email and invalid password. Both are invalid. Then fifth test I'm creating. Login without credentials, without providing credentials. That's nothing but. This test is also completed. For total 5 tests along with the priorities I have given in the login. Similarly, I'll create one more class known as search. Click on finish. I'll create a method public void search a valid product. At the rate test over the mouse, import this, search for a valid product. Here I'll say system.out.println. I'll give the class name first, followed by the test method name. Then I'll append that with thread dot current thread dot get ID. Okay. Now I'll copy this method. I'll give the priority first of all. Priority is equal to 1. Copy this. I'll create around 3 test methods here. Second test method I'm creating now. Search with search an invalid product. Search an invalid product. Then third one, search no product. Don't give any details. Search without providing any product details. Okay. So 3 tests I created in the search.java, and 1 to 3 are the priorities. That's okay. Now 3 tests are there. Now close all this stuff, and I'll create a TestNG XML file containing all these classes containing all the test methods, so that I can run all these 3 classes containing all the test methods at a go. Where register is containing 4 tests, login is containing 5 tests, and search is containing 3 tests. 5 plus 4 plus 3, that is around 12 tests are there, guys. 12 test methods are there. So how these 12 test methods will be executed? Okay, they will be executed sequentially, one by one after the other one. Okay, they will be executed, and in a sequential order they will be executed. Right click new, sorry, right click TestNG, convert to TestNG, I have to say, and you will be creating the TestNG XML file directly under the project with all these 3 tests. You see, login, search, and register. Click on finish. Here I'll change the order of the execution. The TestNG XML file. First, I would like to run the register test. There, I would like to run the order I am changing. You see, first register related test will run, then login related test will run, then search related test will run. That's okay, but here I'll do some changes, guys. I'll tell you what are the changes. I created 3 classes: register, few methods, login, few methods, search, few methods. Print statements I created, and then now created the TestNG XML files. I'll create test tags for each class above, like register test, login test, search test, like this. Instead of putting all these classes in a single test, what I'm going to do is, I'll copy this. I'll remove the comments, guys. I'll remove the comments. Unnecessary things I'll remove. I'll remove this thread count also for a while. Okay. When parallel execution, I'll include it again. So I'll copy this test tag, paste it 2 times. 2 times. Okay. First one I'll say register test. I'll name this test as register. Under the suite, we have the register test, and here only register class will be there. This is a better way of organizing for now. And here, this is going to be the login test. Login test, and here only login class will be there. And here I'll make this as a search test, and here only search class will be there. Package.search. Okay. Now, this is one thing. Is there anything left out? I removed the thread count. Now I have to run the TestNG XML file. You will see that test will run in a sequential fashion on a single thread only. There will be a single thread allocated. Okay. How many test methods are there overall? In this, 5 tests are there. 5 test methods are there. In this, 4 test methods are there. In this, 3 test methods are there. But here only one thread will be there. One thread will be like, for example, guys, you went into a hotel. You went into a hotel. There is a hotel like this. Okay. There are 12 people. 12 people means 12 test methods across 3 classes, right? First register class, then we have login class, and we have search class. All of them 12 are there. Okay. But there is a hotel. Assume that there are hotel. 12 people went to the hotel, but in this hotel, surprisingly, only one table with one chair is available. Only one chair. Okay. Only one person can sit and eat. What we will do? Out of 12 people, only one person will go and occupy this table. After this person completes the eating, then out of the remaining 11, another person will go and occupy the table. Then another person, then another person. Like that, sequentially, one after the another. First person, second person, third person, fourth person, fifth person, and finally, 12th person will be going and occupying the table and eating. Okay. This is what is a sequential order. What is the problem with the sequential execution? Time will be wasted, right? As you can clearly see, only one table, one chair, and here 12 people came, means 12 people have to wait for every person to complete their meal. Okay. First person completes the meal. If he takes some 30 minutes, after 30 minutes, another person will go and occupy, and then he may take 25 or 25 minutes, let's say. Third person, after waiting for 30 and 25, there is 55 minutes. Third person will go and do it for 40 minutes. Okay. Like different people will eat at different times, right? So amount of time, right? So every person has to wait until the other person comes. This is what is sequential execution, guys. Here time will be wasted as other people have to wait. Same thing here, guys. This hotel having this hotel is something where there is a single table and single chair. This single table and chair is nothing but a thread. Only one thread got allocated here. Okay, in sequential execution, only one thread will be allocated, and all these 12 test methods will be running one by one on the single thread. Okay, if this thread is occupied with one test, other tests have to wait for this thread to be free. Then only the second test can run on this thread. Okay, that's what is the concept, guys, at a high level. Okay, fine. And also, what is the order of the execution? As you can see, the order of the execution is pretty clear here. First, the order will be given, priority will be given to the testng XML file. In this testng XML file, first register test will run. The test of register will run. Okay, thread will be occupied with all the register tests because we have given this register as the first priority here in the testng XML file. And under this register also we have given the individual priorities, priority 1, priority 2. Out of all these 4 test methods, okay, thread will be occupied by this register with only mandatory fields first, then register with all fields next, then register after it is completed, then register without providing any fields, then register a duplicate account, fourth position, that is. After all the register test methods are completed, then next test related test methods will be running where login related. So then login will start, and here also priorities are there. Login with valid credentials will run first, and after the login with valid credentials is completed, then login with valid email and invalid password login. Then after that, login with invalid email and valid password. Okay, only one thread is there, so they have to wait. These test methods will wait for their priority to come. After all these 5 are completed, then finally, as per the testng XML file, search test will run, where search has 3 things, and in that also priorities are there. Search a valid product will run first, then search an invalid product, then search for no product. This is the order that they will be executed. Okay, we'll see that, but only one thread will be allocated on only one thread. That is, if you take the real world hotel example, only one table, one chair is there. Only that one person has to sit on that table or chair. Okay, table with chair to eat, and the next person will go and eat. Like the same thing will happen here, guys. That table and chair is nothing but thread here, and here number of people are nothing but the test methods that need to be run. Okay, 12 test methods are there across all these classes, and the order in which they will be executed, I already told you as per the testng XML file, the order mentioned, and also in the individual classes, priority attribute is there. As per that order, the test will be executed. But this is a sequential execution, guys. Okay, so one by one, right click run as TestNG suite. It will be a bit fast because these are only print statements. You will see that first register related tests are running. Register with only mandatory fields. What is the thread? Allocated thread is thread ID is 1. After this particular test method got executed on the thread 1, on the same thread, the next test method will be executed from the register class. Then next test method will be executed from register class on the same thread. Next test method from the register class as per the priority. Then after all the register tests are completed, this part is completed, then second test, that is a login. Again on the same thread, 5 login tests will be executed one by one, sequential order. Okay. Then search, all the search tests in sequential order will be executed on the single thread. You see, thread IDs are same. That means on a single table, everyone is eating one after the other. Okay. So this is what is sequential execution, guys. After register test, then login test, then search test. Okay. So here we have search test, right? Search test. Okay, fine. Here it is. Let me run it again. Right click run as TestNG suite. Yeah, now it came properly. Register test, login test, and search test. Okay, total 12 tests. This is what is the sequential, guys. Only one thread will be allocated, and a single thread, all the tests will be executed one after the other in a sequential and according to their priorities and the order in which they are mentioned in the TestNG XML file. Now let's go with the parallel execution. So what is parallel execution and how it is different from the sequential execution? In sequential execution, okay, so all the tests were running in a sequential manner, one after the another one on a single thread, right? But in parallel execution, the tests will get executed simultaneously at the same time. Multiple tests will be executed simultaneously at the same time. While one test is running, other tests will not wait for this test to complete. Okay, other tests will not wait for this particular test to complete. So if you talk about, let's say, one example for sequential execution is, let's say there is a railway station. Okay, there is only one counter. In the railway station, there is only one counter where the person who is giving the tickets is sitting in the counter, and a lot of people came. Okay, so the train will arrive in just next 15 minutes, and there are like 20 people, 20 or more than 20 people standing in a line before that counter, and that person who is issuing the tickets is taking a lot of time. Let's say for every person he is giving some ticket in a slow manner. Okay, so here the people who are standing in a line has to wait. Okay, they are very concerned that the train is going to come in 15 minutes, and this ticket count person who is issuing the tickets has to complete giving the tickets to all these people, 20 and above people in that time. Okay, so it may happen, it may not happen. It may happen where the person who is issuing the tickets may not be able to issue the tickets to all these people in the specified time. He's wasting the time, right? So for every person, if he's taking 2 to 3 minutes, assume that there are 20 people, it will take 60 minutes, that is 1 hour, but train is approaching in 1 hour. Okay, 15 minutes. So that's what is a problem with the sequential execution. The other person who is standing next to the line has to wait for his or her turn to come to take the ticket from that issuer. Okay, and that's because only single counter is there on, all these people are standing in a line, and that person cannot give tickets at a time to everyone. Okay, so one by one that person will be giving. That is sequential execution. But if you go with parallel execution, let's take the same railway station example where there are multiple counters. Okay, let's say there are 10 counters and 20 people came. Assume that there are 20 counters. Okay, 20 is too much anyhow. Let's say 10 counters, otherwise 10 counters, and uh, 10 counters are there. Even 10 is also big number. Even 5 counters are there, and this 20 people came. Okay, so what this 20 people will do is they will divide by themselves into all these 5 counters, right? 5 people in one counter and 5 people in another counter, 5 people in another counter and 5 people in another, and like that 5 5 5 5 they will be dividing. That means tickets are being issued for multiple people at the same time, 5 people at the same time. At a time, the capacity is 5 people at the same time. If it is taking 2 minutes, 5 to the 10 minutes, for example, okay, or 3 minutes also, let's say every person it is taking 3 minutes also, the ticket counter people will be giving up to 5 people in 15 minutes. The train will approach in 15 minutes. You see, the problem is resolved. The time has been saved and everyone gets the ticket and they can get into the train. This is what is parallel execution with a real world example. Here, the tests need to run. The tests not all the tests don't have to wait for another test to be completed. Rather, okay, rather multiple tests will run based on the slots available. Okay, based on the threads available. We are going to decide the count of the threads. In sequential execution, I have shown earlier only one thread was allocated with an ID 1, and all the test methods were running one after the other one on the single thread known as 1. You can see the results. But here in parallel execution, this is going to change. We'll be allocating multiple threads. Okay, some IDs will be allocated that multiple threads. It may be 2 threads or 3 threads or whatever the threads, and multiple tests will be running simultaneously because there are multiple places. If you take the hotel example, earlier there was only one table and chair where only one person can sit and eat, and other if 12 people go to the hotel, 9 to 11 people have to wait for their turn. Okay, but here 12 people go and there are 3 tables with 3 chairs. That means 3 people can go and sit at a time. Remaining 9 people will wait. Okay, and if any of the slot gets cleared up, immediately if out of these 9 people, remaining 3 people will go and sit and eat. Okay, then 6 people will be remaining. After they completed, like at least the time will be saved, right? If you increase the slots, let's say if you increase the slots by for 12 people are there, there are 6 tables, let's say. So it is more easy now. First 6 people will go and eat, and then next 6 people will go and eat once their slots are completed. Okay, once the tables are cleared up, we'll go and sit and eat. Okay, so test gets executed simultaneously, and so this is what is the advantage, guys. Test gets executed simultaneously. So you already have known the purpose here. With these examples, real world examples I gave, you already got the purpose of the parallel execution. That is saves time, saves execution time, because the test node don't have to wait for other tests to be completed. Okay, so because multiple slots are there, multiple threads are there, multiple tests can run simultaneously, and that automatically saves the time. Okay, okay, fine. So here system performance may lag. There is one drawback. Even though there is a advantage, but there is a drawback, guys. System performance. If I am running this multiple tests, okay, if these are real Selenium automation tests, you see, uh, if so many browsers open up in my single machine, which doesn't have enough system configuration to handle such kind of browsers, number of browsers at a time execution, automatically the performance of the machine will go down. Okay, the machine may not respond properly based on the CPU and RAM size and all. Okay, the system may not respond properly and will run the test very slow. Ultimately, even though you are running the test parallel, okay, even though you are running the test parallel, because of the performance issues of your machine, if, because of you don't have required required system configuration like better CPU and better RAM, then this approach is not going to work out, because ultimately when multiple tests will get executed in different browsers at a time in Selenium automation or whatever the automation, the test will run very slow compared to the individual execution time. Individually, if you run the test will run very fast. But if you run multiple tests at the same time in a single machine, what happens? The performance of the machine will become low, and the test will run very slow. Okay, so that's what is one drawback, guys. Okay, that all depends on the type of the machines you are using. If you are using a very good machine having very good configuration, that doesn't, this drawback won't be there. Okay, and also there is a solution for this drawback also. To when you enable the parallel execution, there is a solution. Okay, there is solution. Instead of single machine, we can use multiple machines. Okay, we can connect multiple machines over the network, and then we can run tests on those different machines. Okay, so that is possible, guys. Okay, so there are solutions. Okay, we are not saying that parallel execution is not possible. Parallel execution is possible, uh, is fruitful, and it saves time when the configuration, system configuration support, or there are multiple machines to run your parallel executed tests. Okay, one test will run on one machine and another test will run on another machine. It will take some, it will be faster, right? We have to find out the ways to run the test faster. Okay, so I'll explain more about the distribution of the test later. Okay, but for now let's focus on the purpose of the parallel execution is to save time. Okay, and that is possible only with a better system configuration and better way of infrastructure you have. Okay, the network or computers, or a single computer which is very good in speed, anything is fine. Either a single computer which is a super fast computer is also fine, or you don't have super fast computers, you have normal computers which can run one test in a smoother way, then you have to connect multiple machines. Okay, that kind of approaches we follow, and parallel execution will be fruitful, and it is going to save the time. That happens in real time, guys. Okay, we will be fruitfully making the parallel execution possible. Okay, so because multiple tests will be executed simultaneously at the same times on either different machines or on single machine, if the single machine is a super kind of having good configurations and has a capability to run the parallel test at the same time without degrading the performance of the tests. Then for enabling the parallel execution, we have two attributes, guys. That is parallel attribute and thread count attribute. Okay, we have to mention something like, for example, I'm saying, okay, for example, parallel is equal test. We have to mention at the suit tag level, and thread count, how many slots, how many threads you want to allow. The sequential execution, only one thread was there, but in parallel execution you want multiple threads. Okay, you want multiple threads. So here I mentioned two threads means in a hotel. Imagine that in the sequentialization earlier in the hotel, there was only one table and chair out of 12 test methods. Okay, 12 people going to the hotel, one person can only sit and eat, then remaining 11 people have to wait. In that 11 people again, after the table gets vacated, the next person will go like that. But here I am saying two threads. Two thread count is equal to means two tables and two chairs are there where two people out of 12 people, two people at a time can go and eat at same time, so that somewhat time is saved, and remaining 10 people will wait for their turn. And once any of the slot is completed, other person will jump in, or the remaining people will keep on moving and until all the people complete their meal. Okay, so we are increasing the thread count. The thread count can be 2, thread count can be 3, and so on. Okay, it depends on us how many thread counts we want to give. According to the machine configurations and system configurations supported, without degrading the performance, we have to decide the thread count. We have to control the number of tests which need to be executed parallelly. That's what I am saying. Okay. So these two attributes, parallel and thread count, we have to mention at the suit tag level for now. I'll explain more about this parallel and thread count, how the test will be allocated to this test methods will be running on this allocated threads and all in detailed manner, in in diagrammatical manner in the upcoming sessions. But for now, in the coming sessions, I'll do that. But for now, let's get a feel of how the parallel execution will work. Okay, let's get a feel of how the parallel execution will work, where tests will be executed parallelly. Okay, so how the threads are allocated to this test methods and all those stuff. Let's see that. Okay, earlier there was only one thread, but now we have like 2 or 3 threads. Let's see. Run the test in parallel mode. How to run the test in parallel mode? Here 2 tests will execute parallel at a time. I'll explain how these threads tests getting allocated to the allocated threads in detail in the next session. I told you, right? So let's do that parallel execution. First of all, I'll close this, and here at the suit level, I'll add something like parallel attribute. This is one of the attribute. Parallel is equal to, I'll say true, guys, and comma space, sorry, space. Parallel is equal to true is one thing, and thread hyphen count is equal to, I'll say 2. Okay, here parallel is equal to test, guys, not true. Test. Parallel is equal to test is one thing, and thread count is equal to is another thing. You have to give it correctly. Parallel and thread count are 2 attributes. At suit tag level, you have to give. Don't give for now at the test tag level. I'll explain more about when to give at suit tag level, when to give at the test tag level later. But for now, we are giving these 2 attributes at the suit tag level so that it will be applied for all the tests. Parallel is equal to test and thread count is equal to 2. More detailed explanation of parallel is equal to test will be explained in the next session. So we'll wait for that. Okay. So guys, this is the thing. 2 threads will be allocated. How the test methods will be executed parallelly, we'll see that. Okay, how many 2 threads will be created? That means 2 slots are there for execution, and there are multiple tests to be executed. And how these tests are occupying these 2 tables in the hotel, like that, we'll see that. Okay. Now run these tests are going to be executed in parallel. Parallel execution. Here only 2 slots to be 2 tests to be executed parallel. Okay, we can increase the count if required. Right click, run as TestNG suit. 2 thread IDs will come. You see here 2 thread IDs are there. At a time 2 tests are running. For that you see uh, thread IDs 21 and 22 are allocated. 2 threads are there now, 21, 22. You see everywhere 20, 21, 22, 22, 21, 22, 21, 22, 21, 21, 21. Okay. So what's happening here is this test method has occupied this thread known as occupied this table or thread known as 22, while parallelly another test from register has occupied this next one. Okay, there is 21. Okay, here test here you see from login test it has occupied this 22, and from the second register test it has occupied 21. Then from login with valid email and invalid password occupied 22. Then other thread ID register with all fields or running on 21, and so on. Register login, and finally search term came where 21, 21, 21. Okay, so it got executed like this, guys. Okay, there were two threads. If the execution is very fast, if it is taking time, for example, if this has taken time, the remaining slot they are taking. Okay, the test methods are taking. Here, ultimately, what's happening is there are 2 threads and 2 tests are getting executed parallelly. Okay, let's run it again. Let's see if there is any difference in the execution. Yeah, you see it all depends. Okay, 22, 21, 22, 21, 21, 22. 21, 22, based on the available slots, guys, based on that situations and all. You see, finally all are running on 22 actually. Okay, so they are so fast that okay, once it is cleared up, another it may take 21 or 22. It may these tests are very faster. That's why they are like this. If you attach some time thread dot sleep or something, you will see the difference, like they will be allocating one thread and all those stuff. Okay. So anyhow, this is what is a parallel execution, and it's going to save the time. Okay. It's going to save the time, guys. Okay. So completely it took 149 seconds. 149 seconds. Okay. Parallel execution, it took 149 seconds. What if I remove these things and if I allow the sequential execution, how many seconds it is taking? Let's see. Right click, run as TestNG suite. Sequential order, only one thread will be allocated. And here it's taking less, guys. You see, 86 seconds it is taking here. Okay. And if I enable this, parallel is equal to test, and performance of the machine matters maybe. Okay. Thread hyphen count is equal to 2. If I say, then how many seconds again I'll check. 115 more seconds it is taking. So we'll do one thing, guys. We'll do an experiment where I'll add thread.sleep here. Okay, intentionally I'll add thread.sleep so that the test will not be so faster. Okay, thread.sleep as some 2 seconds I'm giving. Yeah, 3 seconds. Something I'm giving 2 seconds. Something I'm giving 3 seconds. Something I'll be giving here 4 seconds. This one. Here I'll be giving again 2 seconds. If this test is taking time, then advantage of parallel execution will come into picture. That's the reason I'm doing that. This is a register. Then I'll go with the login. 2 seconds. Sorry, 3 seconds. Then 4 seconds. Let's give it as 1 second. Here 2 seconds again. Here search 1 second. Here 2 seconds. Here 3 seconds. Okay. Let's see what will happen in this case. I'll do sequential execution first. I'll go to TestNG XML. I'll remove this parallel and thread count. This time the tests are going to take time because we are intentionally provided thread.sleep. So sequential execution is going to take time. Okay, let's see that. First test occupied with the thread 1. Only one thread is being allocated because another, okay, sequential execution, right? Only one thread is allocated here. One by one they are running. How much time they will take? Let's see. Only one thread will be allocated, one with the ID 1. Yeah, 12 tests, and it took us 29 seconds, 29, around 29.167 seconds it took, guys. Now I'll enable the parallel execution. Parallel is equal to test, and thread count I'll give something like this. Thread hyphen count is equal to 5. I'll give. Let's see what will happen. Five threads are there. Okay, 5 threads will be allocated. Okay, right click, run as TestNG suite. Let's see what will happen. 5 tests at a time will be running, guys. Okay, you see 21, 22, 23. Even though I'm giving 5 threads, but these threads are, some threads are like idle. Okay, so it was faster, as you can see. Earlier, how much time it took? Now it took just 29.205. Earlier, I don't remember how much time it took, but it was faster this time. Okay, it was faster this time. Fine. Anyhow, if I give 12 here, let's see what will happen. You will see the difference, I guess. Okay, if I give 12, you will feel the difference. All the 12 will be running, but here all the slots are not getting allocated, guys. Okay, 21, 22, 23 are only coming. Okay, somehow it's like this. Okay, parallel is equal to test from. It's not about test methods, guys. Here test methods are not running. Here tests are running. Only 3 will run at a time. I'll explain you about this concept, guys. Even though thread count is 12, but one group will only occupy one thread. Okay, here giving 3 is equal to 12 only. Okay, there is no other no difference here. Okay, because it's parallel is equal to test. I didn't explain you. I'll cover you. Okay, so otherwise I'll do one more thing. So just to make the difference, what I'll do is I'll just change it to parallel is equal to methods here. Parallel is equal to methods. Thread count is equal to, what is the thread count here? Register has 4, right? 4 I'll say. Or I'll say parallel is equal to methods at still 5 slots I'll give. Let's see what will happen. Is any difference is there? Let's see. Run as TestNG suit. One test after the another test will run anyhow. Four things are happening. Maybe the time has to be reduced. Okay. Again, it's giving some random time only. Okay, that's fine, guys. Okay. So parallel execution, if you go with real time example, it will be more easy. Okay, here Selenium automation code or nothing is there, so we are not able to figure it out. But in reality, parallel execution will save time. Okay, because multiple things will be executed at same time, multiple tests will be executed at same time. Because of that, the time of the execution will be reduced. Okay. I'll remove this thread dot sleeps. So here better to provide parallel is equal to test and thread count is equal to whatever 2 or something. Okay, 2 or 5 is enough. Okay, so this is a better way. So multiple threads will be allocated. Maximum 5 threads will be allocated based on the availability of the threads. And it was very fast this time. Okay, so it took 142 seconds, guys. Now it's working fine. In 142 milliseconds, the test got executed. And without this, how much time it is taking? Let's see. Sequential execution is take a lot of time, I guess. Why the tests are very fast? Okay, I removed the thread dot sleep, right? That's why they are very fast. Okay. So fine. Anyhow, this is sequential execution where tests will be executed one by one, and in parallel execution, tests will be executed parallelly. Okay. At least that one you remember, and definitely it's going to save the time, guys. Okay. And there is one more thing, guys, that is Selenium grid. Okay. Maybe the performance of the machine is getting impacted. Okay. That's what I told you, right? Even though it is going to save time because by running the multiple tests parallelly, but ultimately your machine has to support that performance. Okay. If the machine is not supporting that performance, ultimately, even though you enable the parallel execution, the test will get delayed. Okay. That's why you are seeing some difference, right? When I'm running sequential execution is taking more less time than the parallel execution because the performance is getting impacted in this machine. Okay, when it is trying to run multiple machines. So what we generally do is, if you go with Selenium automation, guys, we have a concept known as Selenium grid, which actually distribute the test across multiple machines, and so that multiple machines have their own configurations and tests will be distributed across multiple machines, and TestNG will make it parallel so that in very less time the test will be executed. Okay, it is a combination of Selenium. For example, in Selenium automation, it is a combination of Selenium grid plus TestNG combination will use for better performance and execution and to save the time. This actually will save the time, guys. Okay, sometimes in a single machine, if you see, you will not see any difference between parallel execution and sequential execution, but you incorporate Selenium grid. What happens is, if there, for example, there are 5 tests, let's assume that there are 5 tests. Each and every test will take 2 minutes. Let's say each and every test will take 2 minutes. 5 tests, five total. How many minutes sequential execution? 10 minutes. In a single machine, if you are running one test after the another one, means total 10 minutes it will take. But with Selenium grid, what you will do is, let's say you're connecting this machine to 5 other machines. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 machines you are connecting. So machine 1, machine 2, machine 3, machine 4, machine 5, and this is your laptop or something. Okay, from where you are running the test. And one of the tests will go and fall into this machine and run. Second test will parallelly run here. Okay, they will be distributed, guys. Okay, they will be running, not running in a parallel execution. Only with Selenium grid, only distribution will happen. Parallel execution will not happen. Okay, that means after one of the tests runs in this machine, another test will run in another machine. It will be still sequential execution only. But if you attach TestNG to the Selenium grid, then what happens is Selenium grid with TestNG combination will make what means all these tests 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will run parallelly on 5 machines at the same time. So this one will take 2 minutes, this one will take 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, and simultaneously it's happening. So in within 2 minutes, all the tests will be executed. But real time in sequential execution, it was taking 10 minutes, 8 minutes got saved. Okay, but in real time, guys, you will have thousands of tests. Assume that how much okay, if you have 5 machines and okay, divide by 5. Okay, divide by 5, that much time will be, if each and every test is taking 1 minute, assume that, okay, in 200 minutes it will be completed. 5 to 100 is 1000, right? In 200, instead of 1000 minutes, in 200 minutes it will be completed. That is the power of the combination of Selenium grid and TestNG, where the test will be distributed to different machines. Either you should have a single powerful machine, or you should have multiple machines which can run the single test smoothly in a speed way. Okay, otherwise even though you enable the parallel execution, you will not get the proper results. Okay, proper time savings, because your system will ultimately running multiple tests will make the system slow. Okay, it will make the system slow. Fine, anyhow, that's what is about the parallel execution of test in test and using parallel and thread count attributes, guys. So I practically demonstrated. So I'll explain more about this one, how the threads are allocating and all those stuff in detail in the next sessions, like parallel is equal test, how it is allocating the test methods to the tests to the threads. All these things I'll explain. A lot of topics are there, guys, here. Okay, all these are parallel execution topics only. So I'll go on. They're very simple topics, guys. We just started with a detailed session on the parallel execution, but this will not take that much time. Okay, they are very simple topics. They will be one by one. I'll be covering. Okay, they are very simple topics. If you want this, the remaining topics are dependent on this topic, guys. So be aware that you complete this topic before approaching the next topics of the parallel execution in TestNG. Okay. So guys, that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 45 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate the role of parallel is equal to test in TestNG's parallel execution. So let's get started. I have used this parallel is equal to test in the previous session only, but have not explained that in detail. Now in this session, I am going to explain that in detail, guys. So this session is a continuation of the previous session where I clearly explained what is sequential execution, what is parallel execution, and also have used this parallel is equal to test with a thread count attribute and all. Okay. So here I'm going to focus more on parallel is equal to test, how that is going to work. This parallel is equal to test. Okay, let me expand this again. This parallel is equal to test need to be specified at the suit tag level. Don't specify this parallel is equal to test at the test tag level. Here, if you see this TestNG XML file, TestNG XML file of this project, here we have the 3 test tags, test tag 1, test tag 2, test tag 3, and they're all under the suit tag. So if you specify this parallel is equal to test at the test tag level, then there is no use. There is no use, guys. Okay, there is no use. It will not work. Okay, it should be specified at the suit tag level to work. Okay, parallel is equal to test should be specified at the suit tag level to work. And here specify thread count as 2. So what I'll do is I'll go here and first specify parallel is equal to test at the, here we should not be specifying at the test tag level. That's what I'm saying, right? We should not be specifying this at the test tag level. We have to specify at the suit tag level. And along with this, one more attribute we'll provide, that is thread hyphen count is equal to, I'll give 2. Okay. What does it mean? What does it mean, guys? And let me explain. Okay. So here, if you have to understand this, I'll take a hotel example, guys. Okay, I'll take a hotel example. So we have enabled the parallel execution. Here, what are tests actually? Test means is test tags. How many test tags are there? 3 tests. 1, 2, 3. So I'll for a while I will just use a word known as group. Okay, this test group 1, test group 2, test group 3. Why I'm saying group? Test group means it contains a lot of test methods. This particular test groups contains a lot of test methods inside the register class. This particular test group contains a lot of test methods inside the login class. This particular test group contains a lot of test methods inside the search class. Okay, I'm calling them as groups for a while. Okay, 3 groups, 3 test groups are there. But how many vacancies are there to be occupied? How many threads are there? Only 2. I am enabling these particular test groups, 3 test groups to run parallelly. Test group 1, test group 2, test group 3. But how many test groups can run parallelly? Only 2 test groups. It can be either this test group, sequentially it will go. Anyhow, in the testng.xml file, first it will give preference to register test and login test. So register test will occupy one thread. Okay, one of the test method from the register test group will occupy this one of the thread, and another test from the login test will occupy another thread, right? For example, I can explain this with an example like hotel example, guys. Let's say there is a hotel. Okay, let's say there is a hotel, guys. In this hotel, there are only 2 tables. Only 2 tables are there with some single chair. Okay, only one person can sit and come on each and every table. So 2 people can eat at a time. Now here we have 3 groups. 3 families came to this hotel for having, okay, some lunch or dinner or whatever it is. Okay, so here 3 groups of families came. First group 1 family. Okay, so there are here group is nothing but the test tag, guys. Okay, group is nothing but what? This particular test. Assume that I am referring the group as a test here. Okay, test group. Assume that this is a test group. And if you consider about register, there are 4 test methods inside the register. I'll say that this family has 4 members. I am comparing the test methods inside this group as members. Okay, 4 members in this family. And another family came, group 2 family, and login group, let's assume, and they have 5 members in their family. And another group also came at the same time to this hotel, group 3, and they have 3 members in their family. They have 3 members in their family. This is what happened. Now, if you see sequentially, as per the testng XML file, this group has come first to the hotel, then this group has come, then this group has come to the hotel. Okay, the order in which these 3 groups have come to the hotel is first group 1 came to the hotel, then group 2 came to the hotel, then group 3 came to the hotel. And what here 2 slots are there. Okay, two people can sit and eat. So what happens is, since there are only 2 tables, what happened is one member from this group 1 will occupy this chair and start eating. Remaining 3 people will wait for this person to complete. Okay, now from this 5 members of the second group also one member will go and, okay, these tables are nothing but threads, guys. 2 threads. We decided to go with two threads, right? 2 threads. But how many groups are there? Parallel is equal to test. 3 test groups are there. Okay, so but what about the group 3? They don't have any vacancy. They will be waiting. So what happens is, after the first member from this group 1 is completed, okay, then next member will go and eat. Then next member will go and eat. Then next member will go and eat. Sequentially here, but parallelly at the test level. While these members from the group 1 are occupying this table 1 and eating, parallelly the members from group 2, that is 5 members from group 2, one by one are going and eating at this table. Okay, one after one person from this group is completed, next person. But here parallelly the things are happening. Group 1, a member from group 1, member from group 2 are eating on a separate tables. This is what is parallel is equal to test, guys. Okay, one test method from the test group will be running here, one test method from another test group will be running here. Once all these things are done, when one of the group is completed, then only the members from, okay, group 3 will occupy the table that is available. Okay, so this is what happens, guys. This is parallel execution at the test level, test tag level. Okay, this is not parallel execution at the test methods level. It's the parallel execution at the test tags level. So here test tags will be, this test tags will be, methods from the test tags will be executed parallelly, guys. Okay, this particular test tag will be executed parallelly with that this particular test tag. After one of the slot is covered here, another test tag, remaining test tag will be executed. Hope you are able to understand how this works. Okay, now run this. You will see that two threads earlier, only one thread was executed in sequential order, but here two threads will be there, but one thread will be allocated for one group and one thread will be allocated to one group. After one group completes one of the thread, the remaining thread will occupy that, remaining test group will occupy that vacant thread. Okay, finally. So run this, you will see that in action. Run as TestNG suite. You see first, register has occupied 21 thread. Okay, thread having the ID 21. Login has occupied the 22. Only two tables are there. Okay, 21 table, 22 table are there. Now after the first register completed, the same 21 is taken by another test method of this register test. Okay, then login has taken 22, again 22. Okay, after this 22 is completed by this method has taken again 22. The test groups from methods from the test groups are allocating this threads. Okay, register login. Okay, the same numbers 21. Login is working on 22, login tests are running on 22, whereas register tests are running on 21. After login and register completely are completed here, then finally which of the thread becomes free first? You see here, login has become free first. Okay, login thread has become free first. So what happened was, login has become free first. So what happened was, search has chosen any of these two threads, 21 or 22. Anything is free at that time. Search test group has taken that particular table, and one from each of them has occupied the table. Okay, one after the another one, they have done the, okay, that is they have occupied the thread. This is how it works, guys. Okay, here parallel execution is at the test tag level. These test tags are running parallelly. That's what you have to understand. What if I make this 3? What if I make this 3? Now the scenario has been different now. Okay, so here the hotel, assume that you will understand with this hotel example better, guys. Okay, so there are three tables are there with only one chair. Only one person can sit here. Okay, so one person can eat on this table. Okay, now three families came as usual. Three families came. One family having 4 members, one family having 5 members, family having 3 members. So what if you say parallel is equal to test and thread count is equal to 3? There are 3 test groups. Okay, 3 test groups and 3 threads, 3 tables. So what happens? Every group will occupy one table. This group will occupy one table. This group will occupy one table. This group will occupy one table. That means register 4 members are there. Okay, login 5 members are there. Search 3 members are there. They will be allocated to one of the group. They will be executed parallelly, guys. While one test method from this register group is running on this particular thread. Okay, on this particular number thread. Okay, another person parallelly from the login group will be running on this thread, and at same time another member from search group will also be running on the search test group will also will be running on this thread. So three groups will be running on three threads after one by one. Okay, here group wise they are sequential, but test tag level they are parallel. Okay, test tag level they are parallel. So parallel execution is happening at the group level here, test tag level. Okay, that you can see now. Right click, run as TestNG suite. Each of the test group will occupy one group. Okay, you see search has occupied 23, register has occupied 21, login has occupied 22 thread. Okay, so login will work on the 22. Next person after login one is completed, login another test method will work on the same 22, whereas search will work on the same 23. Okay, register will work on the same 21 until they are complete. Search is still 23, login is 22. Whatever the table that is allocated for that group, only in the table the group members are eating or kind of thing. Okay, register 22, 22, login is 22. From the beginning you see login is 22 only. Okay, 22 thread. Search is from the beginning to the end. Search is 23 thread. Wherever 23 is there, such tests are running. Wherever 22 is there, login tests are running till the end. Right? So this is how parallel is equal to test works. Parallel execution of the test. Here, since there are three, thread count is three test groups are running parallelly. Okay, tests from the individual tests from these three test groups are running parallelly, guys. Okay, that's how we have to take. So hope guys you understood when I specified two what happened when I specified three hotel example also hope you are able to understand. Okay, each group will occupy each table. Okay, something like that. So with this hope you are able to understand what exactly is parallel is equal to test and how that is work in TestNG as part of TestNG parallel execution along with the thread count. So that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 46 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate when parallel is equal to test is provided at the test tag level instead of the suit tag level. So the thing here is this parallel is equal test will only work when it is provided at the suit tag level. But when you provide the parallel is equal to test at the test tag level in the TestNG XML file, it doesn't work. Okay. Instead, sequential execution of the test will happen. All these things I'm going to show you practically now. So parallel is equal to test can only be mentioned at the suit tag level in TestNG XML file, and we should not be providing that in the test tag level. It will not be giving you any error, but it doesn't work. As you already know about parallel is equal to test, okay, the working of the parallel is equal to test in TestNG parallel execution from the previous session. Okay, as you already know, the test tags in the TestNG XML files. Okay, here we have three test tags: test tag 1, test tag 2, test tag 3. So when you mention parallel is equal to test here, and you just mention the thread count, let's say thread count is equal to 3 here, what happens is all these three tests will be running in parallel. Here tests are being parallelly executed. But what if you move this particular thing to the test tag level? Does it make any sense? Here this particular test tag has any other test tags inside it? No, there are classes inside this, there are methods inside it. How can you run test parallel where there is only one test? Does it make any sense when you provide parallel is equal to test here? It doesn't make any sense. Okay. Neither it will not give you any error, guys. You are allowed to provide, but it doesn't give you any error. But if you run this, all the tests will run in a sequential manner. Even one thread will be allocated, guys. Okay. So because parallel is enabled at the test tag level, and you are giving this attribute at a particular test instead of suit level. So this attribute will be disabled. When it is disabled, indirectly disabled, right? Because this need to be provided at the suit tag level so that this particular test which are inside the suit will run parallelly. Okay, when one of the tests from this is running, another test parallelly will be running like that. That is the purpose of the parallel is equal test. But here it is provided at one of the test tag level, because of which it is indirectly saying that parallel is disabled, parallel execution is disabled, guys, because only one test, how can it run it parallelly, guys? Okay, only one test is there, how can a one test run parallelly? That doesn't make sense. So thread will be one, all the methods, test methods will be running on a single thread in a sequential fashion, one by one. As you can see, if I run this, when the this parallel is equal to test is provided test tag level, you see only one thread is allocated and all the tests are running in a sequential fashion, one by one. After register login, then search. That is the problem. But if you provide the same parallel is equal to test, thread count is equal to 3 at the suit level, then it is going to work. Then you will be seeing that this test will run on one of the thread, this test members will run on one of the test, one of the thread, this test group members like the test methods will run on one of the tests or one of the thread. Okay, so that's where parallel is equal to test should be specified, guys, at suit tag level, but not at the test tag level. You see now the threads, different threads, register is running on thread 20, search is running on 22, login related test method is running on 21. Okay, login is working on 21, 20 means register, search is 22. You see, you can see that. Okay, parallel execution is enabled only in this case. But parallel is equal to test, this particular, if you put at the test tag level, that doesn't make sense, and it is equally important, equally same as sequential execution, because a single test cannot be made parallel. Okay, using parallel is equal to test. So hope guys you understood why parallel is equal to test need to be specified at the suit tag level. Okay, instead of providing at the test tag level, which where it doesn't work and it is indirectly or directly same as sequential execution. If you provide the test tag level, only parallel execution, it will work as parallel execution only when specified at the suit tag level. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 47 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically show you how to use parallel is equal to classes as part of TestNG parallel execution. So let's get started. So in the previous session, I explained how to use parallel is equal to tests, okay, as part of TestNG parallel execution. Now I am going to show you how to use parallel is equal to classes as part of TestNG parallel execution. Okay. Here classes will be executing in parallel, guys. In our previous session, the test tags, whatever that was mentioned in the test tags, okay, there were like 2 to 3 test tags. Those were getting executing parallel, and the test, this parallel is equal test need to be provided in the suit tag level. But now parallel is equal to classes. Okay. Here classes will be executing parallel, not the test tags. Okay. So fine, let's see that in complete. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a single test tag in TestNG XML file. Here we have 3 test tags. Okay. Here we have 3 test tags. Instead of 3 test tags, I'll just make it only 1 test tag. I'll move all the classes into single class, single test tag, register, login, and search. Like this, 3 classes I'll move into in a single test. Okay. So I'll just remove this and other test tags, and here I'll say all tests. Okay, all tests. Register, login, and search are there. Okay, or test one I'll say otherwise test one. Okay, register, login, and search classes. Here we have 3 classes. Now at this kind of situation, okay, at this kind of situation where we have multiple classes here inside a single test, either we can provide parallel is equal to classes and thread count is equal to 3. I can do this at the suit tag level, or I can mention at the test tag level also, because here multiple classes are there, right? Here multiple classes are there. So we can either provide at the suit tag level or the test tag level, because inside the test tag level we have the classes. Inside the suit also we have these classes. Okay, all these 3 classes will be executing parallelly. The test methods of all these 3 classes will be running parallelly. That means one of the test method of the register class will run in one of the thread. One of the test method in login class will run in one of the thread. One of the test in search class will run in one of the thread. So here classes will be occupying the threads. Okay. So let's go with an example here. Let's say there is a hotel, and in this hotel, if I say thread count is equal to 3, that means okay, there are 3 tables with only single chair where only one person can sit. Now 3 families came. Here the 3 families are classes, guys. Okay. Here register class is one family having 4 members. Okay. They came to this hotel. Let's say this is a hotel. Okay. Now login class is another family now. Here we are running the tests in parallel, classes in parallel. Okay. Here 5 members are there in this family, and search class are there. And here we have 3 members, the family. Okay. Now you see there are 3 threads. So what will happen? One of the member from this register class will be executing in this particular thread. At the same time, parallelly, one of the member in the login class will be running in this thread, and one of the member in the search class will be running in this thread. Okay. And once this one of the member is completed eating, second member, okay, third member, fourth member, like this. Okay. While this execution is going on parallelly, this classes members also will be okay running parallelly here, and this class members also will be running parallelly in this third thread. Okay, 3 threads will be allocated for okay. This class will be allocated to this thread. This class will be allocated to this thread. This class will be allocated to this thread. Members of these classes will be running on the individual threads. This is what will happen. Either you mention them at the suit level, the same thing will happen, or test level also same thing will happen because all the classes belong to the single test here. Okay. Now run this. 3 threads will be allocated and register class will be running in one thread. Login class methods will be running in another thread. You see, search class is running in one thread. Okay, 25 thread. Here search is running in 25 thread. Okay, login class is running in 23rd thread. Here login is running in 23rd. Here login is 23rd. Login is 23rd. Login is 23rd. Okay, whereas register class is running in parallelly. It's running right. You see, all these things are running parallelly. 24 thread, 24 thread. 24 is register, 24 is register. Like that, guys. Okay, parallel execution of the classes here. Okay, when I say parallel is equal to classes, classes will be running parallelly. You can also provide the same thing at the test tag level for more customization. The same result you will get here. Okay, either you provide parallel is equal to classes or thread count is equal to 3, either suit level or the test level, you will get the same output. Okay, 3 threads will be allocated. Register will be running in one thread, search is running in 25, register is running 24, login is 23. Search 25, register 24, login 23, register 20. So they are running parallelly, guys. Okay, so that's what is happening. Now, what if I move one of the class here? Only two classes I will mention, two threads I will mention, and here another test I will mention. Test classes, and here this class. Yes. Classes, class. Is there any problem here? Name, test name is equal to, let's say test2, and okay, that's it. Okay, I just named it and there it is gone. But only one test parallel execution is implemented. Other test parallel execution is not implemented. What happens here is when you run this particular TestNG XML file, okay, first this particular test will run. This particular test will run where parallel is equal to classes is mentioned. That means the classes which are inside this particular test will be running parallelly. Register will be allocated to one thread. Login will be allocated to another thread. Okay. Login class will be allocated to another thread. That members of the login class will be executed in another thread. Okay. So once this test is completed, once the parallel execution of these two classes is completed as part of this test, then next test will be executed where no parallel execution. Here only one test is there. Here only one class is there. So there is no parallel execution and also there is no parallel execution implemented. If you have one more class here, okay, if you have one more class, Control V, I'll say search 2 or something and just name the values here. I'll say 2, 2. I'll just mention 2, guys. Okay. Search 2. Methods also I'll just mention too. Just I don't want to waste time in you know creating more classes and all. Just I'll just mention two for a difference. Okay, here two I'll mention two. This is another class, guys. Okay, let's say this is another class. Now save this. Now mention this search to also here. Search to class also here. Okay, search to is also mentioned, but these classes will not be running in parallel because at this test tag level, parallel is equal to classes is not mentioned. Okay, parallel is equal to classes is not mentioned at this level. That's why this test, okay, this test related classes will be running sequential manner. Only one thread will be there, but here two threads will be created. Register class methods will be running in one thread. Login classes will be running in one thread, but here no threads will be created for the once this parallel execution of this particular class in the test is completed. The next test, okay, test 2 will be running where they will not be running in parallel. They will be running in sequential manner. The only one thread will be created with the ID one and all these methods of this will be executed sequentially. Okay, as per this order. Run this, you see, register and login will be running parallelly. Login allocated to 23, register allocated to 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, 23. Okay, all the login and register tests got executed parallelly. These classes inside this first test got executed parallelly because we mentioned parallel is equal to classes. But coming to the search, they got executed sequentially using only on one thread having the ID one, right? As you can see here, there is no parallel execution in this second test. Okay. So at tag level, if you provide, you will get a better customization. If you provide the same thing at suit level, Now this parallel is equal to classes will not be only applied to this test tag, but also for this particular test tag also. Okay. First two threads will be created for this test tag. Okay. Two threads will be created for this test tag. So register will be running in one thread and login members will be running in one thread. After that, those threads will be deleted, and for the next test tags, okay, for the next test, okay, again parallel is equal to classes will be implemented, where search will be running in one thread and search 2 will be running in another thread. Because you are mentioning parallel is equal to classes, thread count is equal to at the which level? Suit level. So it will be applied for all the tests, right? So classes in all the tests will be running in parallel, and the threads which are created, thread numbers which are created for this first test will be deleted, and new threads will be created for the second test. We'll see that. Right click run as session suit. You see, register is running on 24, login is running on 23. Register login 23, register 24. 24 is register, login is 23. Register is 24, login is 23. Login is 23. Now 23 and 24 threads got deleted. Okay, after this first test tag got completed, the class in the first test tag got completed. 23 and 24 got deleted. Now new threads got created. 25 and 26, 25, 26, 25, 26 got created for search and search 2. Search and search 2. Okay, if you mention at the suit level, this is what will happen. Okay, first this tag classes got executed parallelly. Later, this test tag classes got executed parallelly. Okay, so this how guys, this how in all ways I showed you. Okay, here classes will be running parallelly guys. Okay, here classes will be running parallelly. When parallel is equal to test, the test tags are running parallelly. When parallel is equal to classes, inside the test will be running parallelly. Okay, that's what is the difference you have to understand between parallel is equal to test and parallel is equal to classes. So hope guys you understood what exactly is parallel is equal to classes in TestNG parallel execution. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 48 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use parallel is equal to methods in TestNG XML file for achieving TestNG parallel execution. So let's get started. In the previous session or in the previous sessions, we have used parallel is equal to classes and also parallel is equal to tests. What was the difference between parallel is equal to tests and parallel is equal to classes? Coming into parallel is equal to tests, the test tags were executing parallelly. Okay, test tag group level. Okay, if you call a particular test tag in TestNG XML file, for example, here there are two test tags. Okay, there are two test tags, test tag 1, test tag 2. These tags are running parallelly. While something from this test is executed parallelly, some other thing from this particular test is executing at the same time. That is what I call as test running at parallel level, test tags running at test groups running at parallel level. But coming to parallel is equal to classes, there is a slight difference where if you go here inside this particular test, there are a set of classes. If you provide that parallel is equal to classes at this test tag level and thread count is equal to or something, these classes are going to be running parallelly. Here test tags are not running parallelly, rather classes inside these test tags are going to run parallelly. Okay, that's what I covered in the previous session. Parallel is equal to classes. Now, what about parallel is equal to methods? Now, if you specify this parallel is equal to methods, okay, here either at the suit level or at the test tag level, what happens is the methods inside this particular classes, okay, the methods inside this particular classes are going to run in parallel. It's neither the classes nor the test tags. Inside each and every class, there are some test methods. For example, in register class, if you see in the register class, there are 4 test methods. These 4 test methods are going to run parallel. Okay. So this method may occupy any thread, or this method may occupy any thread. Okay. If there are 3 to 4 threads available, and any of these methods can occupy any of the threads, guys. Okay. Thread spaces. That's how it will work. Okay. So to make it understandable and make it simple, I'll move all these classes into a single test tag for now. Initially, later if required, we can move into multiple test tags. For now, assume that there is suit tag, and under suit tag we have the test tag. Under the test tag there are several classes. Here each and every class has a lot of methods, right? Here each and every class has their own specific methods. Now, if I mention either at suit level or test tag level, if I mention parallel is equal to methods, and if I mention thread count is equal to some 2, if I mention for now, okay, what will happen? So what will happen is that this particular parallel execution will not happen either at the test tag level or at the class level, okay, rather it happens at the method level, test method level. Okay, how that it happen? Let's see that. Okay, run this, right click, run as TestNG suite. At method level, the tests are going to run parallelly. You see, it's not happening at the class level. Login is 23 here. Again here login is 24. That means here login class is not reserving a particular thread, right? Login is here 23, login is here 24. That means that login class is not occupying a particular thread vacant, okay, thread position. Rather, the methods are occupying the vacancy here. Okay, login with valid credentials is running on 23. Then register with only mandatory fields is running on thread 24, because only 2 threads I mentioned, 23, 24, 23, 24. What if I mention 5 threads here? If I mention 5 threads, it will happen more different way, where multiple methods will be catching up multiple, okay, slots. For example, search to related class related, this particular method is running on 26, some other thing is running on 24, 25, 27. 5 threads will be created, guys. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Okay, 23 to 27 threads, but the methods are occupying the slots and running. This method is running on one of the thread, this method is running on one of the thread. Okay, it is not class based. Okay, we are not reserving this 23 thread to any of the classes or any of the tests. Your methods are occupying these slots, okay, thread slots. So if I have to give an example here, for example, you went to a hotel, let's say there is a hotel. Okay, in the hotel there are 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tables, and each and every table is having one chair. Only one person can sit at this table and eat. Now, what's happening is there are completely, if you calculate here, from login we have 5 test methods, from register we have 4 test methods, total 9. Search has 3, 12. The search 2 also has 3, so total 15 are there. 15 test methods are there. Okay, what this 15, out of these 15 test methods, one of the test method will go and fall here. Other test method will go and fall here. Other test method will go and fall here. Parallelly, guys. Okay, parallelly, at a time, 5 test methods from these 15 test methods got occupied these threads. Okay, these tables. Now 10 are remaining. If any of the slots gets cleared up, out of this 10, another will go and fall into this. Okay, fall into this, fall into this, fall into this, fall into this, fall into this. 5 more will be remaining. If any of the slots, okay, immediately a slot becomes a thread, slot becomes available, these test methods will go and right, occupy them. Okay, randomly, we don't know which slot will be taken by which test method, we don't know. This is how it happens, guys. At thread, if you give parallel is equal to methods, this is how the execution happens. You have already seen the output, right? So which method is running on which thread, it's not sure. Okay, it depends on the situations. Earlier classes were occupying a particular thread vacancy, and only that particular test methods from that particular class are running on that particular number of thread. But here it's not like that. Okay, you see, search to test method is running on a different thread slot. Search to test method is running on a different slot. It's not at the, no more at the class level or test level, it's at the test method level. Okay, that's what is parallel is equal to methods. You can also mention this parallel is equal to methods at the test tag level. Okay, for example, if this only these two things are part of this test, only parallel execution will be up to this test tags, and test name is equal to test2, if I say. Okay, and here I'll say slash test, and here if I give classes, and if I give the classes here, is search and search to here. That means parallel is equal to methods, parallel execution having the thread count. This parallel execution will be only applied for this particular section only, this particular test tags only. Okay, the methods of this particular 2 classes of this particular test tag will be running in parallel with a thread count of 5. Okay, but this one will run after this test tags, and here no parallel execution. This level of customization you want, you can add this parallel is equal method that's count at the test tag level instead of the suit level. If you provide a suit level, it will be applied for all the test tags. If you apply at the test a particular test, that means only that particular test related class related test methods will be running parallelly. Other class test related methods will not be running parallelly. Here all the threads that got created, all the 5 threads that are created for this particular test will be deleted before this particular test starts. And here all these methods will be running. All these test methods of this two classes of this test tag will be running sequentially on a single thread known as one. Okay, let's run this and see whether we are getting the same thing. Only register and login related test will be running on 5 threads. Login, register, login, login, register, register, login, login, register. Up to here, how many threads got created? Up to 5 threads: 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Okay, so you see 5 threads got created. Test methods got running parallelly on any of these threads. But coming to the search, this belongs to the second test where parallel execution is not enabled. So they will be running on a single thread, that too in a sequential fashion. After this method is done, then this method, then this method, then this method, then this method, then this method. Okay, this is how the parallel is equal to methods with thread count. Some thread count will work in TestNG for parallel execution. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 49 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate a situation where there are multiple test tags inside TestNG XML file, but only out of these multiple test tags, few tags are enabled for parallel execution. Okay, either using the parallel is equal to classes or parallel is equal to methods, only few tags out of these multiple test tags in TestNG XML file are enabled for parallel execution. Then what will happen? So let's get started. So where is that? Multiple test tags are there in the TestNG XML file, but only few test tags are enabled for parallel execution. Okay, this we already have covered in the previous session, but let me specifically cover for this so that you can remember well. And this particular thing may be part of an interview question, guys. Also, okay, this particular thing may be asked in interviews, so we should be specially focused on this. Okay, so generally by default, you see there are two test tags, right? There are two test tags, and none of these test tags are enabled for parallel execution via classes or methods. Okay, test is equal to parallel is parallel is equal to classes or parallel is equal to methods is not mentioned for any of these test tags. In such cases, what will happen? That this particular test tags will run in a sequential fashion. Okay, first this particular test will run. Okay, in that particular test, this particular class will run first because it is mentioned first, and all the methods in this particular class, register class, according to the priority they will run. After that, login related login class will run. The test methods which are provided the priority in this login, according to the priority they will run in a sequential manner one by one. And after this complete test got executed, then second test will start. Test 2 will start, where first class search will run. The test methods of the search based on the priority will run, and after all the test methods of this search class are completed, then the test methods which belong to the search 2 will run in a sequential order according to the priority specified for individual test methods inside the search. So everything will happen in a sequential order from top to bottom here. Okay, test classes, methods, and so on. Okay, so let me run them. Only one thread will be there in this case, guys. Thread 1 will be created and all the tests will be running on that single thread. You see, single thread, one after the another. First register, 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 register. You see, as mentioned, register is there. After register, then login, 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 login on the single thread 1, and on the same thread, search, search, search. Then after that, search to, search to, search to, as I already explained. But what if you mention for one of the test tag, if you mention parallel is equal to classes, and thread count is equal to 2. If you mention like this, what will happen? So here also the order will be same, guys. That is, under the suit, first test tag will be executed. First test tag will be executed, and it will check whether this particular test tag is enabled for parallel execution or not. Yes, it is enabled at the class level. So there are two classes. These two classes, test method from these two classes will be running parallelly. Okay, this class will uh, reserve one thread slot, and this class will reserve one thread slot. Okay, like that. Okay, register test and login test, register class and login class will be allocated to two threads. That means test from register will be running on one thread, test from login will be running on another thread. Two threads will be created, and register class related methods will be running on one thread, login class related threads will be running on another thread. So after all this parallel execution is done, once this particular test is completed, the next test will start where parallel execution is not there. So sequentially, it is going to happen in a sequential manner, guys. These threads will be deleted. These two threads which are created for parallel execution will be deleted, and these class methods will be executed in the same order according to the priority mentioned in a sequential order on the thread one. Okay, we'll see that. We can customize this parallel execution of the class at the test tag level, and only this register will run on one thread, login will run on one thread, login methods will be running on one thread. You see, login is running on 23, register is running on 24, register 24, login 23, 23 login, register 24, login 23, 23 login. Okay, register is running on 24 thread, login is running on 23 thread. And after this particular test tag is completed, okay, after this test tag is completed, then these two threads will be deleted. 23 and 24 thread slots will be deleted, and the next test will start where no threads need to be created. The default thread one will be there, where all the test methods of this search and search class and search will be running in a the sequential order one by one. Okay, according to the priorities and according to the order mentioned in the TestNG XML file, they will be running. Same thing happens if you provide parallel is equal to methods in one of the test tags. Okay, only for this particular test tag methods is there. That means methods from any of these two classes will occupy these two threads. For example, if I give 5 here, okay, what happens? 5 threads will be created, 5 thread slots will be created, and methods from this register and login. Okay, there are 4 methods in register and 5 methods in login, can occupy any of these slots. Okay, total 9 are there. 9 out of 9, 5 slots will be allocated to 5 tests, and remaining 4 will wait for their turn. And once the slots are free, the 4 will be executed. Okay, so here 5 threads will be created, guys. 5 threads will be created, and these methods will be running parallelly. Here classes are not running parallelly or tests are not running parallelly. Here methods of this particular class are running parallelly, guys, and only for this particular test tag it is applicable. For this test tag, no parallel execution. Okay, the sequential execution will continue. All these 5 threads which got created for this this particular test tag, right? All these 5 threads like 23, 22, whatever that will, 22 to 24 or 22 to 27 or whatever the threads that got created for this particular test tag will be deleted immediately after this test execution is completed. The next test will be executed where on single thread known as one, all the test methods of these classes according to the order and given priority they will be running. Okay, let's see that. First, all these test methods of this will be allocated to the 5 threads. You see, from register, one of the method in the test method in the register is running on 25. Again, another method in register is running on 23. You see, the thread is changing. That thread number is changing. There will be 5 threads created, guys. You can see that 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Up to 26 are there. 22 to 26. 5 threads are created. All the test methods are allocated to these thread slots based on their right combinations and all. And once register and login tests are completed as part of this, okay, after this test tag is completed, for the next test tags, the search and search two related tests will be running sequentially on the thread one. Okay, all these threads will be deleted, and on a single thread, one by one, as per the mentioned order, sequential order, they will be running one by one. Okay, so this is what happens, guys. Is there anything left out that I have to cover? Threads will be destroyed after parallel execution of the test tag, guys. Okay, immediately after the parallel execution of the test tag, either it will be test is equal to parallel is equal to methods, or parallel is equal to classes. Okay, threads will be deleted for the next tag. Okay, next tag, if parallel execution is not there, threads will be deleted, and only on single thread one, the remaining methods will be executed. Okay, classes or methods and anything will be executed. So this is all about this session, guys, and this may come as an interview question, so you should be careful. Like they may be giving you this kind of structure, and they'll be asking you like how they will be executing. Okay, you should be in a position to answer. Okay, 5 threads will be created. Test methods from all these classes will be allocated to these threads. Once this test is completed, next test will start only after this test is completed. Till then, none of the methods from this classes will be running. Once all this parallel execution is done, next test will start, and then according to the decided order of these classes and decided order of the test methods inside these classes, the execution will happen sequentially on the thread one. That's what you have to answer. So hope guys you understood this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 50 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate what happens when we provide parallel is equal to none in TestNG XML files and how does this affect TestNG parallel execution. So let's get started. What will happen when you provide parallel is equal to none in the TestNG XML files? I'm going to practically show you guys and explain. So parallel is equal to none. By specifying the parallel is equal to none in TestNG XML file, how does it impact this TestNG parallel execution is something. This particular thing may be asked as part of the interview question, guys. Okay. So a lot of people know that parallel is equal to test will be there, parallel is equal to classes will be there, parallel is equal to methods will be there. But a lot of people doesn't know that parallel is equal to none also exists. Okay, we can provide a value known as none for a parallel attribute in TestNG XML file. But what happens when you provide that none to the parallel attribute in TestNG XML file? Okay, you can provide this at the suit level. Okay, and just go to these guys. Okay, remove all this stuff, previous stuff, and there are some two tests and all the stuff. Here I'll say parallel. I'll provide at a suit level parallel is equal to none. And here I'll give some thread count. Okay. Thread count is equal to some two or something I'll mention. Though I'm mentioning the thread count, but here parallel execution is disabled because you mentioned none. None means parallel execution is disabled. If you specify none here, that means parallel execution is disabled. That means all this particular tests classes and the methods in these classes will be executed in a sequential order. Okay, first register class and its related test methods according to the priority will be executed in sequential order one by one. Then login class related test methods will be executed one by one according to the given priority in that particular class for those test methods. Then the test 2 will start. Okay, test 2 will start where search class related test methods will be executed in a priority order as mentioned inside the search class for those test methods, and then followed by the search to class test methods according to their priority. So everything will happen in a sequential order. Providing parallel is equal to none is nothing but sequential execution. We are disabling the parallel execution at the suit level. Run this guys. All the tests will be executed only at the single thread. Even thread is equal to will not be valid because parallel execution is disabled means only one thread exists, and on that single thread all these test methods will be executed one after the another in a sequential order. We'll see that now. First register related test will run, then login related test. You see on the single thread known as one, first register, then login, then search, and then search two. Okay, test one and test two. Okay. So this is what happens, guys, when you mention parallel is equal to none. Even though thread count is 2, it doesn't consider this thread count is equal to 2 because parallel is disabled here by specifying none as a value to the parallel attribute at the suit level in the TestNG XML file. So hope guys you understood what will happen when you specify parallel is equal to none in TestNG XML files and how it affects or disables the parallel execution in TestNG. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello. Welcome to part 51 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate what will happen when we specify or provide parallel is equal to false in TestNG XML file and how does this will affect the TestNG parallel execution. So let's get started. In the previous session, I explained what will happen when you provide parallel or specify parallel is equal to none in TestNG XML file and how does it affect parallel execution. I told you that, I explained that when you specify parallel is equal to none, okay, you are disabling the TestNG's parallel execution mechanism and the test will normally run in a sequential fashion. Okay, there will not be any parallel execution happening. Similarly, when you specify parallel is equal to false in TestNG XML file, the same thing will happen, guys. Okay, so TestNG parallel execution will be disabled even though you provide the thread count also, it will not affect. Okay, so parallel is equal to false will disable the parallel execution from TestNG. Okay, so it may also come as an interview question, guys. Okay, there are multiple ways, multiple values that you can provide to the parallel attribute in TestNG XML file, like parallel is equal to test, parallel is equal to classes, parallel is equal to methods. You can also provide parallel is equal to null, nums. explaining what happens when you provide parallel is equal to false. It will disable the parallel execution similar to the parallel is equal to none. Okay. At suit level, if you provide, okay, in the TestNG XML file, at the suit level, if you provide parallel is equal to false, and even though you provide thread count is equal to 2 or 5, whatever it is, it will simply disable the parallel execution and only one thread will be created, though you specify two threads. But here parallel is equal to false is basically disabling the test from running in parallel. Okay. TestNG parallel execution mechanism is disabled. So all the tests will run in a sequential fashion. Okay. So there are two threads available, but the test will still be executed in sequential order, guys. Okay. I can explain this with an example, guys. For example, there is a hotel having two tables available. Let's take a diagram. Okay. Let's say there is a hotel. There are two tables available. Okay. Two tables are nothing but two threads. Okay. In our case, only one chair is there. Only one person can sit and eat. Now, what's happening is, but two people eat only on one table, one after the other, even though there are two tables. Okay. Since we are disabling the parallel execution, okay, there are two people, there may be multiple people coming to this hotel, multiple people coming to the hotel, but what's happening is, since we have disabled the parallel execution, this hotel management is not, okay, allowing the people to occupy both the tables. Okay. So at a time, only one table they're allowing, even though there are two threads, but parallel execution, okay, serving for multiple people is disabled. Only one person should get into hotel, and after that only other person has to get into the hotel. Okay. Here possibility is there, but enabling hotel is not allowing. Okay. So even though 12 people will come to this hotel, one after the other, only one table should be occupied, other should be kept blank. Okay. So this is what happens when you mention parallel is equal to false. Parallel execution is false. Everyone cannot eat at the same time that you are saying, but you are providing two tables. What's the use? Okay. The test will run in a sequential order, guys. I'll show you here. Here at the suit tag level, I'll provide parallel is equal to false. Earlier I provided parallel is equal to none. I am providing parallel is equal to false. They both work in the same fashion. Thread count I am just giving as 2 or 3 or whatever it is, doesn't matter. Since you have disabled the parallel execution, all these tests will run in a sequential order on a single thread known as one. First restart test will run, then login test will run, then search test will run, then search to test will run. All will run in a sequential order. Restart, login, search and search to, all are running on the same thread. After this particular test method is completed, then this particular test method is getting executed, and so on till the end. Okay. It works similar to the previous parallel is equal to none, parallel is equal to false, work in the same fashion. So hope guys you understood what will happen when you specify parallel is equal to false in the TestNG XML file and how it disables the TestNG parallel execution. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 52 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate what happens when we specify parallel is equal to tests and also thread count is equal to 1 in TestNG XML file, and how does it affect the TestNG parallel execution mechanism. So let's get started. So if you specify parallel is equal to test but thread count is equal to 1, it is nothing but non-parallel execution, guys. Okay, it's equal to parallel is equal to none and parallel is equal to false, where you have disabled the parallel execution indirectly. Because even though the parallel execution is enabled, parallel is equal to test is mentioned and parallel execution is enabled in TestNG XML file, but you have specified thread count is equal to 1. Only one slot is there for running the test. So even though the parallel execution is enabled, you are unable to run multiple tests because only one thread is allowed to run single test. One test after the other is only possible. So sequential execution will happen automatically. It is also same as parallel is equal to none and parallel is equal to false. Though you enabled the parallel execution, but if you provide thread count is equal to 1, it is equal to sequential execution only. So this may be asked as part of interview question, guys. Okay. So if you specify this parallel is equal to test. Sorry, here parallel is equal to test should not be true. That's a mistake. Parallel is equal to test and thread count is equal to 1 here. Only one slot is available for the test to run. So what happens? Only one after the another test will run, right? Thread count is 1, which is indirectly equal to disabling the parallel execution. There's only one thread available. So test will run in sequential fashion despite of parallel execution enabled. Even though parallel execution is enabled, still the test will run in a sequential fashion because of this attribute specifying the value as one known as thread count is equal to one. So I'll explain this with a real-time hotel example, guys, so that you can understand what's happening here. You see, this is kind of crazy situation where there is a hotel, guys. The hotel only has one table and one chair, where only one person can eat at a time in when they enter into the hotel. There are many people came to the hotel. The hotel is saying that we are open for parallel eating, but only one chair is there. How can this other remaining 11 people can enter into the hotel and have the lunch or dinner at the same time? It's impossible, right? That's what is. Hotel is saying that everyone is welcome, but only one table is there. So only one at a time can eat. That is nothing but sequential execution, right? Even the hotel is allowing for parallel eating, but still one table is there is nothing but sequential eating only. One after the other should go, and then once this table is vacated, from 11 people, other person will go, then 10 people, other person will go. This is sequential execution only. Okay. So it is nothing but equal to disabling of the parallel execution. Here I am saying at suit level, I am saying parallel is equal to test, but thread count I am giving as 1, which is nothing but equal to sequential execution only. Only one thread count. Okay, sequential execution. Okay, run this. The execution will happen in a sequential fashion, guys. Okay, let's see that. But here one difference is there from the sequential execution is that here only one thread is getting created though. It's not a default thread like ID 1. Okay, so that 22 thread is getting created, but all the tests are running on the single thread. That is equal to sequential execution, right? That is equal to sequential execution. So just they are executing randomly. That's it. Okay, the tests are getting executed randomly, but it's nothing but sequential execution only, guys. Okay, one after the another test is getting executed. Okay, I cannot say sequential, but I can say that it's not parallel execution. Okay, it's not sequential, it's not parallel. It's kind of an execution where after one test another test is running on a particular single thread only, because only one thread is available, only one table is available in the hotel. Okay, though parallel execution is enabled, all the tests are trying to run on a particular single thread. Okay, so one test at a time will run. It's not sequential, it's not parallel, it's a kind of random, but one after the another only. Okay, so hope guys you understood what will happen when you specify parallel is equal to test and the thread count is equal to 1 in TestNG XML file, and how does it affect the TestNG parallel execution. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 53 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate what will happen when we provide or specify thread count as a negative value in TestNG XML file, and how does it affect TestNG parallel execution. So let's get started. So what will happen when you provide the thread count attribute value as a negative number in the TestNG XML file? What will happen is it will not accept. Okay, you will not get any error, guys. Okay, this particular question may be asked as an interview question. Okay, just to see what knowledge you have. So if in case you actually assign a negative value to the thread count, even though the parallel execution is enabled, parallel is equal test attribute is already mentioned in TestNG XML file, and thread count is mentioned as a negative value like -1 or -5, whatever it is not accepted, guys. TestNG file will accept, but when you run the TestNG file, you will get an exception known as illegal argument exception, and none of the tests will run. Let me practically demonstrate this for you. So here we have this project, we have this tests and all those things, classes and all here. At the show tag level, I'll enable the parallel execution first. Parallel is equal to test, I will say, and space thread hyphen count is equal to, instead of giving a positive value here, I'm giving some negative value like -2 or -1, whatever it is. Okay, so what will happen, guys, if you give the thread count as minus, it will consider this negative value as an illegal argument, and this running the TestNG XML file will result in an exception known as illegal argument exception. Just run this and none of the tests will run, guys. You will get an exception known as illegal argument exception. Okay, so test will not run, only positive values are allowed here in the thread count, no negative values. So hope guys you got the answer for this question, and which can be asked in the interviews. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer, or I'm going to explain another TestNG concept for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 54 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate a situation where there are more threads, that is, there are more thread counts. Thread hyphen count is equal to more and less number of test tags in TestNG XML file. And how does this affect the parallel execution and what will happen in this kind of situation? I am going to cover in this session. So let's get started. So what happens when there are more threads, more thread counts and less number of tests? Okay. So it may be an interview question, guys. It may be asked, okay, this particular thing may be asked as an interview question. Okay. So the remaining threads, you see here I'm saying more threads. What I mean by more threads here, first of all, I'll show you more threads and less number of tests. How many tests are there? For one test, two test tags. Two test tags are there. Okay. Here I'll say parallel is equal to, I'll enable the parallel execution first, is equal to tests, I will say. So this part is fine, no problem. There are two tests and they need to be executed in parallel. And the other thing is, other attribute is thread hyphen count. Okay. If this is more, if I give 10 here, only for two tests, one test will occupy only one thread. Another test will occupy another thread. What about the remaining 8 threads? Is there any advantage of giving thread count as 10 here? No. The remaining threads will be ideal as mentioned here. The remaining threads will be ideal, guys. Only few threads according to the number of tests will be allocated. Remaining all threads will be ideal. So I'll show you one diagram here. Okay. So you see, in this hotel, there are 10 tables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tables are there. 10 people can sit. Okay. But only 2 people came to the hotel. What will happen when only 2 people? One of the person will choose one table, another person will choose one table. What about the remaining tables? These 3 tables and these 5 tables, these 8 tables, what is the situation? They will be ideal. They will be unoccupied. Only these 2 tables will be occupied. One test will be occupying this thread. Another test tag methods and all this will be running in this thread. Remaining all threads will be ideal. There is no use of providing this many number of tests, this many number of threads when there are only 2 tests. Okay. If there are 10 tests and if you provide thread count 10, then all thread counts will be occupied with all the test tags. Okay. Uh, all the methods in this will be running only on one thread. Okay. All the methods and of classes of this particular test tag will be running only on one thread. Okay. Remaining all threads will be ideal. If I run this, you will practically see that only 2 threads will be allocated with a number and only on the 2 threads this test will be running. Okay. Right click run as TestNG suite. Just see that what will happen. You see only 2 thread counts 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24, 23, 24. Okay. Only 23 and 24, 23, 20, 23. On this 23 and 24, all the tests got executed. All the 2 tests got executed. What about remaining threads? Remaining 8 threads apart from 23, 24. They are ideal, guys. They are not utilized by these test methods, these test tags. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. When there are more threads and less number of test tags in TestNG XML file, and if the parallel execution is enabled, in that case, all the remaining threads which are more than enough are ideal. Only the required number of threads will be occupied by this test tags. That's what will happen when you do that. Okay, when you specify like that. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello. Welcome to part 55 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate what will happen when we specify parallel is equal to classes or parallel is equal to methods at show tag level instead of test tag level. So let's get started. In TestNG XML file, when you specify parallel is equal to classes or parallel is equal to methods at show tag level instead of the test tag level, then what will happen? This question may be asked in the interviews. Okay, it is an interview question, and whatever I'm going to explain, that is going to be the answer for the interview question. Okay, so here clearly I'm saying that parallel is equal to classes or parallel is equal to methods can be specified at the test tag level. But what if you specify that at the show tag level? Then what is going to happen? I'm going to explain in this session. Okay, here if you can see, guys, I'll remove these previous things. Here we have the suit in testng.xml file. We have the suit. Under the suit, we have two tests. Okay. Now, if I provide parallel is equal to classes, parallel is equal to classes, and I'll say thread dot count is equal to some 2. Okay. If I say 2, what will happen? How the execution will happen in this case? Here, parallel is equal to classes will be applied for all the test tags because all these test tags are inside the suit tag. Hence, this parallel is equal to classes. You see, instead of specifying parallel is equal to classes here and parallel is equal to classes here, okay, instead of doing that, I'm just removing this. Okay, instead of doing that, by specifying parallel is equal to classes at the each and every test tag level, you are only specifying once at the suit tag level so that it will be applied for all the test tags. And also here thread count is equal to this also will be applied for all the test tags. So what will happen when you run this testng.xml file is first it will, here there are two tests. First this particular test will be executed and then second test will be executed. When this particular test will be executed, the classes inside this particular test will be executed in a parallel way. You see, there are two threads. So register will occupy one thread. Okay. Login class test methods will occupy another test, another thread. Okay. Register related test will run on one thread and login related test will run on another thread. Okay. So for that, through two threads will be created. When the test starts, two threads will be created. Some with some number two threads will be created. By the end of the test, after the parallel execution of the first test is done at this class level, or the classes of this test are executed in parallel. Okay, first test is completed. These two threads will be deleted. Now the next test will start. Test two will start where again there are two classes. Again there are two classes. These classes are going to run in parallel. Okay, because parallel is equal to classes is mentioned at the suit tag level. These classes are going to run in parallel. That means search class will occupy one thread, search 2 will occupy another thread, two threads. Two new threads will be created, guys. Okay. So those two threads which are created for second test will be different from those two threads which are created for the first test. Okay. Like that. The test will be executed in sequential order, but the classes inside the test will be executed in parallel. And also the threads created for the first test will be deleted by the end of the test and a new two threads will be created for running the test inside this classes inside this second test. Okay, this is what will happen, guys. Okay, run this, you will understand. First, register and login will run on two threads. You see, login, register, login, register, login, register, login, register, login. On which threads? Only two threads, 23 and 24 are the threads. Okay, on which the login and register got executed. That is, first test is completed, and this 23 and 24 will be deleted, guys. Okay, by the end of this test, the 23 and 24 will be deleted, and for the second test, two more threads will be created. 26 and 25 and 26 got created. 25 and 26. Two new threads got created on which the search 2 and search okay classes are running parallel. Okay, this is what happens when you specify parallel is equal to classes at the suit tag level. What if I specify parallel is equal to methods at the suit tag level? What will happen? Again, the same thing, guys. First, here two threads. Okay, two threads will be created for the first test tag. Okay, first test tag will be executed first. There are two classes here. Inside these two classes, in the register class, there are 4 tests. The login class, there are 5 test methods. Okay, in register, there are 4 test methods and login 5 test methods. Total 9 test methods will be running on 2 threads. Okay, these 9 test methods which belong to these two classes will run parallelly. Okay, here methods are parallel, right? So these 9 methods will run parallelly on 2 threads. If one thread is occupied, okay, it will search for another thread. Okay, 2 threads will be there. If slots are becoming empty and the test methods from this register and login will occupy the slots of 2 threads. Okay, 2 at a time will run. After this complete test got executed, those two threads which got created for the test one, okay, test one will be deleted, guys. Okay, deleted, and second test will start where two more threads will be created, and the test methods from the search and search 2, okay, there are 3 test methods in search and 3 test methods in search 2, total 6 will try to run on these two threads. Okay, depending on the vacancy and the completion of the test. Okay, the test methods of these two classes will occupy these two threads and it will finish up. Okay, the test will run in sequential order, but methods of these particular classes will run in parallel on these two threads. That too, test after the test, and the threads which are got created for test one will be deleted by the end of the test, and for test two, two new threads will be created, and by the end of this test, they also will be deleted. Okay, run this. You'll see that test methods from register and login will run first parallelly. Login register test methods on 23 and only two threads. You see, 23 and 24 are two threads on which, okay, the login and register related test methods got executed parallelly on these two threads. After that, these two threads 23 and 24 will be deleted, and two new threads, new test will start here. After the first test, new test containing search and search to class will be running, and for that 25 and 26 threads will be created. 25 and 26 threads got created. Okay, and here also the threads, these test methods of these two classes will be running parallelly on available threads, two available threads here. Okay, so hope guys you understood what will happen when you specify parallel is equal to classes or parallel is equal to methods. Okay, specified at the root tag level in TestNG XML file. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 56 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the interview questions on TestNG. That is, what is the default thread count when parallel attribute is only mentioned without providing or mentioning the thread count attribute in TestNG XML file? You see, there is a TestNG XML file where parallel is equal to some methods or classes or test is specified, but thread count attribute is not specified. In that case, what will be the default count of this thread count? That I am going to explain and practically show you in this session. So what is the default thread count when parallel attribute is only mentioned in TestNG XML file without mentioning the thread count? Okay. So it may be an interview question, guys. And the answer for that question is 5. Okay. The answer for this question is 5, guys. Okay. If you don't even specify thread count by only specifying parallel attribute, thread count, even though it's not specified, it is by default 5 in number. Okay. Even though the thread count attribute is not specified in TestNG XML file, it is mentioned as 5 when parallel attribute is mentioned. Okay. Only when parallel attribute is mentioned and thread count is not mentioned, the count is 5, guys. Let me practically show you. Here at a suit level, you see here we have a suit, here we have a test, and inside the test we have multiple classes. Here from this class we have around 4 tests. 4 test methods are there. Here login 5 test methods, so total 9. 9 plus here 3, 12. 12 plus 3, 15. Total 15 test methods are there inside this test. Okay. Now I'm going to provide only one attribute, that is parallel is equal to methods attribute, but I'm not specifying thread count is equal to something. If I don't specify, ultimately or automatically or by default, it will become 5, guys. Okay. Whether you provide this as thread count is equal to 5, or if you don't even provide also, that is 5 only, guys. Okay. I'm not specifying thread count. You will see that when I run this TestNG XML file, you will see that 5 threads will be created. Even though thread count is not specified, only parallel is equal to methods. Parallel execution is enabled for at method level. 15 test methods are there. These 15 test methods from these classes of this test will be running on these 5 threads. You will see the thread numbers. 5 thread numbers will be created in the output. Right click run as TestNG suite. You will see that 15 tests will be running on 5 threads. You see, 23 is one thread, 24 is another thread, 25, 26, 27. Total how many? Starting from 23. 23 is 1, 24 is 2, 25 is 3, 26 is 4, 27 is 5. Okay, again 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, up to 27 only. Okay, from 23 to 27. Total 5 threads got created automatically. By default, TestNG maintains 5 threads. Okay, even though you don't provide thread hyphen count attribute in TestNG XML file, it will create 5 threads, and all the test methods here parallel execution is at the method level. At the method level, 15 test methods will be running on these 5 threads, 5 slots of threads. Okay, you see from login, one method is running on one thread, and you see it will be changing, guys. Okay, on 23 second test method from login is running on 23. So 5 threads are there and 15 tests are there. Okay, 15 test methods are there, they are running on 5 threads. Okay, so the answer for this question, as you already got, is 5, guys. Okay, so even though you don't mention thread count attribute in TestNG XML file, if you only specify or mention parallel attribute is equal to some methods or classes, 5 thread count will be maintained by default by TestNG. So hope guys you understood this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to cover another topic on TestNG, I'm going to explain another topic on TestNG. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 57 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use invocation count attribute in TestNG. So let's get started. First of all, this invocation count attribute can be used with @test annotation. Okay, @test annotation has lot of attributes can be used, and one of the attribute out of them that can be used with @test annotation is invocation count. Okay, so what is this attribute? You see, you can mention something like this: @test invocation count is equal to 5. What will happen when you mention invocation count is equal to 5 beside this @test? That particular test method will run 5 number of times. You don't have to use any loops or something, guys. Simply provide invocation count is equal to 5. This is the best way to run the same test method 5 number of times. Invocation count is equal to 5. If you want it 10 times, you have to mention invocation count is equal to 10. So I will practically demonstrate one example where exactly you can use invocation count in real time. Okay. So this particular sample example statement will run the test method 5 times. If it is 10 mentioned, 10 times. Okay. So practical demonstration, I'm going to take an example website, guys. This is the example website I'm going to take. Okay. Which will generate a random number every time. I'll copy this URL and show you how this website looks like first. I'm going to automate this website using Selenium automation, using very simple automation script. You see, once you go to this website URL, if you click on here, already by default 1 and 100 are there. We are not going to touch that numbers. We simply are going to click on generate button and you will get a random number. Again, you will open the application for the second time and click on generate, you will get another random number. This number will retrieve and print in the output. Okay, this is what I want to do, guys. How many number of times I will decide. Okay, so I'll open this Eclipse IDE. Here I'll create under src test. Here I'll create a class. Let's say already sample class. Sample class I'll create. Right click new. I'll just mention the name of the class as sample, guys. And inside the sample class, I'll create a test method. Just wait for this to load. Public void. Okay. Print random number. I'll just give some, okay, random number. Some random name I'm giving also. Okay, test. Or you can ignore this test keyword also, not a problem. Here @test you will write. Test annotation you write. Hover the mouse on this @test and import this import this test annotation from TestNG. Now write some piece of code. WebDriver manager. This project is already configured with WebDriver manager, Selenium, TestNG, and all those stuff. You don't have to do anything because in the previous session it is already covered. Okay, setup. Then WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. It will open the Chrome browser. It will launch the Chrome browser. I have to import this WebDriver interface from Selenium, and also Chrome driver interface, Chrome driver class also I have to import from Selenium library. Then I have to say maximize the browser driver.manage.window dot maximize. This will maximize the driver window, browser window. Then driver.get. Here I have to provide the URL of the application that I want to automate. Just now I showed you the URL of the application. This is the URL, guys. Okay, calculator.net random number generator.html. This is the URL. I'll copy paste this URL here first and then copy this URL after it is working into the code. Okay, just to make sure everything is fine. After I go to this application URL, what I want to do here is, after I go to this application URL, I want to click on this generate button. I'll right click, inspect this generate button. I'll get this HTML code for the generate button. This is HTML code. It has submit one as a name attribute value. Copy this. And here I'll simply say driver dot find element by dot name attribute, right? I'll give the name attribute value of that generate button. I'll say click dot click. It will click on the button. The moment it clicks on the button, what will happen? A number kind of thing. Some random number will appear here. I'll inspect this number, guys. And we have to locate this number, guys. Okay, this number is between the tags. You see, between the paragraph tags, we have the number. But very big text class is there. I don't know whether any other thing have this very big text as a class thing. But I'll copy this very big text. Okay. I'll create an XPath, /p. Let's see, Control F, /p @class is equal to, if I give very big text, if it is locating only one element, then we are good. Okay, it's locating only 53. Yeah, we are good, guys. Okay, we can take this XPath, or class name also is fine, I guess. That case, by dot class name or by dot XPath, anything is fine. Give that XPath dot get text. Okay, I'll retrieve the text, guys. This particular text I want to print out. Okay, I want to print this text, guys. Okay, I want to get this text and print it. String random number. This will be random number, and I'll be printing out system.out.println. I'll just print random number here. Whatever the random number that is retrieved, that will be printed. After that, I'll quit the browser. After that, I'll quit the browser. Okay, this is what I want to do, guys. So if I run this code, how many times this particular test method will run? Only one time. In the output, only one random number will be printed. Just run this code. You'll see that Chrome browser will open. It will maximize. It will open this application URL. Then it will click on the generate button, and random number will be generated and retrieved and printed in the output. And browser will quit. Close. Just see here what will happen. It will click on the generate button. Random number got generated and it got printed in the output 40. Right? Only one time. What if I want to execute the same test method 5 times or 10 times? Let's say 10 times. Okay. I just clicked on that. It will run. I have to stop it. So here, what I will do here is I'll close this. Here, what I will do is still running. Okay. Here, beside the test, @test annotation, I'll say invocation count is equal to 10. I will say. When I say invocation count attribute, if I specify after the @test annotation method and give a value like 10 or something here like this, okay. If I give the number like this, practical demonstration I'm doing, guys. Okay. So this same test method will be running 10 times. Okay. It will be repeated 10 times. Every time it clicks on generate number, some random number will be generated and that will be printed. 10 random numbers will be printed in the output for us now. Okay. Instead of 1. That is what is invocation count, guys. Okay. It will invoke the same test method 10 times. The better way. You don't have to use any for loop to run the same test method code 10 times. Rather, just provide this invocation count. One time 8 number came. Second time it is running. Click on generate, 84 number came printed in the output. You can see the output 55. Whether 55 got printed, yes. Then generate, 35 number got 35 got printed. Generate 49, 49 got printed. Generate 27, 27 got printed. Generate 45, 45 got printed. Generate 19, 19 got printed. 10 times, guys. It has to run 10 times. Same method will be executed 10 times. 33, 38, done. 10 times the same test method got executed. And if you see here, 10 random numbers got printed. 1, 8, 84, 55, 3, 35, 4, 49, 5, 27, 6, 45, 7, 19, 8, 33, 9, 38, 10. 10 times. Okay. You see the method 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Same test method got executed 10 times. This is what is the invocation count attribute, and this is how we have to use the invocation count with @test annotation. Okay. So there are few more attributes, guys. Okay, which work along with the invocation count. They are nothing but invocation timeout and thread pool size attributes. We can use these attributes with the invocation count. So I'll be covering these two attributes in the next sessions. Okay. So how to use this invocation timeout with invocation count and how to use this thread pool size with this invocation count, I'm going to cover in the next sessions. Okay. So that's all for this session, guys. This is how we have to use invocation count along with the @test annotation. So that's all. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 58 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use invocation timeout attribute in TestNG. So let's get started. As mentioned, in the previous session, invocation timeout attribute works along with invocation count attribute. Okay, we are specifying this invocation count attribute with @test annotation. Beside that, when invocation count attribute is mentioned in the @test annotation, we can also provide one more attribute known as, on the top of this attribute, we have to provide one more attribute known as invocation timeout if required. Okay, so what it will do? It will specify the maximum time in which all the invocations of the test method should complete. If you say invocation count is equal to 10, the same test method will be executed 10 times, right? That 10 times of execution of the test method should complete in this maximum given timeout. Okay, invocation timeout, no matter how many times this test method will run. Okay, so it should be completed in this particular time. If the test method has to run 10 times because invocation count is provided as 10. Okay, so if you specify invocation count as 10 seconds, within 10 seconds the test method has to run 10 times. Okay, within that 10 seconds only it has to complete, then only the test will, the this overall test will pass, otherwise it will fail. For example, here invocation count is 5, and if you are giving 10 seconds, within 10 seconds this test method should run 5 times. If test method is unable to run 5 times within this 10 seconds, it will fail. Okay, so let me practically demonstrate, guys. So first of all, I'll just change this number to 5, guys. 10 is too much, so let's give it 5 so that we can see in how much time, before mentioning any timeout, invocation timeout attribute, without specifying, I'll casually see how much time actually it is taking for the same test method to run 5 times. Okay, we can see that. Okay, let me run this. The test method will run 5 times, and in each time it will print the random number. Okay, same automation code that I have covered in the previous session, guys, I'm using. You see random number will be printed 39. Second time, 51 got printed second time. Third time, 50 got printed. Fourth time, 56 got printed. Last time, 89 got printed. Click here. You can see the total time it took is around 29 to 30 seconds. Okay, around 29 seconds. So in this case, if I specify the invocation timeout, okay, invocation timeout attribute, if I specify like this is equal to, if I if I specify 10 seconds, no matter what you do, it will not complete in 10 seconds, right? It is taking 30 seconds. If I give 10,000 milliseconds here, automatically it will fail, guys. Intentionally, I'm giving invocation count as a invocation timeout attribute with this invocation count as 10 seconds. Okay, 5 iterations in 10 seconds. That is not possible because for 5 iterations, five times this particular test method has to run. It is almost taking 30 seconds, as we have seen in the results. But I'm giving 10 seconds, so intentionally we are failing. Okay, let's see what will happen. So it will stuck there, it will stop, and it will fail. That's it. Okay, whatever the runs it has to do, it will run in the 10 seconds, and correctly 10 seconds it will stop. 13 got printed for now, no problem. Second one, it stopped. You see, just for the first one itself it got failed. Okay, second iteration also has not been completed, failure we got, and we got an exception known as thread timeout exception. Okay, because within 10 seconds, we are not able to complete. Let's increase the count. Let's give that as 30 seconds this time. Okay, 30 seconds and run this. It will work or not, let's see. Okay, still it is skeptical, but let's see. First time, the application is loading slow, we can't do anything, guys. It will fail for second time again. You see, 28. Then second time, 15. Something happening. Let's see. Third time or fourth time, I don't know. Not clicking actually. So there is a problem with the application, and it stopped means it got failed automatically. Okay, yeah, that timeout happened. Okay, this time it took more time, it seems more than 29, that is more than 30 seconds it took. So let me give this time ultimately 50 seconds, guys. It's too much actually, but let me give that and see, this time it should not fail. Okay, let's run this. 50 seconds is maximum time actually. Okay, sometimes the website network will be slow also, we can't do anything. That is fail. If it is fast, no problem. 64. Next, second one, generate 35, done. Third time, 53, done. fourth time, 36, done. Fifth time, 26, done. Okay, it completed, guys, without any exception, because uh, this 5 number of times the test method got executed within 50 seconds. Okay, within 50 seconds. This is what is invocation timeout. So hope you understood invocation timeout attribute and how to use this on the top of the invocation count attribute of the editor test annotation method. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 59 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use thread pool size attribute in TestNG. So let's get started. Thread pool size attribute need to be used along with invocation count attribute. Okay, as we already know, invocation count attribute is used with @test annotation like this. @test invocation count is equal to some 5 or 10, whatever you can give. That particular test method will either run 5 times if you specify 5. If you specify 10, it will run. Same test method will run 10 times because of the invocation count. On the top of this invocation count, we can provide one more attribute known as thread pool size to enable the parallel execution of the test. Okay, though this particular same test method is going to run multiple times, but if you want at a time multiple tests to run, okay, though test 10 times it has to run, but if you enable the parallel execution using the thread pool size, okay, every time two browsers will open. For example, if you specify thread pool size is equal to 2, okay, two browsers will run at a time, two tests will run at a time only. Okay, in 5 iterations it will be done. It's actually 10 iterations, but two browsers at a time. That's what is parallel execution, right? So we can enable the parallel execution for invocation count using thread pool size, guys. I'll practically demonstrate that for you. As you can see here only invocation count is there. If I specify 10, okay, first I will specify invocation count is equal to 10, and I will not specify the thread pool size. Without that, how the tests are running in a sequential manner one by one. Let's see. After one test is completed, another test will be running. Only one browser will launch at a time. After that browser closes, second browser will launch. Okay, it will happen 10 times. This code that I have written, Selenium code, is already explained as part of the previous session, guys. So the same code we are using. It is generating the random number and printing in the output. Okay, second time is done. Third time is done. Fourth time it is done. Fifth time it is done. Sixth time done. Seventh time done. Eighth time done. Ninth time done. And final time also done. Okay, total 10 times. So here, if you can see, it has taken almost around 47 point some seconds, and here the test got executed in a sequential manner, one after the another one. What if I use this attribute known as thread pool size, okay, which need to be used along with the invocation count? Thread pool size is equal to, okay, if I give it as let's say 2 at a time, two browsers, okay, two tests will run at a time, okay, that means 2 5s are 10, something like that. Okay, you can understand that, right? Parallel execution. Run this. Two browsers at a time will run. Let's not disturb what is happening on the screen. Two Chrome browsers will launch and two random numbers will be printed. 47 3 got printed. Again, two browsers got launched. Let it run, guys. Total 10 tests. Total 10. And it took 82. Okay. So more time actually. So it happens, guys. Okay, because we are running on a single machine. That's okay. Thread pool sizes will make the enable the parallel execution go though. Okay, fine. So this is what is the thread pool size attribute which has to be used with the invocation count to enable the parallel execution of the same test to be executed multiple times. Okay. So hope, guys, you understood how to use thread pool size attribute with the invocation count attribute of @test annotation test methods. Okay, to enable the parallel execution of the test of. Okay. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 60 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain what are listeners in TestNG. So let's get started. In this session, I'm going to explain about listeners in a theoretical way. So what are listeners? The practical demonstration of the listeners will be done in the following sessions, guys. But first now, to get started, let's understand what are listeners. Listeners, using which we can listen to the events of TestNG and its test methods. We in TestNG, guys, we create some test methods, and when we run it, the test will start, the test will end, the test will fail, the test will skip, the test will pass, and many things will occur when you run or execute the tests. Accordingly, when the test starts, if you want to do something, when the test fails, you want to take a screenshot, we need listeners. Okay? Listeners listen to the events. Okay? Listeners are listeners and TestNG are nothing but the things which listen to the events of the TestNG and its test methods. Okay? Events happening in the TestNG and test events, test methods are listened by these TestNG listeners. In simple words, they are TestNG listeners, guys. When the test starts, when the test ends, when the test succeeds, that is passes, when the test fails, when the test skips. If you want to do something, first we have to listen, right? We have to listen to these events that are occurring when you are running your automation scripts. When the test is starting, you want to do something. Okay? When the test is ending, you want to do something. When the test is passing, you want to do something. When the test is failing, you want to do something. The test is skipping, when the test has skipped, you want to do something. For all these things, first we have to listen to these events, right? That is starting of the test, ending of the test. All these are the events. Some of the examples of the events, right? In TestNG and its test methods. So to listen to this kind of events of TestNG and its test methods, we have to use TestNG listeners, guys. Okay. And in technical terms, listeners are nothing but interfaces, guys. Okay. In Java, we have a concept of interfaces, right? Interfaces will not contain methods containing body. Okay. All the methods in the interfaces are by default abstract. They doesn't contain the body. Only method declaration will be there. Okay. So these listeners are nothing but interfaces, guys. Okay. Interfaces from TestNG library, from which we can override some methods. Okay. These interfaces come with some only method declared, method defined methods will be there without any implementation of that methods. Some methods will be there, and these methods we are going to implement from this interface. Okay, we are going to implement this interface and override these methods in one of our classes, and then we are going to write some code. Okay, to to decide what should we do when some events in TestNG occur. Okay, so here is a complete by writing the code inside this overridden methods from this interfaces, by implementing this interface in one of our classes. Okay, user defined class we create, we will be able to override the methods of these interfaces in our classes, and thereafter we can decide how to respond to different events like this: starting of the test, ending of the test, passing of the test, failure of the test, skipping of the test, and any other. Okay, how to respond to such kind of events. For example, if you take failure, I want to, when a particular test method fails, I want to take a screenshot. But how to know that the test method is failing? We have to listen to that. TestNG listeners will listen to the test method and see whether that is passing or failing. If it is failing, immediately this overridden method, one of the overridden method from this TestNG listeners, okay, will write the code for taking the screenshot inside that particular method, which will listen to the event like failure of the test. Okay, when that particular event happens where the test method of this TestNG fails, automatically this method in TestNG listeners will get activated or invoked, you can say, and that method will be already written some code. We have already written some code inside this method of the method that is being invoked when the particular test method fails, where we'll write the code for taking the screenshot. Automatically the screenshot will be taken when the test method fails. Here for a event, we are deciding what to do. That is, we are deciding to take a screenshot when a particular event, when a particular test method fails. This is how the TestNG listeners will be useful to you guys. So theoretically, I'm explaining now, but in the upcoming sessions, I'm going to explain in a practical way. You will understand this theoretical thing in a more better way at that time. Okay, we can decide how to respond to different events triggered by this TestNG and its test methods. Okay, one of the example of the event that may be triggered by the TestNG test methods is failure event, that is may fail, and in one of the overridden method which gets invoked by this event because of listening to this particular event, okay, we'll be writing the code for taking the screenshot, and the method will be invoked and the screenshot will be taken. Okay, lot of things we can do, guys, behind this. Okay, so what is the purpose of the listeners? As already mentioned, when the test is starting, you want to do something. Okay, then what you will do, you will take one of the overridden method which will get invoked. Okay, overridden method of the TestNG listeners which will get invoked when test starting event arises. Because of this event, this overridden method will be invoked, and in that we'll write the code to do something. What should we do when the test starts? We'll write some code, guys. What, it depends on us, like what we want to do when a particular test starts. That code we'll write in the overridden method of the TestNG listeners, and they listen to the events like when the test is starting and the test is failing. This is a very good example, guys. When the test is failing, you want to take a screenshot. So our overridden methods will get invoked when the test method fails, because these overridden methods will listen to the events like failing of the test by TestNG, and we already have written the code inside this overridden method which is invoked by this failed test method for taking the screenshot, and the code will run for taking the screenshot. Screenshot will be taken. Okay, that's the purpose of the listeners, guys. We can do a lot about listeners, guys. Okay, so practical demonstration will be done in the following sessions, guys. Okay, I'll be explaining uh, what practical. Okay, but in practically all the theoretical stuff, whatever explained, right, I'm going to show in practical. Okay, so in the upcoming sessions, even including the screenshot taking also, I'll tell you like when a test fails, how to take a screenshot. How can we make the TestNG listener listen to the failed test event and then take a screenshot? All those stuff I'm going to explain in the upcoming sessions. Okay, be ready for that. And before I wind up the session, guys, in the next session, I'm going to explain that there are different type of listeners in TestNG, guys. Okay, there is not one listener. Listener is an interface. I told you, technically speaking, listener is nothing but an interface. But there are many type of listeners in TestNG. We have to decide which listener we have to use from TestNG library for a purpose. Okay, there are many type of listeners. There is many predefined interfaces available in TestNG library, which are nothing but listeners we call. They come up with some overridden methods, which we have to write the code for to decide what we have to do when such kind of events happen in TestNG. Okay, so there are different type of TestNG interfaces, which we call them as listeners now. And what are that different variety of listeners I am going to cover in the next session. Okay. So that's all for this session, guys. Hope you understood what exactly are listeners in this session. In the next session, I am going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to part 61 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to list the different listeners that are available in TestNG library. So let's get started. As explained in the previous session, there are different listeners available in TestNG library, and technically speaking, these listeners are nothing but the predefined interfaces in TestNG library. There are different predefined interfaces in TestNG library consisting of many kind of methods, okay, which can be overridden from the predefined interfaces into our classes, so that we can take action according to the events triggered by the TestNG and TestNG methods using these listener methods. Okay, so technically speaking, this is what, guys, I explained in the previous session, if you have understood. Okay, but as I have to clearly explain again, there are different listeners available in TestNG. That is, listeners are nothing but the predefined interfaces which belong to the TestNG library, guys. So there are about 20, guys. Okay, 20 and above TestNG listeners are available. Okay, TestNG predefined interfaces are available, which we call them as interfaces. But I am going to list down the most important ones, and in that, what we generally use in real time as part of Selenium automation or any other test automation. What is the main listener that we use that I'm going to cover in this session? Okay, so, guys, the main important listener that we have, that everyone uses in their Selenium automation code or any frameworks, okay, which are built on Selenium automation or API automation, rest assured, or the mobile automation, APM, or whatever it is. Most of the people use this interface, predefined interface, which we call as listener, is known as ITestListener. Okay, so this is a commonly used one in the projects and frameworks for different types of automation in the testing industry. Okay, this ITest listener comes with a lot of methods which are only declared, but they doesn't have any body, guys. Okay, these methods are only declared, but there doesn't have any body. Who has to write the body? So we have to create a class and implement this one of the listener, ITestListener, okay, interface from TestNG library. We have to implement that, and then we have to override the methods of this ITestListener, and then we have to write the code, okay, on what we have to do based on the events that are triggered by the TestNG and its test methods. Okay, this what is a simple terms I can say. And out of all the different listeners available in TestNG, out of all the different predefined interfaces, which we call them as listeners in TestNG, ITestListener is a commonly used and mainly used one. And other than that, we have 20 more listeners, guys. But here I am only uh, listing down the important ones. Okay. Apart from the ITestListener, we have IAnnotation transformer as another important one. I invoked the method listener. They're not commonly used like ITestListener, but still important, guys. Okay. Here and there, you will see some people using IAnnotation transformer also, or I invoke method listener, I suit listener, I reporter, I configurable, I execution listener, I hookable, okay, I method interceptor, I configuration listener, and there are many other predefined interfaces in TestNG which we can call them as listeners, and these are the major ones, and ITestListener is the most commonly used one. The next session, I am going to use the mostly commonly used ITestListener. Okay, I'll try to practically demonstrate if required. Okay, how to use this ITestListener and how to override the methods of this. Okay, ITestListener and all these things I'm going to talk or explain and demonstrate practically in the next session. For now, there are different listeners available in TestNG. Apart from ITestListener, which is commonly used, we have other listeners like IAnnotation transformer, I invoke method listener. Okay, so you should have an idea of one or two or three, guys, at least. Okay, I reporter, I configure. These are very easy, right? I suit listener, I reporter, I configure, ITestListener, I hookable. Okay, few things you can remember. It's not compulsory that you have to listen, remember anything, everything. But ITestListener compulsory, guys. Okay, because it is commonly used. ITestListener. So hope guys you understood the different listeners that are available in TestNG library, the list of different listeners that are available in TestNG library in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 62 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use one of the listeners in TestNG library, that is ITestListener, which is nothing but a predefined interface in TestNG library. So let's get started. So here we have a project, guys. Okay. Under this project, under SRC test Java, I'll create a new package. I'll just name this package as listeners package. Listeners package. You just randomly create a package, guys. Under this, you create any class. Your desired class with the desired name you can create. I'll say my listeners. Okay. My listeners. Okay. You can also say our listeners or whatever you want. Okay, just give my listeners or something like this. Okay, my listeners, something like this. Click on finish. This is a user defined class, guys. This is a user defined class. Now this particular class, I'll make this class implement this interface known as ITestListener interface from TestNG. Okay, here I'll say implements ITestListener. ITestListener is a predefined interface from TestNG library. ITestListener is a predefined, one of the predefined interface is called as a listener, one of the listeners from TestNG library, guys. When I hover the mouse here, you will see that you will get an import statement of ITestListener interface from TestNG library. Select this option, the error will be gone. Now you are not getting any options here. So this ITestListener has some methods that we have to override here. Okay, we have to override the methods of this ITestListener, but we are not getting any error for this class to override the methods of this ITestListener. Okay, so let's see why it's happening like that. Okay, let's control, just press control and it will appear like a link, guys. Click on the link, it will open the declaration. You see here, guys, all the methods that you see are default specified. Okay, so they have a method body also, but there is no code written here. So here this is also default specified. Okay, there is no code mentioned here. All these methods are default specified. That's the reason, guys. Okay, we are not getting an error here for this class to override the methods of this. It's not mandatorily giving an error to override the methods of this ITestListener, because ITestListener has default methods. What do I mean? I'll tell you guys. For example, if you have a, I'll create another package, guys, just for the sake of, okay, just for temporary case, I'll create a new package. You'll understand what's happening there. Experiment, I'll write experiment, and under this, I'll create an interface, guys. I'll just select. I'll say iSample interface. This is a sample interface I'm creating. So in this iSample, as part of Java, I'm explaining, guys. As part of Java, I'm explaining in this interface. If you try to create a method with method body public void, let's say sample one is a method I'm trying to create. You see, when I try to create a method body, immediately I'm getting an error saying that abstract methods do not specify body. I should not give the method body here. Okay. Now you see the error is gone. But here, ITestListener has some methods having the body. You see, there is a body for this ITestListener enter. This is an interface. The ITestListener is an interface. Still, it has a methods containing the body. How it is possible? You see, from the Java 8 version onwards, okay, apart from the normal methods, if you apart from these methods having no body, if you want to create some methods having some method body, it is possible, guys. Okay, if you are not aware of this topic, like from Java 8 onwards, you can have methods having not having body and also having body. Only way is that you have to mention default keyword, guys. Instead of public keyword, you give default keyword and say sample two. You see, now you can give the method body, guys. There will not be any error. You see, there is no error. In the interface, I'm able to create a method having the body. So it's already implemented. If it has a body, means this method is already implemented in terms. Okay. If I create a class here, say sample class, let's say sample class, and if I write implements this iSample interface, iSample I for interface, let's say, you see, immediately I'm getting an error, right? But here, when I say my listeners implement ITestListener, I'm not getting error because all these methods inside this ITestListener have a method body because they are specified with the default. Okay, it's not compulsory to override this method. But here, when I implement this iSample method containing a method having no body and method having a body. In this case, if the sample class is implementing this iSample interface, immediately I'm getting an error saying that add unimplemented methods. This is sample one, you have to implement, it is saying. You select this option, guys, it's saying override. Okay, but error is gone. What about the other method in the iSample? iSample has two methods, right? Sample one, sample two. This method is already implemented. So you are not getting an error here, but still you can override that, guys. Okay, you can say public void sample to, and still you can override this method, guys. Still you can override this method. You can say at the rate override. You see, there is no problem in that. So that's what is happening, guys. So with this example, you can understand that from Java 8 onwards, we can create default methods inside the interface. They can contain the method body. Let me delete this package for now. That's only for the basics I covered. Okay. Now come back to the listeners, guys. Here, there is a predefined interface known as ITestListener. And if you clearly observe inside this predefined interface ITestListener, all these methods are default. They have the method body. That's why it's not a compulsory to get an error here to override these methods. But still I want to override the methods. What I have to do? Either I have to go inside this interface and take the names of the methods, public void on test start. I have to see that and write the methods. Public void on test start is one of the method that I want to override from the ITestListener interface. Here I can say at the rate override. Manually I'm writing this method, guys. Okay, on test start, and remove override annotation. It is saying why. Okay, it's not even allowing me to write override here. Okay, on test start, this method name is correct, right? On test start, yeah. And here I can add this parameter. Now if I write at the rate override, let's see what will happen. Override. Now it's okay. Because of this parameter, it's not allowing me. So now I'm overriding this method, guys. I can override the method. But for each and every method, if I go inside this ITestListener and uh, by looking at this, if I have to create the override methods, that is a very difficult process here. So to overcome that problem, there is a way, guys. Okay, what is that way is, after you implement this ITestListener interface of TestNG library by this my listeners, any of the class, user defined class, just when you are in this class, select the source option in Eclipse, and you have an option to override or implement methods option. Okay, select this option, guys. You'll get this dialog where you see ITestListener. These are the methods available. You can choose whatever the methods. If you want to select all the methods, you can select this option. Or if you want to customizely select the options like on finish you want, on start you want. This one I don't want, let's say on test failed, but with I don't want to use that. On test failed with timeout I want, on test failure I want, on test skip I want, on test start I want, on test success I want. Only except this method I want remaining all methods to overridden. Okay, select OK. All these methods are the default methods in this interface. That's why we are manually overriding it. Okay, especially we are going to source and we are not getting any error to override here, but we are specially going to the source and selecting override to save the time. Remove this code, guys. This code is not required. Remove the code from all these methods which are automatically created, auto-generated with as part of overriding concept. So we are overriding all these methods of the ITestListener's interface, ITestListener interface. So now, so what I will do here is I'll write some sample statements here, guys. System.out.println. Instead of writing the real code here, okay, when a test method starts, for example, here under the test package we have the login test. When one of the test methods starts, okay, when this particular test starts, automatically guys, this where is this my listeners class, this on test method in the my listeners class need to be invoked. Okay, when it is invoked, how can we come to know? Okay, how can we come to know that but this particular test method has been invoked? Okay, started. So here, guys, I'll say string test name is equal to result dot get name. Okay, get name I'll say. This will get the name of the test that has started, guys. So I'll simply say test name plus started. That's it. Okay, started. I'll write like this. Okay, test name started. I can write the code like this, guys. Okay, or you can simply provide system.println and say test started. Okay, result.get name started. Okay, so this is how we can get the name of the test, guys. If you use this result dot when this particular method is invoked. Okay, when this particular method is invoked by when one of the test method in that login class, this particular test method which is annotated with @test. Okay, so it will run. Let me stop the run, guys. Clear. I unexpectedly clicked on the run option actually, so ignore that. So when these particular test methods are running, automatically these methods need to be invoked. When they are invoked, here this print statement should be printed saying that test name started. Okay, test name started like that. On test success, we can say that again the same thing, guys. String I'll say test name passed. Okay, passed, test passed. If it is failed, I want to take a screenshot. I will not show you right now how to take a screenshot, but later I will show you. But for now, I'll write the dummy code here. I'm getting the test name and say test name failed. Okay. Otherwise, generally we have to write the code here inside the on test failure method to take a screenshot. Whenever one of the test method here fails, automatically this on test failure method in this my listeners, which is implementing the ITestListener interface, need to invoke this on test failure method, and screenshot should be taken of that particular page where the test got failed in Selenium automation or whatever it is. Okay. When a particular test skips, you know that in TestNG we can skip the test. Okay. If in that case, we have to print out saying that result.got test name skipped. Okay. Skipped. Then if a particular test is failed with a timeout, then I'll be writing test name failed with the timeout. Okay. Because of timeout, within that time the test didn't got executed. That's why it got failed. On start, before the start of any of the running of the test methods, this start on start. Okay, system.out.println I mean test execution started. Okay, complete test. Okay, I am not talking about a single test, guys. Complete test execution started. Okay, here I'll say all the tests got executed. Okay, system.out.println all the tests got executed. Okay, test execution completed. Okay, at the end of that we can say test execution completed. Okay, like this on test on start on finish also we can use. So this how we created the we have overridden the on test start, on test success, on test failure, on test skipped, on test failed with timeout, on start, on finish methods from the ITestListener interface. Even though these methods are default methods, we are not getting the error. We have manually overridden the methods by going to source and override implement and selecting the options. Now I'll go to the login. I'll run this login.java to see whether these listener methods are getting invoked or not. Okay. Now a listeners class is created, right? I'm just in a feeling that if I run this login, if I say run all these test methods inside this login class will only login class will be executed. I'm in a feeling that my listeners class uh, will invoke. Okay, when these test methods are getting running. Okay, all these methods will get invoked or not, something I'm thinking. Okay, at least on test start, on test pass should be invoked, right? So click on run all. Let's see whether my listeners related methods will get invoked or not. They will not be invoked, guys. Okay, they will not be invoked. You see only the method execution, but nowhere on test started, on test failed, nothing got invoked here. Okay, nothing related to this print statements I provide in this methods got invoked. What is the reason behind that? Because we have not connected this login class with this mylisteners.java. Okay, we have to connect the login class with my listeners, then only this my listeners will listen to the test methods inside this login class. Since there is no connection between the login class and my listeners.java, even though you run this all the test methods inside the login class, these methods inside this my listeners are not getting invoked for the events that are raised from the test methods of this login class. So how to connect this login class and my listeners, that I'm going to explain in the next session. Okay. For now, I'm only covering ITestListener, guys. Overriding the default methods of the ITestListeners, writing sample print statements in the inside the overridden methods of the ITestListener, that my listeners class. And we already created test methods. You see already login class having some test methods, even having the priority are mentioned here. Okay, everything is in place. But when I'm running this test methods, one of the class having the test methods, this ITestListener overridden methods, okay, inside the my listeners class are not getting invoked. Okay, the listener methods are not getting invoked. I'm saying here practically, I practically demonstrated that the listener methods which are there in the my listeners class, okay, listener methods which are there in the my listeners class, which are overridden from the ITestListener interface, are not getting invoked when I run the test methods in the login class, because login class is not connected to the my listeners. How to connect them, that login class with the my listeners, that I'm going to cover in the next session, guys. Implementing listeners at class level using at the rate listeners annotation. We have to use this annotation on the top of the class, okay, and connect this uh, class which is actually overriding the methods of the ITestListener. Then only the listener methods will be invoked, that I'm going to cover in the next session, guys. Okay. So I don't want to cover everything in a single session. So here I want to introduce you guys to ITestListener and how to override the methods of the ITestListener. But here test methods are not invoking, test methods of the login class are not invoking the listener methods that we created just now in this session. Okay. So that I'm going to demonstrate. We can do this invoking part, invoking the listener methods of the my listeners class, which is importing this ITestListener in two ways, guys, at class level and suite level. First, I will explain at the class level. Then in the next session, I will explain at the suite level, guys. First, let me explain at the class level in the next session. Okay. So hope, guys, you understood how to use ITestListener. It's not complete session, guys. It's a partial session. In the next session, we are going to invoke this ITestListener methods. Okay, at the class level in the next session. Okay, this session will be continued in the next session. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover the continuation topic of TestNG. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 63 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to implement listeners at class level using at the rate listeners annotation from TestNG. In the previous session, we have seen that this is the previous session, guys. This is the current session. In the previous session, we have seen that though we have created a class and implemented this ITestListener predefined interface from TestNG and overridden the methods of them, and also created the test methods and have executed them, these particular test methods, these overridden methods of this my listeners class that I created in the previous session have not been invoked. Okay, because there was no connection between the class having these test methods and the class having these overridden methods of the ITestListener interface. Okay, that was the problem that we have seen that. Now let's go to the solution part. We can implement these listeners at class level. That means we can connect a class to this listeners class, which is implementing the overridden methods of the ITestListener interface. And there is a annotation for that, guys. That is at the rate listeners annotation. We have to use annotation like this. I'll show you. Earlier I told you, right? Even though, okay, have run this particular class having these test methods, none of the methods which are implemented or overridden from this ITestListener in this my listeners class, user defined class, are not got invoked. None of these methods got invoked. Otherwise, we got these print statements in the output, right? That didn't happen. I'll show you again. If I say run all these 5 test methods in the login class will be executed, but none of the methods in this my listeners class, which is implementing the listeners interface from TestNG library, have been invoked. None of these methods got invoked, guys. You see the output here. Only the method statements got printed. Okay, only the test methods got invoked. Okay, printed. Okay, this login and login with valid credentials like this got printed. Okay, but this method, the code that we have written inside this particular listener methods, which need to be invoked when this test methods get started or passed or failed, are not got invoked. So the reason is there is no connection between the login class and my listeners class here. How to make a connection? How to make a connection, guys? Okay. So here we can make a connection by providing on the top of this class, you provide an annotation known as listeners annotation. Okay, just provide an annotation known as listeners annotation and import this. Okay, LISTENERS, spelling mistake, guys, over the mouse, and import this listeners from TestNG library. And here provide the circular brackets. And here you have to mention the name of the listeners class. If you only have one class, there is no need of providing the curly braces. This curly braces is required. Okay, these curly braces are required when you have multiple listener classes. Okay, but here only one listeners class is there, so we'll follow this process. Okay, you just provide the name of the class. Let's say this name of the class is my listeners. So here you don't have to provide the curly braces. That is optional, guys. Whether you provide or not doesn't matter. My listeners dot class, I'll say. Okay, my listeners dot class. And you see from listeners package, my listeners class is coming. Now, once you connect this login class with the my listeners class, now run the test. Now run the same test from this login class. You will see that these methods in the my listeners class, overridden methods of this ITestListener in this my listeners class will be invoked now. When the test starts, when the test passes, okay, most of the tests will pass here. Okay, none of the tests will fail. So all the tests will pass. So on test start will be invoked, on test success will be invoked. Okay, there are no tests or which are skipping for now. Will not go in that. On test start will be invoked, on finish also will be invoked. Nothing will be failed. So only few test methods from this my listeners class will be invoked for not for now. Later we'll change the code here and intentionally we'll fail and see that. Okay, to make other other methods of this my listeners to get invoked. You'll see that you can see that test execution started. That means where is that statement, guys? On test start. On start, you see on start. Test execution started. That means this particular on start method in this my listeners class got invoked already. Okay. Then login with valid credentials method has started. Where is this? Where is this one? On test start. Okay. Test name. Login with valid credentials has started. Started. Okay. Started. Then the test method got executed. The test method in the login.java got executed according to the priority. Then it has passed. You see this passed. Where which method in this my listeners got invoked? On test success method got invoked. Okay, these are the listener methods, guys, which are getting invoked based on the events thrown by this login class. Okay, so here you see test name passed. That's the reason here it is printing login with valid credentials passed. Again, login with valid email and invalid password started. Then it got executed here. Then login with valid email and invalid password got passed. Then other method started, executed, passed, started, executed, passed, started, executed, passed. And finally, here test execution completed. Okay, that is on test, on finish. Test execution completed got printed. So some of the methods got invoked. Now I want to invoke the failure, on test failure, on test skipped, on test failed with timeout also. For that, I'll go to the login.java and intentionally will provide do something. Here I'll do some assert statement, guys. Okay, in one of the test method, I'll assert and assert true, I'll say, and I'll just give false here so that this particular test will fail. Intentionally, I am failing, guys. Okay, but it is expecting true, but I am providing false means this particular test method will fail. When this is failed, which method will be invoked? On test fail, on test failed. Okay, on test failure will be invoked. Okay, test failed will be printed for the second test method, and for skipping or other method, there is one more method here. On test failed with timeout. Okay, so I'll intentionally make one or another test also to fail. Here I'll say timeout is equal to I'll give only 1 second. Okay, timeout attribute is equal to 1 second. Change to timeout, guys. Is capital O we have to give. Okay, I explained about timeout in one of the previous sessions. And here I'm giving thread.sleep, guys. Okay, intentionally giving thread.sleep as 2000 milliseconds. That means here if this particular test is not executed within 1 second, it will fail. So here it will take 2 seconds, so it will definitely fail. Okay, and the reason for the failure is on test failed with timeout reason. Okay, this particular method will be invoked, guys. Okay, this particular method in the my listeners will be invoked. Then I'll make another method. Okay, let's say this priority for method depend on this failed method, one of the failed method. For example, I'll make this depends on. Okay, so here I'll make this method 4 depends on method is equal to depends on method. I think depends on method, right? Change to depends on methods is equal to, here I can provide curly braces and provide the name of the method which is actually failing. Okay, if I am providing the name of the method which is failing, so what happens in this case? Okay, so I'm missing something. Depends on methods is equal to, okay, I have to give in double quotes maybe. See, yeah, there it is gone. We have to give in double quotes, guys. Double quotes the name of the method which this particular method is depending on, but the method that is depending on is failing means this particular method will get skipped automatically. Okay, this particular method to be executed, it should depend on 2, but it's failing means this particular method will get skipped. The last method will pass again. Okay, so I have modified the code in the login dot java test methods in such a way that one of the tests, 2 of the tests will pass, one test will fail, one test will fail with timeout, another test will depend on another failed method, and because of that it will skip, it will not get executed because of depends on methods. Okay, and other method will pass. Okay, so most of the methods, all the methods in this my listeners class which are overridden from this ITestListener interface need to get invoked now when I run this login.java test methods. Let's see that. I'm running all the test methods. Let's see what will happen. Okay, just see here, test execution started, login with valid credentials started. First test method will pass, guys. So it got executed and it got passed. As you can see, first test method got passed. This is for first test method. Okay, on test start, on start is completed and on test started. Okay, some this method, guys. Okay, on test start got executed, and also test method got executed, and then on test success got executed. On test success from the my listeners method got invoked and got executed, and it is saying passed. For second test method, I'm say failed, right? I intentionally failed by using the assert statement. So it started, it got executed, but it failed. You see, it's saying it failed. It failed. Okay. So on failed, on test failed method got invoked here. Okay, from my listeners class. Then on started, you see this one got failed with timeout. Okay, I failed with timeout, right? Timeout is equal to 1000 milliseconds and dot sleep is equal to 2 seconds. I gave that. Because of that, it got failed. Okay, this particular method got failed, and again this method got started and it got skipped. You see, this particular method got depending on the failed one of the failed methods. That's why it got skipped. Okay, one method got skipped. You see, one of the on skipped. What is that? On test skipped, right? On test skipped method got invoked and this got printed. Okay, on test this test method name got skipped. Okay, again started and passed. Last test method will pass, so it got executed. So finally, somewhere here you will see test execution completed. You can see that one skip, 2 failures, and total 5 tests. In that 2 passed, 2 failed, and 1 skip. Okay, and also respective methods in the my listeners class. On test start got invoked, on test success got invoked, on test failure got invoked, on test skip got invoked, on test failed with the timeout got invoked. Okay, and on test failed with timeout got invoked, on start got invoked, on finish got invoked. But here the thing is only one class this listeners is connected, right? Listeners is connected only to the one class. This listeners, my listeners class, overridden methods got connected only to one of the class, that is login, because we provided this annotation in one of the class. If I have to connect this my listeners to other classes, in register also I have to provide @listeners, in search also I have to provide @listeners, in search also I have to provide @listeners and connect the my listeners class. But I am not going to do that. Okay, so instead of if multiple classes needs to be connected to the my listeners, we should not be connecting these classes at the class level. Okay, we should not be connecting these classes to the listeners class at the class level. Rather, we have to connect this, implement this listeners at the suite level. In the TestNG XML file, we have to implement. Okay, how to do that? I'm going to explain in the next session. Okay, here only one class connecting to the listeners, and how the methods of the listeners class, my listeners class are getting invoked depending on the different events raised in the login test methods, and how this listener methods, overridden methods from the listeners class got invoked. We have practically seen here, and things are working fine. But at the class level, we have implemented. Now we have to implement at the suite level, where multiple classes we are going to implement this, connect this to the listeners, and let's invoke the listeners class methods, listeners class methods for all the suite of classes. Okay, instead of single class like login class, login, search, and login, search, and register. For all the classes, these listener methods have to be invoked. Okay, for that we have to implement the listeners at the suite level that I'm going to explain in the next session. Okay, so hope guys you understood how to implement the listeners at the class level in this session using the listeners annotation from TestNG. So that's all for this session. As I mentioned, we'll continue this session in the next session. Okay, till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 64 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate implementing listeners at suite level by using TestNG XML file. So let's get started. This session is a continuation of previous two sessions. We started here guys, ITestListener. Okay, we have created a class which implements this one of the predefined interface of TestNG library known as ITestListener and overridden the methods of this ITestListener. Okay, but here the problem was we are unable to invoke this overridden methods from this listeners class. Okay, because there is no connection between the class having the test methods and listeners class having the methods that need to be invoked based on the events given by the events provided by the test methods. Okay, to overcome that problem, we can implement listeners at class level by adding @listeners at the class level. But here the problem is for a single class, we can make a connection for a single class to the listener class methods. Okay, listener methods. Single class test methods will be connected to the listener methods only for that single class, only for the test methods which are there in the single class. This listener class methods will be invoked when the events are raised by the test methods which are there in the class. Okay, but now I want to implement these listeners at project level where multiple classes will be there. For example, if you see this project here, not only login but also register and search are also there. For all these three classes, I want to implement the listeners. So I cannot go to each and individual class and provide the listeners annotation and do that, right? So in login.java, if you see in the login.java, if you see, I added an annotation here. This kind of annotation have to keep on adding for each and every class. That doesn't make sense. So what I will do here is I'll not do anything guys. Okay, I'll just remove that annotation from the individual class and I will do that at the TestNG XML suite tag level. Okay, so here my listeners is there. My listeners is there, which is implementing the ITestListener and overriding the this methods of this ITestListener. And these methods will be invoked when the test methods of these classes are getting executed. But to make that happen, there should be a connection established between this login register search class and this my listeners class. How to do that? If here multiple classes are there, so I'll delete this TestNG XML file for now. I'll delete this guys. I'll create it again. So I'll right click on the project and select TestNG and say convert to TestNG. A TestNG XML file will be created directly under the project. You see all the three class files that are there in this project like login, register, search, all three files are there. Click on finish. Once the TestNG XML file is created, open that. Now at the suite tag level, okay, at the suite tag level, just under the suite tag is just create listeners tags. Okay, listeners. Okay, in between the listeners, add a listener tag, listener, single listener, class hyphen name is equal to, and provide the self-closing tag here. And for class name, you provide the name of this listener. Okay, it is under the listeners package. Just give listeners package name dot name of the class, that is my listeners. Okay, my listeners. Okay, just make sure there are no spelling mistakes. So by just providing these three lines, okay, we are connecting all these three classes, that is login, search, register, with the my listeners class. All these overridden methods in the my listeners class of the ITestListener interface will be invoked automatically when you run this TestNG XML file, because we provided the listeners tags at the suite tag level in the TestNG XML file. Okay, now it's applied to the project. project classes. TestNG right click run as TestNG XML TestNG suite, and you will see that for all the test methods in all these classes, this listeners methods will be invoked. Okay, let's confirm that. Test execution started. Login with valid credentials started. One of the test method in the login, first login test methods are getting executed. Test method got executed, it got passed. Second one got failed. We have in the previous session we intentionally failed the second test, right? You see, it's invoking the appropriate my listener method, overridden method, and it's giving this message. This proves that on test failure. Okay, on test fail. Okay, on test failure method is getting invoked. Okay. Similarly, another test method failed with timeout in the login class. Okay, another test method got skipped. You see, all these messages are coming from the my listener class methods. Okay, and here login with without credentials started and it got passed. Now second test, that is register, I guess. Okay, second one is here register, search is coming. Okay, search test will run. Where is the search test? Okay, you see, started. This particular test started, then it got executed and it got passed. Second search test got started, it got executed, it got passed. Third search test got started, executed, passed. Then three tests in the search got completed. In the register we have four tests. That register, one of the tests got started, executed, and passed. Started, executed, and passed. Started, executed, and passed. Started, executed, and passed. Finally, complete test execution completed. On start, on finish. This is on finish. This is on finish method in the my listeners. Okay, this is how we can implement the listeners at the suite level in the TestNG XML file, so that instead of providing the listeners annotation for each and every class, we can simply pull all these classes into TestNG XML file. Okay, and provide the connection to the my listeners class, so that these listener class methods will be invoked automatically when the events are raised from all this group of classes that are mentioned in the TestNG XML file. So hope guys you understood how to implement the listeners at the suite tag level in TestNG XML file. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 65 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate these two methods of ITestListener interface of TestNG, that is on start and on finish. I already covered these methods in the previous session, but not in a better and special way. But in this session, I am going to cover these two methods in a special way and show you how exactly these methods are going to work. Okay. So let's get started. This session, that is on start and on finish of this ITestListener interface of TestNG. Okay, this session is a continuation of the previous sessions. That is, from here we started ITestListener. Okay, then we have implemented listeners at the class level using @listeners annotation. Then we have implemented listeners at the suite level using the listener tags, the TestNG XML file. Now I'm going to specially cover this on start and on finish to cover them in a better way in this session. Okay, so this session is a continuation of the previous sessions. So this on start will be executed before every test tag in TestNG XML file, guys. Okay, to understand how the on start predefined method of this ITestListener interface works, you can understand from this statement, guys. On start will be executed before every test tag in TestNG XML file. On finish will be executed after every test tag in TestNG XML file, guys. Okay, this is how it is going to work. Okay, so let me open this Eclipse IDE. So let's open this project, guys. In this project, we have listeners created here, my listeners. Okay, we have my listeners created here. Let me open the my listeners.java. This my listeners is a user defined class which is implementing this ITestListener interface, and we have overridden the default methods of this ITestListener method here. You see, we have on start here, on test start, on test success. This particular method will be executed. This particular method will be executed when a particular test method in a class will start. Okay, executing. This particular method will be executed when a particular test method passes. Okay, execution completes and the test passes. This particular method will be executed when a particular test annotated test method fails. This will be executed when the test method test annotation test method skips. This method will be executed when there is a timeout exception in one of the test annotated test method. And but on start and on finish will be executed before the test tag and after the test tag in TestNG XML file. Okay. So here, if I open this TestNG XML file, This is all the previous session, guys. Okay. Here we only have a single test tag, so we are not able to identify how this on start and on finish will work. Okay. On start and on finish will work for each and every test tags. Before this classes inside this test tag works, on start will be invoked. After all the classes inside this test tag are got executed, at the end of the test tag, on finish will be executed. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create multiple tests, guys. Okay. Instead of single test, I'm going to create multiple tests. First one, I'll say login test. I'll put only one class here. Okay. Otherwise, I'll just copy paste this once. I'll remove the comments from here so that it will not be confusing. I'll just copy paste this one so that it will be easy for me to modify. Okay. I will create three test classes, guys. First one is login. Second one is register test, and third one is the search test. Okay. Like this, I'll create three test tags. Okay. In that login test, only login class I'll mention, and in the register test, I'll mention only register related. Okay. And in the test methods of this login class, guys, we have intentionally failed some test methods, and we have intentionally skipped some test methods. Okay. I think two test methods will fail and one test method will skip, and remaining two test methods in this login class will pass. So there are five test methods. In the two will pass, two will fail, and one will skip. Okay. In register, all will pass. In search also all will pass. All three will pass. In register, we have four tests. All the four test methods will pass. So according whether the test will pass, start, end, and all those stuff, okay, the IListener methods will be invoked. But here, this session is all about mainly about on start and on finish methods of this ITestListener interface, guys. Okay, which will be executed before every test tag. Here, three test tags are there. Before every test tag, on start will start. After every test tag, that's after all the test methods of the login got completed, on finish will be executed. Okay, invoked. Okay, it will TestNG will raise an event here after the test tag got completed, and on finish will be executed. Before the test tag, on start. After the test tag, which method will be invoked from the my listeners? On finish. Before the test tag, on start. After the test tag, on finish. Okay, so let's run this TestNG XML file, guys, and see whether on start and on finish are getting executed before and after every test tag or not. Okay, after 5 tests in the login, before the five test on start, after the five test on finish will be there. Okay, your test execution started. So it was very fast. You can see here, guys. You can see here test execution started. First test method got passed. Second test method got failed. Third test method got failed. Fourth test method got skipped. Fifth test method got passed, and on finish test execution completed. On finish here, on start, on finish after the login test. If you can compare here, after the login test is completed, that login test contains 5 tests. After the 5 tests, on test execution completed has executed. That is on finish. This particular statement is inside the on finish. You see, test execution completed is inside the on finish. Okay, in on start, test execution started is there. Now again for the another test tag, for restart test, 4 tests are there. Before this 4 tests, that on start will start. That is test execution started will be printed, and 4 test methods pass, 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 pass. 4 test methods got passed, and finally on finish test execution completed. Again, another test tag is there. Before the test tag starts, test execution started. 3 tests are there. Test 1 passed, test 2 passed, test 3 in the search class got passed. And finally, after the third test tag also, test execution completed, that is on finish got executed. So this is how, guys, on start and on finish methods of this ITestListener interface will be executed. Okay. So here I wanted to explain in a better way with this TestNG XML file. This I have not done in the previous session, so I covered in this session, guys. So hope you got an idea how this on start and on finish uh, methods of this ITestListener listener interface will be invoked based on the events that are raised by the TestNG XML file before starting the test tag and after closing the test tag. Okay. So this on start and on finish will be executed. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to part 66 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain the difference between listeners and annotations in TestNG. So let's get started. This question you may get in an interview. Okay, you may face this question in the interviews, guys. So let me explain how to answer this question if you get in the interviews, or for general understanding purpose also. Let's go through this session. Okay, what is the difference between listeners and annotations? I already covered listeners and annotations in the previous sessions. Okay, so first First I covered annotations, then I covered listeners. Okay, let me take the listeners down and annotations up. So coming to annotations, guys, will be executed based on test methods, classes, and tests mentioned in the TestNG, XML tags, etc. like suit tags, test tags, class tags, method tags, groups. Okay, before the test method, after the test method, there are some annotations. If you provide annotations like at the rate before method, at the rate after method, right? So annotations will start, first of all, will start with at the rate symbol. In TestNG, annotations will first start with at the rate symbol, and they will be invoked. You see, the main difference is the invoking of that methods. Okay, you can provide at the rate annotations on the top of the methods, and in listeners also we have some methods. So what is the difference between the methods of the annotations and methods, annotated methods and listener methods? The way they are getting invoked, the way they are getting called or invoked is a difference. Coming to annotations, they are invoked based on, if you have like a at the rate before method, if you have used, that methods will be invoked before any test method got executed. At the rate after method will be executed or invoked after the test method got executed. So here that's what I am saying, will be executed based on the test methods or classes, that is before class, after class, tests before test tags, after test tags and test XML file, or suit tags before suit tag, after suit tag, or groups. We have groups also, guys, before any group, after any group also, like that in different ways. Okay, these annotated methods will be invoked. But how does the listener methods will be invoked? Listeners methods are not invoked based on this attacks or something. They are invoked based on the events. They are invoked, okay, based on the events triggered by this TestNG things. What are the events? When a particular test tag starts, before the particular test tag in TestNG XML starts, an event will be triggered saying that this particular test is starting. So before that, on start listener method will be invoked. Okay, after the test tag section in the TestNG XML file is completely executed, on finish listener method will be invoked, right? From ITestListener interface, on finish will be invoked. Like that, guys. See few examples. Other thing maybe based on the events, best example for based on events is, if a particular test fails, if a particular test method fails, we have to take a screenshot. Okay, we have to take a screenshot when a particular test method fails. We cannot use annotations for that. Okay, annotations cannot know whether that when cannot have some methods. Okay, we don't have an annotations which get methods invoked when a particular test method fails. We don't have such kind of annotations, but we have listener methods. From ITestListener, we have something like on test failure method, listeners method, which will be invoked based on an event, that is failure of the test method. When a particular test method fails, then this particular listener method from ITestListener known as on test failure will be invoked, and we'll be writing the code for taking the screenshot inside that on test failure, and the screenshot will be automatically taken. Right, this kind of stuff, guys, event based methods, invoking the methods based on the events is possible with help of listener methods. There are different type of listeners, guys. ITestListener is one of them, but ultimately this listener methods, different listeners methods are getting invoked based on the events triggered in the automation, maybe by the test methods or by the tags or whatever it is. Based on the events triggered, these listener methods will be invoked, and we can uh, take a screenshot of a page when a particular test fails. All these kind of things are possible because of the listeners. But annotations are something like, they they change the execution of the control flow. Okay, control flow of the code, guys. Okay, the how the code should be executed. Setup code, if you want to separate, we can separate that into the at the rate before method, and the closure code, like quitting the browser, whether the test will pass or fail. If you want to close the browser, you can provide the at the that driver.quit kind of thing into the quit kind of thing into the at the rate after method kind of annotated methods. Okay, if you want to set some db connections, okay, or close the db connections, we have before suit, after suit. Okay, if you want to run do some initialization before a group of test runs, a particular group related test runs, you can say before group, after group, like that. All these annotations are working, they are working based on the requirement. But here listeners are working based on events, guys. Okay, annotations will be invoked based on the test methods, classes, test tags, suit tags, and depending on the groups and many more. But listeners will be invoked based on the events triggered by these things. Okay, in TestNG. So this is what you have to explain, guys. Okay, so one simple thing that you can mainly focus if you get this question in the interview is, annotations cannot do something like taking a screenshot when a particular test fails. That annotation cannot do that. Okay, it doesn't know. We don't have a particular annotation which will invoke a method when a particular test method fails and take a screenshot. That is not possible with annotations, guys. That is possible with listeners, because listener methods, because there is a listener method known as on test failure from ITestListener interface, which will get invoked. That is on test failure method. Okay, which will get invoked only when the test method fails. Okay, only when the test method fails, it will be invoked. For all the test methods, other test methods which are passing, this on test failure method will not be invoked or called or executed. Such kind of things are possible in listeners. So you can give that example to differentiate the annotations and listeners if you get this kind of thing in the interviews. Okay, so with this, guys, hoping that you got the difference between listeners and annotations in TestNG. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to part 67 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use TestListener adapter class. It's a class, guys, in place of ITestListener interface. So till now, that is till the previous sessions, we were using ITestListener interface and we are overriding the methods of the ITestListener. Okay, like on start, on finish, on test start, on test success, on test failure, on test skipped. Okay, on test failed with the timeout. All these methods, guys, were coming from this, are the overridden methods from this ITestListener methods. It is an interface, guys. Okay, ITestListener is an interface. Now I'm talking about TestListener adapter class. Can I replace this ITestListener interface with the TestListener adapter and still get the same results that I got with ITestListener overriding of the methods? Yes, that is possible. Because you see, some people will be writing the code. Okay, when you observe the code written by some people while implementing the listeners in TestNG, some people may be using ITestListener interface and some people will be using TestListener adapter here and there. You may get confused. Why people are using ITestListener interface? Now, why people are using TestListener adapter? What's the difference? No difference, guys. The major advantage is this ITestListener is part of the TestListener adapter class itself. Okay, the single class known as TestListener adapter is already implementing the ITestListener. Not only this single listener, this particular TestListener adapter class is implementing, but there are other different listener interfaces also this TestListener adapter class is implementing. Okay, multiple listener interfaces this TestListener adapter class is implementing, so that if you use TestListener adapter in place of the ITestListener, you may override even more methods than what ITestListener interface is providing for implementing the listeners concept in our projects. Hope you got my point. Okay, if you use TestListener adapter class, you are going to get more methods from more TestNG listener interfaces, including ITestListener. Okay, so that's why some people will be using ITestListener if they feel that that is enough. But some people will be using TestListener adapter class in place of the ITestListener in as part of implementing the listeners in their projects, because it not only implements ITestListener interface, this particular class also implements many other listener classes, so that you can get even more listener overridden methods by using this class in place of this ITestListener interface. Okay, so if you see this code here, guys, if you see this code here, we have created my listeners as user defined class, which is implementing the ITestListener predefined interface of TestNG. From this ITestListener predefined interface listener interface, we are overriding these methods. Okay, we are getting this many number of methods like on test start, on test success, on test failure, on test skipped, on test failed with timeout, on start, on finish, like this some methods we are getting from ITestListener. Right now, if I don't use this ITestListener, in place of that, if I have to use this TestListener adapter, I have to use extends keyword, guys. Okay, I should not be using implements, because ITestListener is an interface, so we are using implements. But TestListener adapter is a class, so we have to use extends, and we have to use TestListener adapter. It's a class, guys. It's a predefined class in TestNG. Okay, so hover the mouse on TestListener adapter. You see, the moment I am changing this from implements to implements to extends TestListener adapter. When I am replacing the ITestListener with the TestListener adapter here, class here, by using extends keyword, already these methods are giving you the errors because I have not imported this method, this particular class it. Okay, from the TestNG library, I have to import this class. Once I import this class, automatically all the errors will be gone. You see why? Because ITestListener is also part of, okay, ITestListener is one of the interface which is implemented by this TestListener adapter. So all the methods of the ITestListener are part of the TestListener adapter class. Not only the methods of the ITestListener interface, but also other interfaces regarding different interface regarding the listeners are also the, okay, are also being implemented by TestListener adapter. Okay, so if you go inside this, if I press Control key and just click on this TestListener adapter class, you can see that it is implementing iResult listener 2. Okay, it's one of the listener class, listener interface. Sorry, I result I means interface, guys. Okay, without I means class. Okay, so this test listener adapter class is implementing I result listener 2. And if I again control and click on this I result listener 2 is implementing few more listener interfaces like I result listener, I configuration listener. Let's go to the I result listener. And if you see I result listener, it is extending I test listener and I configuration listener. Go to ITestListener. Then it's an interface, guys. ITestListener is an interface which is extending the ITestNG listener and many other stuff. So the process will go on. That means that this particular class is implementing this test listener adapter class is implementing lot of listener interfaces. That means this class contains lot of methods than the normal ITestListener. If I remove all these things from here for a while, I'll cut it and again paste it later. I cut it and if I go to source and say override implement methods, you are going to get a lot of methods. You see, apart from on start, on finish, on test started. Where is that on test started? On test. Where is that on test? On test start. Okay, on test success, on test failure, on test skipped, on test failed with success percent. This is also from ITestListener, if you remember. It's also from ITestListener, if you remember. Then on test, what is the other one, guys? On test skipped will be there anyhow. On test skipped, then yeah, on finish and on success and all those things are covered. Apart from that, what are the other methods you are getting? Before configuration, get all test methods, get configuration failure, get config skips, then get failed test, get passed test, get skipped test, get test context, get timeout test, on configuration failure, on configuration skip, on configuration success. Then these are the methods of ITestListener, and these are also on set all test methods. Set failed but with success percentages, set failed test, set passed test, to string. All these methods are coming from the other interfaces other than the ITestListener interface, which is being implemented by this TestListener adapter class. TestListener adapter is a package of more methods from different listener interfaces in TestNG, guys. So some people, if they are okay with ITestListener interface, they will simply write my listeners implements ITestListener. That's fine. That's okay. You can still use it. But there are some people, okay, who want to use the methods from the ITestListener, but also from other interfaces which are actually being implemented by the TestListener adapter. Okay, because of its implementing, it's providing more methods that we can override in this my listeners. So in such cases, people may use TestListener adapter, guys. Don't get confused, because different people will be using different stuff. But either use ITestListener, the task is done for us. If you use TestListener adapter, even though TestListener adapter also is implementing the ITestListener somewhere, so it's also okay for us. Okay, whether you use ITestListener or TestListener adapter, that's fine. But only we have to use extends keyword because it is a class. In case of ITestListener, it is an interface. We have to use implements keyword. That's another difference. So hope guys, you understood what is the difference between this ITestListener interface and TestListener adapter, and what are the requirements where we have to replace this ITestListener interface with this TestListener adapter, and why people use ITestListener interface in some programs and why people use TestListener adapter class in some places for implementing the listeners concept in TestNG. All this I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. The next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello. Welcome to part 68 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to take screenshots only for the failed tests using listeners in TestNG. So let's get started. So we can take the screenshots. So why we have to take the screenshots first of all? Okay. So as we already know in Selenium, we can write some two or three lines of code in order to take the screenshot. Okay. Just mention the 2 to 3 lines anywhere in the code, and at that location of the code, the screenshot will be taken of the application. Okay. But why we have to take a screenshot? Screenshot will act like a proof. Okay. The importance of taking the screenshot is to show that later as a proof. When automation scripts run, okay, if you are not watching how the automation scripts are getting executed, and if some of the test fails, we don't know for what reason this particular test got failed. Okay. There are two ways. One way is to look into the logs. Okay, we can generate the logs and just look into the logs and find out what exactly is causing the failure. That's one way. Another better way is to take the screenshots. Okay, as a proof, you say screenshot will explain everything, right? Where exactly the test is failing and why it is failing. It's more visual than logs. So the importance of taking the screenshots is to share them as a proof after running the automation scripts. Okay, for the failed tests, whatever the tests that are failing, for the failed test, we'll be taking the screenshots and we'll be using the screenshots as a proof to prove that this particular so and so automation test got failed or this particular test got failed. Okay, so that's what is the importance of the screenshots. But here, thing is, we need to take the screenshots only for the failed tests. Okay. In our automation project, if you see here, this is one of the automation project we have. Here we have the my listeners related. We already have implemented this my listeners in the previous sessions. If you are not watching my previous sessions of this series, I recommend you go back to the previous sessions and come back here again so that you can understand the concept of listeners clearly. Okay. So here we have three tests: login, register, and search. In login, what I have done is have written the automation code, guys. Okay. So if you see the register and all, okay, there are just simple print statements written here, just dummy print statements saying that this particular test got executed. That's it. Okay. And in search also, there are three test methods giving the priority and all. Okay. I explained in the previous sessions where we have written some dummy print statements. But coming to the login, what I did is before I started this session, I created the automation scripts. I don't want to waste your time. So I have written the automation scripts here. You see, for all the test methods that are mentioned in the login class. Okay, have written the Selenium automation code here. Login with valid credentials, for that I have written the automation code here. Before this particular test method is run, setup method will be run, where it will open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser, and open the application URL. Then the test method will run, where it will click on the my account where it will click on the my account and it will click on the uh, login option in the my account drop down menu. Login, it will select login option, it will select, then it will go to the login page and enter the email address, valid email address, and enter the valid password into the password field, and then it will click on the login button, and finally it will verify whether, okay, this option is displayed or not. Edit your account information. If it is displayed, the test will pass, right? So that's what is automation test. Similarly, login with valid email and invalid password. Here, a warning message should be displayed. Okay, I have written the automation script in such a way to validate whether this warning message is coming or not. Okay, warning message with text, no match for email address or password is coming or not. Similar case with invalid email and valid password. Still, the same warning message should be coming. Login with invalid credentials, same warning message should be coming. Login without credentials also, same warning message should be coming. Here we are not passing the credentials, and when we are clicking on the that kind of login button, we should get this warning message. That's what these automation scripts are doing here, right? So these are the realistic automation scripts, guys, but in register and search I have not written this for sample purpose only, right? So now at this moment, if you count here in the login class, there are total 5 automation scripts. In the register, if you see, there are 4 automation scripts. In the search, if you see, there are 3 automation scripts. Okay, 5 plus 4 plus 3, that is 9 plus 3, that is 12. Total 12 automation scripts are there. Out of 12 automation scripts, okay, if I run it, all the automation scripts will pass. For the first time, all the automation scripts will pass because I have written a proper code here. Okay, so if I run this testng.xml file, if you see here, there will not be any, right, any failures. Okay, so there will not be any failures. You'll see that all the automation scripts will pass. In the login, you see I have written the automation scripts, automation code, so they are running. Okay, all will be passing. And you see listener methods inside the listeners class are getting executed. So we are getting that print statement saying it started, passed, and all those stuff. Nothing will fail here. 12 out of 12 automation tests are going to pass. Okay, so wherever we have to get login, we log in with valid credentials. In other places, you see it was very fast because in other classes, right, only print statements were there, just printed, and we got passed. Okay, so that's it. Here all got passed, no problem. But what if one of the test method fails? For example, what I will do is I will intentionally make one of the test method fail. That is this one, this particular test method I will fail, guys. Okay, I'll just add ABC and this particular test method will fail. Now I'll run this. Let's see whether this login with valid credentials test method is failing or not. The first test method is going to fail. Okay, this one is going to fail. Got failed. You see, second test method got started. The test method. And remaining all will pass, guys. Only first test method will fail. Remaining all will pass. Okay, two failures came. Maybe login with invalid credentials. We are trying to log in with invalid credentials, same invalid credentials always. That may be the reason, guys. Okay. So here, let's try to give a different email address. So, okay, like this ABC or ABC, I'll give so that. So, because why they are failing here is you're getting a security warning instead of the actual warning. Okay, that is out of scope for this. Okay, don't worry. But anyhow, if you clearly observe that we have intentionally failed this particular test method, just focus on this one for now. Here I intentionally added ABC so that this particular message link text link will not be there on the page after login. Hence, this particular test will fail, and it's reflected here. You see, login with valid credentials. No such element exception has come, and it got failed. If I refresh the project, if I refresh the project, do you see any screenshots anywhere in this project? Do you see any screenshots here? No, no screenshots were taken. But not for the tests that are passing, but at least for the tests which are failing, I want to take the screenshot. So what I have to do? For the failed test, I want to take the screenshot. Okay. So for that, what we can do here is we can go to the listeners, my listeners, which are extending this test listener adapter, or it can also implements I test listener interface also. Anything is fine, as I already explained in the previous sessions. Okay. Anything is fine, guys. You can either implement this interface or extend that class. Okay. Fine. So when a particular test starts, this listener method will be invoked. Any of this particular test method starts, this particular on test start will be invoked. When this particular test methods inside this classes pass, this particular method will be invoked and it will print the name of the test and as passed. Okay, but when it is failed, it is printing the test got failed. But here, what we are going to do is on this on test failure, we are going to write the code for taking a screenshot. Okay, here we want to take a screenshot. Already test name is there. How to get the test name which is failing? Using this result dot get name, if you say means you'll get the test name, and that test name we are mentioning as failing in the logging statements in the output. Okay, apart from that, I want to take the screenshot. Apart from that, I want to take the screenshot. How to take the screenshot? In order to take the screenshot, I needed the driver, guys. Okay, I need the in Selenium, I need this driver. But how to get this driver? From the test method which is failing, I want to get this WebDriver's driver, okay, of Selenium. So for that, there is a code, guys. Okay, we can write this code. Driver is equal to, okay, we can write some code here. We can cast this driver as WebDriver and say driver dot over the mouse and import this WebDriver interface from Selenium dot. So there are a lot of methods here, guys. I too don't remember always, like this is the line we have to write. WebDriver. So I have to actually catch this, not driver, guys. I have to catch this result. Okay, that's a mistake here. Result dot. Okay, then get test class. We have to write get test class. Why we are writing this line? To get the driver. Okay, we need the driver object reference from this failed test method. That's why in order to retrieve this driver from the failed test method, okay, by using this result of this invoked method of the listeners, we have to write this code. Get test class, then dot get real class. We don't actually remember this, okay, but that's okay. You can copy paste if you want. Get declared file, get dot get declared. What is that? Get declared field. Sorry. Okay, let's write field here. Get declared field of driver. You have to pass the driver here, guys. Okay, inside in place of this null, you just pass the driver. Then dot get result dot get instance. Okay, dot get result dot. The result means this result. Okay, I test result, TestNG result. Okay, dot get instance. Okay, it will get the object of the driver. Okay, so it will get the driver object from the failed test method and it will pass into the driver. And here we are getting a error, compiler error. So we have to surround with try catch blocks like this, and we can make it global, guys, so that we can access this driver outside. I'll say null here, and I'll just remove the declaration from here inside the try block, so it not be local anymore. This driver is not no more local to the try catch block. It can be accessible globally. Now, I have the driver. Okay, whatever the driver I need for taking the screenshot, I got it. What I have to do now? I have to write the driver. I have to typecast the driver with takes screenshot interface in Selenium. Okay, from Selenium dot get screenshot as output type dot file. Okay, like this you have to write. Over the mouse, it's still not coming. Let's put this inside circular brackets and see if anything will happen here. Over the mouse, now it's coming. You have to surround this also with circular brackets, then you will get it. Okay, now this will return, this get screenshot as is a predefined method of Selenium which will take the screenshot. Wherever you write this line, it will take the screenshot. You don't even have to remember this line, guys. You can copy paste if you want. Okay, this will return you the file, the screenshot file. Src file is equal to like this. I'll write. Okay, this is the code for taking the screenshot in Selenium, guys. Okay, that's no file. Here I'll say string destination file path. Okay, what is the path where we have to take the screenshot, where we have to save the screenshot in this project? That path we have to give. How to give that path? I'll give system dot get property user.dir. Okay, this is the location of the project. This is nothing but it will get the location of the project. Okay, project, this will bring the project path. I'll append the project path under the project. Under the project, I want to create a folder known as screenshots folder. So here I'll write / screenshots. Okay, under the screenshots folder, I want to give the name of the file. How to give the name of the file? You see, whatever the test method that is failing, okay, whatever the test method that is failing, if you give that same test name to the screenshot file, we can easily identify, right, which test got failed. So I'll give the test name here. We were able to retrieve the test name using the result dot get name. It is getting the test name. I'll add plus test name plus I'll give an extension, okay, of the screenshot, okay, that is PNG or JPG, some file you have to give. So this is the path of the destination file path. Now I have to say file utils dot copy file. I'm going to copy the file, okay, from source file to the destination file. So file utils dot copy file, source file is src file, and destination file is new file of give this path, guys. Give the path of the file, okay, which has a name and extension also. Now you are getting a compiler error. You just surround with try catch block, that will be over. Okay, this is the code for taking the screenshot, guys. Okay, so what we are doing is we are retrieving the test name, the test which got failed, right? That particular test name we are retrieving, and also we are retrieving the driver. We are writing the code for retrieving the driver object of that particular failed test, and then by using the file name, test name, and the driver object of the failed test, we are capturing the screenshot using this code. This is the code for capturing the screenshot. Okay, so this is the code for capturing the screenshot. So now what happens? Whenever a particular test method fails, on test failure will be invoked. and it will capture the name and driver object, and using them it will take the screenshot using this code. Okay, screenshot will be taken and a screenshots folder will be created under the screenshots folder with the test name of the test method that got failed, and with the extension .png it will be stored on the screenshots folder. Let's see that now. Okay, now we have written the code, right? Let's see what will happen now. Okay, so I'll expand this project and run the testng.xml file. Out of 12 tests, only one test will fail. As you already know, I'm intentionally failing the login.java. Okay, and intentionally filling the login.java by providing abc text here. Let it run. I'll show you the code later. Okay, the test, sometimes it will load slow. It is a demo application. You can feel free to press enter, so no problem. Just to continue the execution. If it is taking time, just press enter, guys. Otherwise, not required. Okay, 5 tests remaining, all will be completed in less time. Okay, you see out of 11 only one got failed. Okay, the failed one was login with valid credentials. The reason behind that is we have added some text here, some extra text known as abc here, because of which it's not able to find this option. Intentionally we have failed it. So now thing is, whenever a particular test method fails, okay, whenever a particular test method fails, what should happen? Okay, this particular test method should invoke the method in the listeners class, that is on test failure, because in the testng.xml file here we provided the location of the listeners class. Okay, if you remember from the previous sessions, these listener stacks are provided here, which know where exactly this listener class is there and its methods are there. Okay, we gave the package name dot my listeners. Okay, so now everything is connected. Okay, these test methods are now connected to the listeners methods, and when you run the tests, automatically this particular methods will be invoked from the listeners class. And when a particular test method fails, it will invoke this method known as on test failure, which will retrieve the test name of the test which got failed, and also it will retrieve the driver object of the test which got failed. And using the test name and driver object, it will, using this code again for taking the screenshot along with this driver and test name, it will take a screenshot. Okay, you see, before running the script, there was no screenshots folder. Now let me refresh this project. You will get a screenshots folder for this particular field test. Only one screenshot will be taken only for that single failed test. That is the first test. Remaining all got passed, right? Only for this failed test, the screenshot has been taken. You can open here. You can see here. Okay, this is a place where the test got failed. Which test? Login with valid credentials test in the login class got failed. Okay, so it's clearly observing. We can understand that, okay, what is the reason and all, we can clearly understand. And also we can see here some extra details saying no, unable to locate element, some abc. Okay, now we can identify that the abc is the problem. Okay, like that. But one more problem, guys. The problem here is, okay, here I am writing the code for capturing the screenshot in the on test failure, but in real time we'll not be writing this code in the on test failure. We'll be moving this code to a better place actually. Okay, so what we generally do is we'll create a new package. We'll create a new package known as base package. Under the base package, we'll create a class known as base class. Okay, sorry, I am just creating package again. Let me create the class. Under this we can create a base class, and under this base class, let's create what you call a method public void capture or take screenshot. Okay, take screenshot, some method, you just say capture screenshot or take screenshot, whatever you say. And here you pass the two things. You have to pass two things, guys. Okay, one is that you have to pass the driver. This is one thing. And string destination file path. Okay, we have to pass. Okay, import this. Now here we have to write the code. We have to move the code, guys. Instead of writing, we can move the code now. Let's move this code, complete code for taking the screenshot. Okay, here we are only capturing the test name, and we are capturing the driver object or the field test. And here in the base package under the base class, we are writing this code. Okay, so this is not required because okay, okay, I think this one, what we can do here is that's okay. uh, do we have to get this instead of getting the destination file path, we'll be getting the test name, string test name. Okay, what is the test name that is failing? Okay, that is enough. We don't have to get the destination file path. We can get the test name and driver object. Okay, so here in the listeners class, we are retrieving the test name and driver object, right? Those two things we are passing to the this method, take screenshot method of the base class. Okay, so now what I will do is it is destination file path is cleared and the screenshot code is same, nothing to be done. Okay, now here in the my listeners, instead of writing the code for taking the screenshot, we'll simply need to call this method of the base class, that is take screenshot method we have to call. But in order to call that, I will make this base class a parent class if this my listeners. Okay, extends base I will say, so that I can call it directly. Import this base from base package, and I'll simply call this method, okay, take screenshot method, okay, from the base class. Directly I can call, because now this listeners class, my listeners class is a child class of the base class, okay. So I can directly call it. I have to pass two. This error is coming because we have to pass two arguments. That is, one is we have to pass the driver. First of all, we have to pass the driver. Second thing we have to pass is the test name. So remaining all will be taken care by the method that we have created inside the base class, okay. Now again run the script and see whether I'll delete the screenshots folder and freshly run the script after moving the screenshot taking code into the base class. Okay, let's see whether everything is working fine or not. I'll go to the testng.xml file, run the test. Let's see. Only for the failed test, the screenshot should be taken. Only one screenshot should be taken. Remaining all tests should pass. And for them, the test screenshot should not be taken. If it is taking time, just press enter, guys. Okay. Sometimes it will take time to load. It's a demo application, but in real time, you should not press enter. But here, just for demo, as part of training, you can press enter. That's okay. Okay, out of 11, one got failed, and for the failed one, screenshot should be taken. You see, screenshots folder is not there. After I refresh here, you'll get a screenshots folder, and the screenshot has been taken. Okay. Now also the screenshot has been taken. After you move the code from the listeners class to the base class, okay, a common place where capture screenshot method is now available. Okay. So from which the listeners class is calling it. Okay. So till still we are able to take the screenshot. But the problem with this approach is there is one more problem, guys. Okay. So the older screenshot, again, if I run the same again, if I run the testng.xml file, again, if this particular test fails, this older screenshot will be overridden. It will be replaced by the latest screenshot. Okay. But I don't want that. I want the older screenshot. I want the latest screenshot. Okay. So how to overcome that problem, that I'm going to cover in the next session, guys. Okay. So when you take a screenshot in the previous run, this was a screenshot. Now in the next run, if again the same test fails, and if you get a new screenshot, the new screenshot is going to replace the old screenshot. Okay, instead of keeping it. So, but if your requirement is to collect the screenshots from previous runs and next latest runs and all without deleting the old screenshots from the screenshots folder, then we have to implement some logic. That logic I am going to cover in the next session. Okay. So fine. What I'm going to do here is I'll go to the login and just give some invalid some other invalid email address here so that it will not fail again. Okay. So just save this and let's run this. This time also it will take a screenshot, but the problem here is it will old screenshot will be replaced by the new screenshot. Will not have the instance of the old screenshot. Okay, old screenshot will be deleted and new screen in place of the old screenshot, new screenshot will be put. Okay, that's what will happen. Let me demonstrate that. Let me run this and you will see only one screenshot available. Old screenshot will be gone and new screenshot will be replaced here. Just wait. Same test will run. It will take a screenshot, but old screenshot will be replaced with a new screenshot instead of keeping both the old and new. Even after the test fails for the second time also, you'll see only one screenshot instead of two screenshots. Okay, for the failed test. Previous run screenshot will not be there. Only the latest run screenshot will be available in the project. That's the problem. So we are going to overcome that problem in the next session. So for in this session, I'm going to show you just like how that is going to happen. You see, out of that one failed, and if you refresh the project here and go to the screenshots, you will see only one screenshot here. Okay, there are no two screenshots, only one. It is taken latestly, and it has replaced this latest screenshot has replaced the old screenshot. Okay, that's the problem. Okay, so how to overcome this? How to have multiple screenshots from the previous runs and the latest runs the project. That thing I'm going to cover as mentioned already. Okay, I'm going to cover in the next session. Okay, so hope guys you understood how to take screenshots for the failed test using listeners. Okay, and using Selenium code for taking the screenshots, and how to move that common code into the base class of the base package, and how to make this one of the method of the listeners class get invoked, okay, by adding the listeners tags in the testng XML file, and all these things. Hope you understood from this session. So this session, if you have to understand clearly, you should follow the previous sessions, guys. Okay, it's a step-by-step process. Okay, the previous session itself, I explained all the listeners class methods. Okay, listener class methods. I explained how they will be invoked when the on test fail. Okay, on test failed. Okay, what is that method actually? Let's see. On test failure, how this on test failure method will be invoked. I already covered in the previous sessions, guys. Now in this, we are just tweaking this particular method code a bit by adding the code for taking the screenshot, for retrieving the driver and taking the screenshot. That's what we are doing extra, nothing much. Okay, and we are making this screenshot code move into a separate location, that is base class under the base package. Okay, that's what we have done, guys. Okay, so next session will be a continuation of this session. Okay, so if you have to understand the next session, you have to understand this session first and then go to the next session. So I request everyone to follow these sessions in a sequential order rather than jumping from here and there. Okay. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session where I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you as mentioned. So that's all. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 69 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to avoid screenshot overriding. So let's get started. So in the previous session, I showed you how to generate a screenshot only for the failed automation tests, right? But when you run the same scripts again, the older generated screenshot will be replaced by the newly generated screenshot if the test still fails. So I want to avoid that. Okay. So here is the project, guys. As you already know, here is a project. Okay, this is the project we were using. And I deleted the screenshots folder. I'll run the scripts for the first time. Intentionally, I'm failing one of the tests, guys. This login test I'm failing. Intentionally, I provided ABC text here. So it will fail. Remaining all tests will pass. But for this particular failed test, a screenshot will be taken and provided under the screenshots folder. We'll see that. Okay. So how this screenshot got generated for this particular failed test, that I already covered in the previous session. Okay, you can look into the previous session, guys, where I showed you and practically demonstrated how to generate a screenshot only for the failed test. I'm just repeating, just running the scripts to show you the screenshot which will get generated for the failed test. Okay, so let all the 12 automation scripts run. Once they run, you see all the 12 automation scripts got run. In that, 11 got passed and 1 got failed. And for that failed one, if I refresh this project, we'll see a screenshots folder. Under the screenshots folder, there is a screenshot for the failed test. Okay. This is the reason for the failure. Okay. Here, edit your account information. ABC should be there, but edit your account information is there. Okay. So we intentionally failed it. That's okay. Now, what I will do is I'll run the script again. This time when I run the script, this older screenshot, okay, this particular test, one of the tests in this login class will again fail, and again a screenshot will be taken. That newly taken screenshot is going to replace the older screenshot. I want the older screenshot and the latest screenshot, but when I run the script, only one screenshot will exist. That is our latest one. The older one will be overridden or replaced by the latest one. So if I run this again, you will see that the script will, the test, one of the test, the login test in the login class will again fail, and new screenshot will be taken. That new screenshot is going to replace this screenshot rather than keeping a copy of the older screenshot along with the new screenshot. Okay, that's a problem statement I wanted to show you first before showing you how to keep multiple screenshots, older and how to maintain older and the latest screenshots. Before I show you, let's see that how many screenshots will be there? Only one will be there. That is the latest one. The old one will be replaced by the latest one. Let all the scripts run and we'll see that in action. Okay. Again, one got failed. And if I refresh this project here again, if I refresh this project, you'll see only one screenshot is there. That means the screenshot is latestly generated and the older screenshot, which was generated in the previous run, got deleted. And in place of that, this one has been put. So the same screenshot will be there anyhow. Okay, if I open that, you will see the same screenshot. So how to overcome this problem? So to overcome this problem, if you don't want to overwrite the screenshot to not get replaced or overridden by the latest screenshot, one solution is that we can add a timestamp to this naming of the screenshot. Okay. So what I will do is I'll go to this base. If you remember in the previous session, we moved the code for taking the screenshot into a separate method inside the base class, that is take screenshot method, right? So here what I will do is I'll create one more method, the base class, that is public void generate timestamp like this. Okay. Generate timestamp I will create. So here what I will do in the generate timestamp, I'll write the code. Okay. Date is equal to new date. This is from Java, guys. This code is from Java. Date is equal to new date. So date dot to string. So I'll simply say return directly. Okay. Return date dot to string dot replace. So in this date, which is converted to string, there will be some spaces and colon symbols, guys. Okay. So I can show you practically if you want. Okay. I'll create something like new. Sorry, I just created wrong one. Right click new. Temporarily, I'll create a package known as experiment package. And in this, I'll create a class. And I'll just say demo class. And I'll select main method, guys, this time, only for this time. Inside the main method, I'll show you how this code will work. First, I need to create an object for the date class in Java. Date is equal to new date like this. Now, import this date from java.util package. After that, if I say system.out.println date.toString, if I say, it will print the date, today's date. Okay. How it will print? Let's see that. Okay. Right click run as Java application. You will see that date will be printed. It will contain some spaces, guys. Okay. So there are some proceed, guys. Okay. We'll modify that anyhow. Okay. You see the date will be printed like this. Some space is there, space is there, space is there. Here colon symbols are there. What I want to do is I want to replace that spaces. Okay. Instead of spaces, I want underscore there, so that I can use this date timestamp as a timestamp, like as a name. Okay. Single word. For that, I'm replacing the space. If spaces are there, they will be considered multiple words, but I want to use that date timestamp as a single word. For that, I'm replacing the space in the printed timestamp with underscore symbol. So every word will be connected here. And here colon also I'll be replacing dot replace. I'll replace colon with underscore. Once it is done, if I run this code, you'll see that a single word will be printed. Okay, single word will be printed, guys, like this. You see, it is a single word. This is a timestamp single word which I want to append with the screenshot name. Okay, at the end of the screenshot name, I want to append this timestamp. Okay, so that the older screenshot name will be different from the latest run screenshot. Okay, that's what is the logic I want to implement. So here, hope you are able to understand this date logic. I'll delete this experiment now because you understood how to take care of the date. Now, what I will do is here I'll simply say return. I am directly saying date dot to string. Replace space with what? Underscore. I'm replacing the space with underscore. And also I am replacing the colon symbol also with underscore symbol. And this method is going to return the timestamp in a single word format. Here I have to modify that to string. Okay, here I have to modify that to string. That's done. Now what I will do here is every time I run the automation scripts, okay, every time I run the automation scripts, I want to give a different test name here. Okay, the file name should be different. So what I will do here, I'll copy this generate timestamp method and I'll call this method from here. Okay, I'll say plus generate timestamp. What happens along with the test name? Timestamp word will be appended so that every time the file name will be different. .png extension will be always there. This is very simple logic, guys. This will not override the previous screenshot. Okay. So every time you run the scripts, okay, you will get a new screenshot. Okay. So just let me give a new email address here a bit. Okay. So before I run, otherwise it will give different failures. So anyhow, right click, run as TestNG suite. You see here, guys, you will get a new screenshot. This older screenshot will not be deleted. Instead, a new screenshot with a timestamp appended will be added. So you can have the older screenshot and the latest screenshot appended with the timestamp. Okay. No matter how many times you run, you will get the timestamp. A new screenshot will be created for you without deleting the older one. This is one way to avoid the replacing or overriding of the older screenshot with the latest one when you are running the scripts. Let all the automation scripts run. You will see that once I refresh the project, you will see that the older screenshot will not be deleted and the latest screenshot also will be there. Yeah, one test as expected failed. Now refresh the project. Now you see older screenshot is still there and latest screenshot with the timestamp. The latest timestamp is there. Okay, because of this timestamp, this older screenshot is not getting deleted. What if I run this again? Another screenshot will come now. Okay, the test will again fail and the older two screenshots will not be deleted and latest screenshot with the latest timestamp in the file name will be created without any problem. This is what we wanted to achieve, guys. Okay, every time you run the automation scripts, you want a new screenshot to be created without deleting the older one. Okay, the previous run screenshot should still be there. Let's wait. Okay, now refresh the project. One test got failed here. Let's refresh the project to see the screenshot. Refresh and you see you got another screenshot with the latest timestamp here. 20 is there, 21, 48, 50 is there. Okay, so like this, guys, this is what is a way or process, okay, in which we have to deal this situation of avoiding the screenshot overriding from the previous runs by replacing the older screenshot with the latest run screenshots. Okay, by just appending the timestamp, we can achieve this. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 70 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to retrieve the test tag name along with the test method name in TestNG. So let's get started. In the previous sessions, okay, we were only retrieving the test method names. Okay, if I take you to this mylisteners.java, you can see here by using this object reference of this ITest result, we are only retrieving the test method names. Result.getName will retrieve the test method name. What if along with the test method name, okay, this particular test method belongs to which test tag? In testng.xml file, if you see, that particular test method comes from the login test tag. Okay, what if I have to retrieve this login test? The name of this particular test under which this particular login class available and its test methods are available. Okay, here I'm only retrieving the names of the test methods of this login class by writing result.getName. But what if I want to retrieve also, okay, along with the test method names, if I want to retrieve also the name of the test tag under which these test methods are available, that is login test and test method name, register test and test method name, search test and test method name. If I have to retrieve like that, what I have to do is something I'm going to cover in this session. Okay, so what I have to do, guys? Simple, guys. It's very simple. Go to mylisteners.java. Okay, here what I will do is apart from retrieving the test method name, I would like to retrieve the test tag name. To do that, we have to say result dot get test context. Okay, result dot get text context dot get name. Okay, like this. This will get you the test tag name. I will append that with an hyphen symbol here just for a separation, and I'll append that to the result dot get name. So this will retrieve the test method name, whereas this part will retrieve the, okay, this will retrieve the test method name, whereas this part will retrieve the test tag name under which the test method is available. Okay, so I'll do the changes everywhere. Okay, wherever I am just, I'll just copy this line. Where I'm just getting the test name, I'll just instead of that put this test tag name plus hyphen test name. Okay, I'm concatenating. Here also same thing. Okay, I'll do the changes on test failure, on test success, on test skip. Okay, not compulsory, but if you have a requirement where along with the test method name, if you want to also print the test tag name under which the test method is available, then we can do like this. Okay, this is enough. We have done the certain changes, whatever we have to do. Now run the testng.xml file. Here screenshot name also will change, guys. Okay, in the screenshot earlier you only got the test method name. Now since we have retrieved the test name like this, result dot test tag name appended with hyphen test method name. So here screenshot name. Here we are passing this particular thing while taking the screenshot here. So what happens is the screenshot name will differ a bit. That is test tag name hyphen test method name and timestamp. Like that it will come. Okay, we can see that. Right click, run as TestNG suite. Okay, this time let's see how the even the print statements will differ a bit. Okay, the listener methods will be invoked and they will be accordingly printing the test tag name hyphen test method name, and also screenshot name also will differ. We'll see that. Let the execution continue, guys. Okay, let the execution finish. After that, we'll see that. Okay, let's wait. Instead of simply saying result dot get name, if you say result dot get test context dot get name, then it is going to retrieve the test tag name. Okay, now all the 12 tests got executed, 11 got passed, one got failed as expected because we need to get a screenshot. Just see here, guys, refresh this once, and you got a screenshot this time, and it says login test hyphen login with valid credentials. This is the test method name, and this part before the hyphen is the test tag name. You see here, what is the test tag name? The test tag name here we have is login test. Okay, that is coming in the screenshot name. Okay, hyphen test method name and then the followed by timestamp. Okay, that's what is the difference. And in the output also, if you see, guys, okay, test execution started. Here you see test tag name hyphen test method name started. Test tag name hyphen test method name failed, and so on. Okay, you see everywhere the same thing. Okay, test tag name is coming, test method name is coming, whether it is starting or passing, whether it is failing also, the same thing should happen. Uh, restart test started. Okay, restart test passed, started passed. First one was failed, right? First one will fail. That, yeah, here failed. For failed also, hyphen is coming. Okay, search test hyphen search no product. This is the test method name. This part is a test method name. This is the test tag name under which test method is available and started or passed or whatever it is. So hope, guys, you understood how to retrieve the test tag name along with the test method name in TestNG. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello. Welcome to part 71 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to take screenshots for the failed tests using dependency injection. So let's get started. In one of the previous sessions, I showed you practically how to take screenshots only for the failed test using listeners. But now, in place of listeners, we are going to use dependency injection. Okay. There's another way, guys, for taking the screenshots for only the failed test. That is by using the dependency injection instead of listeners. You can choose whatever you want. Okay. But this session is all about showing you another possibility or another way where you can take screenshots for the failed test using dependency injection. So it's all about the practical demonstration in this session, guys. So if you can see here, this is our project that I have been using from the past few sessions, right? So if you have been following my sessions in a sequential order, you would have already known that this is the project I was using, right? Fine. Anyhow, so already there are some screenshots. You can see some screenshots are already taken. Okay. Under I'll refresh the project also just to confirm like these are the final screenshots we have before we have run anything. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 screenshots are the older screenshots which I have taken using the listeners method, listeners way of doing. Okay, instead of method, I have to say way. Okay, better. Okay, otherwise it will give a different meaning. Fine. By using listeners way, if you want to take a screenshots of the tests which are failing, okay, these are the screenshots I have shown you in the previous sessions. But now what I'm going to do is I'm not going to use the listeners class now. Okay, so these are the automation tests and these are the listeners. How they are connected, how these automation tests are connected to this listeners class by using this TestNG XML file. If you open this TestNG XML file, we have added this listener tags, right? Listeners like this. I'll comment it out, guys. Okay, there is a way to comment here. Just give me a second. I'll comment it out. Okay, I'll just comment up to here. So it is not going to work now. Okay, this is the starting of the comment. This is the ending of the comment. So this because tomorrow if I need the listener tags again, I have to enable. So instead of deleting, I'm putting the comments, guys. Okay, that's one thing. So now listeners tags are commented. That means they are disabled. That means there is no connection between these test methods and this listeners class. None of the methods inside this listeners class will get invoked based on the events triggered from this test automation scripts in these classes. Okay, because why I'm doing this, why I'm disabling this listeners tags, because I want to show you another way. Okay, I want to show you another way where we can even capture the screenshots without the help of listeners. Okay, I'll open this login.java, guys. Okay, here in login.java, login class Java, we have before method, after method, and for there are 5 automation tests. Test one, test having automation test having the priority 2, priority 3, 4, 5. Total 5 automation scripts are there. For every automation script, if any of these automation scripts in this login.java fails, what I want to do is in this after method, I want to capture the screenshot. What I will do is here I'll write, okay, I test. So I can copy that from my listeners. Actually, I test results. This is the one, guys. Okay, I was looking for this one. Okay, I'll just write on whatever that is there here, right? Because now this class will not be invoked, these methods will not be invoked, but this one we need still. Okay, you can copy this if you want. Okay, and put that here. That's it. Okay, this after method you put it. Now what you can do? String test name. String test name is equal to result dot get name. Okay, it will get the name of the test method which got failed. Okay, now how to capture the screenshot? How to capture the screenshot? The method is there in the base class. If you remember in the base class in the previous session, we created this take screenshot method, right? I need to call this method from the base class. So what I will do is instead of calling it in a different way, I'll use extends, login extends base, I will say, so that all the methods of this base class will be now part of the child class, that is login class. So I can call this method directly. So that take, sorry, I didn't copy it, looks like. So let me go here and let me copy this method, and it requires a driver and test name, guys. Okay, so already I have retrieved the test name. Now I need the driver is anyhow part of this. Okay, in the login class here, driver is already there, we don't have to retrieve it separately. So simply pass the driver comma test name, that's it. Okay, so wherever you call this take screenshot, okay, so here there is a problem, guys. Okay, if you write directly like this, what is the problem? You see, after every test method, after method will be called, no matter what, whether the test will pass or fail, these 2 lines will be executed and screenshot will be taken even after the automation script has not failed. So how to find it out? How to make this 2 lines stick to something that is only for the test? These two lines should be executed only for the test which got failed, not for the test which got passed. For that, just go inside this I test result. Just press Control key and it will be highlighted. Click on that. You see, here there is something known as failure. Okay, so this is an interface, and in interface by default they are static and final type, right? All the variables in they are static and final type. So what we can do is we can directly call this variable with the help of the ITest result interface name. Okay, ITest result dot failure. Okay, so what I will do here is I'll just write some logic here. Okay, if okay, result dot the actual result. Okay, result dot get status. So it is giving the status in the form of what? Integer value. Okay, it is giving the status in the form of integer value is equal to this ITest result dot failure. Okay, what is this ITest result dot failure? If we already have shown you, right, ITest result dot failure is equal to 2. Okay, if this result dot get status returns 2 and which is equal to ITest result dot failure value, okay, of the interface, then only take the screenshot. Otherwise, don't take the screenshot. Hope you are able to understand these two lines. Okay, like this, I'll write the code. Now, what happens is only when the test fails. Okay, so this after method, either you have to move it into the base class or you have to put in after method in each and every classes. Okay, for now I am only putting in the login class because in only login class we have the real test methods. Okay, test automation scripts. In other things only print statements are there. But I just want to, this is called as dependency injection, guys. Okay, this is called as dependency injection. Without using listeners, I am invoking this after method. After method of TestNG gets invoked after every test method. If the test fails, it will know and then it will take the screenshot. Okay, so now let's do it. Okay, now let's see whether the screenshot is taken or not. Okay, let's see whether the screenshot is taken or not. Apart from that, if you want to get the logs also, you can do that. You can write like the system.out.println test name plus got failed. Okay, got failed. You can also print the logs. Apart from the screenshot, you can also print the logs, whatever you want to do. Whatever that was achievable with the on test failure method of the listeners class, it's also achievable with the help of the after method, where we are just taking the itest result interface of TestNG, and by using this object reference we are achieving all this stuff. Okay, so if I run this testng.xml file, just see whether the screenshot is being, earlier there are 5 screenshots, now 6 screenshot will come, guys. Okay, despite of not using the listeners, by using the method known as dependency injection, we are achieving this. Okay, let's see whether we'll get a sixth screenshot with the timestamp and all or not. Let's find it out after the running of the scripts. Let the scripts run. First test completed. You see, it got failed, it got printed because we mentioned in the after method, right? Test name got failed. Okay, so remaining for all other methods, it did not print because all that other test methods will pass. Okay, we're almost there. Sometimes this application will take a lot of time to load, guys. Since this is a demo application, I'll press hit enter just to, right, save the time. But in real time, you should not be doing that. You see, out of 12 tests, 11 got passed and 1 got failed. For that, whether the screenshot has been taken or not, let's see. Yes, the screenshot has been taken, guys, successfully. Login with valid credentials, Thursday, October 17. Uh, what is this? Where is the screenshot, guys? I don't know. Like, let's go to the screenshots folder and find it out. Where is the latest screenshot? So based on the timestamp and all, we can find it out properly, screenshots. Okay, so I'll go with a different view here, list, and that other thing, details. Details is the next one. Okay, better one. Yeah, now it's 15. Yeah, this is the one, guys. Okay, this is the one which has been taken recently. Okay, you see at this time it got taken. Okay, at this time it got taken. Now it's 17:02, just 2 minutes before we have taken the screenshot. Okay, and with the proper timestamp it has come. Okay, with a proper timestamp at 5 o'clock. Okay, on October 13 at 5 o'clock, it came. Okay, even seconds are also there, 59 seconds, just a minute before. That's it. Okay, so let's open the screenshot and see everything is fine. Yes, it's fine. Okay, so this is another way, guys. This is another way. There are multiple ways of taking the screenshots for the failed tests, failed automation tests in TestNG. You can either use listeners or you can use a dependency injection method. Anything is fine. Okay, it all depends on your project and all your requirements, but you should have this knowledge. Okay, that's the reason I covered. Most of the cases people will use listeners, but having some additional knowledge like knowing that there's another way to take the screenshots by using dependency injection is also important as part of your knowledge purpose. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to part 72 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate about default TestNG reports and their real-time usage. So let's get started. Till now, we have not seen any generated test reports, right? Here is the project. Okay, we have run the automation scripts, but I have not shown you any reports. But first of all, what exactly are these reports? Okay, I'm saying here TestNG will generate some default reports containing the test results and whether these TestNG default reports are really used in real time or not is something I'm going to cover in this session. So, what are reports? Before I talk about this default TestNG reports, okay, that I'm going to practically demonstrate now, first we have to understand what are reports. Reports contain the results of the automation scripts which got executed. Okay, reports will contain the results, test results. Some automation scripts may fail, some automation scripts may skip, some automation scripts may pass, right? Some automation scripts, okay, all these results will be there, right? That will appear in the reports, okay? So some HTML reports will be there. In that, we'll see the results, okay? Reports contain the test automation results like fail, skip, pass, and also on, okay? Which I'm going to practically show you now anyhow. So TestNG auto generates. Without TestNG, will not get any reports, okay? For example, this project is there. This project is configured with TestNG, right? By default, it is a Maven project, Maven Java project, you can say, and it will not have TestNG by default. We have added the libraries of TestNG and we have installed TestNG plugin here. So now we have TestNG. So after we have TestNG, TestNG will auto generate the different test reports containing the test automation results of failed test cases, passed test cases, and skip test cases, and so on. Okay. So let me show you practically, guys, how to generate that reports. So I'll do one thing. Here we have the testng.xml file. Okay. This is the same project, guys, that we have been using from the previous sessions. Okay. So if you are following the previous sessions, this project should be comfortable for you. Okay, so if you are coming in a sequential order from my previous videos, then this session should be comfortable for you. So this is a testng.xml file which I got created in one of the previous sessions. So here we have all the automation scripts that we are going to run. We are going to run the login class. Login class contain 5 automation test methods. Okay, register class contain 4 test automation methods. Search test, that is search class, contains 3 automation test methods. Okay, out of all these, if I open this login.java, okay, there are 5 automation tests I mentioned, right? 5 automation test methods. First one, second one, third one, fourth one, and last one, fifth one. In these 5 things, we are intentionally failing the first one. Okay, the first one will be intentionally failed because here I added edit your account information is the correct one. Intentionally, I want this particular test automation script to fail. So I added an extra ABC here, which will fail the automation script. Okay, so remaining all will pass. Only this one will fail. Okay, if you want me to skip anything, then I can do one thing. Okay, let's say I can do one thing like this on depends on methods equal to, let's see, let's give this method name. So if this particular automation script fails, okay, I guess, no, this is the way. Or 1 minute, let me write it in double quotes. Yeah, this one is the correct format. So I have to give in double quotes. Okay. Log in with valid credentials. If this particular test method fails, since this particular test method is depending on the first test method, this will be skipped. It will not be executed, because if this passes only, this will work. Okay. If this fails, this will be skipped. You'll see that. Remaining third, fourth, fifth will run. No problem. Third, fourth, fifth will run without any problem. And register and search will run and pass. Okay. All the test methods in the register will pass. All the search in register will pass. All the methods in the search will pass. Only in the login, first one will fail. And since the first one fails, second one, which is depending on the first method, will skip, will get skipped. Remaining all three will pass. Okay. So we'll have a, write all the test results like pass, skip, and fail. Okay. Now let me run the testng.xml file, which will run. There's one more thing that I have to do. Mm, so here I'll go to the testng.xml file. Earlier I commented this one. I'll comment this one. Okay. And also I'll do what small changes. Okay. I'll use the listeners methods, and also here in the previous session I was using this after method. So I'll remove this part, guys. This is nowhere required. Okay. So dependency injection way of capturing the screenshot I am removing. I am depending on the listeners. Okay. Listeners way of taking the screenshots and all. Now all good, guys. Let's run this testng.xml file. If you have gone through the previous sessions, you would have understood the changes I have done here with the listener tags and all those stuff. Okay. Right click run as testng suite. Test execution started. The listeners test methods are getting fired up. As you can see here, the first test method is getting executed. Done. Second one is also done. Third one. Fourth one. Fifth one. Okay. You see, out of 12 automation scripts, you are already getting the uh, results, automation test results in the Eclipse IDE console by default. Okay. Eclipse IDE console by default. Here also you'll get the results, but we will not get that in a proper HTML format or something. Okay. So here we can see here started, failed, other thing got started and skipped, second test got skipped, and third one got passed, fourth one got passed, fifth one got passed, remaining all got passed. Okay. So total out of 12, 10 got passed, one got failed, and one got skipped, as I mentioned. Now, apart from the Eclipse IDE console results, we also have TestNG results console. Okay. TestNG results tab, results of running suit. Here also we can see the details, like this one got failed because of no such element exception, all the exception details at what line and all. This one got skipped because of this test method is depending on this test method, and this one got failed, so this one got skipped. Okay. And remaining all got passed. As you can see, this is the TestNG results. Okay. TestNG results kind of tab. Okay. We can see the results in Eclipse IDE console. We can see the results in the TestNG results tab. Okay. And also we can get a report. Okay. You see here at this moment, you will not see any report, but let's refresh this project once. After running the script, just refresh the project. Before refreshing the product, before refreshing the project, there is no test output folder here. Now, if I refresh here, you will get some folder known as test output like this after refreshing. Expand that. Now here you will see something known as index.html and emailable report.html. These two are the reports, guys. Okay, these are the two reports. TestNG default report. This is TestNG default report. This is one type, and second one is the emailable report, which is second type. Okay, so this one we can use it for emailing to the clients or other people, which is a very simple, straightforward report. And this one is another type of TestNG report. Both are the default TestNG reports which got generated after running the automation scripts. Okay, we have not done anything. We have just run the scripts, and TestNG has taken care of creating this test output folder. Under that, these two reports, index.html and emailable report, got created. Right click on this and say open with web browser. In the Chrome browser, it will open, guys. You can see this is one of the report you will see. Okay. So it contains a lot of stuff, guys. Okay. It's saying 3 test tags are there, 3 test tags, login test tag. If you can see here in our testng.xml file, first one is login test tag. Under that, login class related test methods are run. Register test tag, under that register. Search test tag, under search class related test methods got run. 3 three test stacks. Okay, and here there are no grouping concept. I have covered the groups related stuff in the previous sessions. Since we don't are not implementing any groups, groups related stuff is not coming. Times, okay, how much time it has taken for each and every login with valid credential has taken this much of milliseconds of time, almost 2 seconds. This is almost 2 seconds. This is 1.5 seconds. This is almost near to 1.2 seconds. This is like 9 milliseconds, very fast, because just print statements are there in this. So these are milliseconds actually. You cannot consider them as seconds. And reporter output, you just go. There's nothing here. Ignored methods. There are no ignored methods. Okay, I didn't ignore any method. If you put at the rate ignore or and some annotation before the test methods, such methods, test methods which got ignored because of that ignore or something will be displayed here. Chronological view, the order in which this particular test methods got executed. First, login class related test methods, because in the TestNG XML file, we have the login test first. In that login class, test methods will be executed according to the priority, individual priority in the login class. First, login with valid credentials, which got failed. Then login with valid email and email, which got skipped. And then other one, you see, setup tear down, setup tear down. Okay, is coming. These are also, you see, the order setup tear down. Okay, then this one setup tear down. Okay, then setup tear down, setup tear down, like this. All this 1 2 3 4 5 test methods got executed. Then coming to the register, coming to the register. Okay, so here valid email and invalid password doesn't trigger the setup or tear down because it got skipped, guys. Okay, that's why setup and tear down are not there for the second test method. For all the remaining test methods, again setup tear down and got executed. In the coming to the register, we have these 4 test methods which got executed and all got passed. And coming to the search, we don't have the setup and tear down in these individual classes. So this is the order in which the methods inside this particular classes like login, register, and search classes got executed. And now here are the results. Total 12 test methods are there. In that, one got failed, one got skipped, and remaining 10 got passed. This is the one test method which got failed, and this is the results. These are the reasons behind the failure. Okay, and coming to this one, skipped one. So this is the results for the skipping. It is depending on this particular test method. It got skipped. All the passed methods. These are all the passed methods. You can see all the results of the passed search, login, and register related class separated. And you can go with a different theme, older theme, guys. This is the latest theme. If you want to go with a, you want to see the results in the older theme, then switch to retro theme, which is the older theme, guys. Okay. Earlier we used to have this theme. Now this ultra theme came up, which is the latest one. Okay. Though the concepts are same, just the theme looks different. Okay. So apart from this, I was telling you another report which got generated here. That is emailable report, guys. Emailable report. Okay. This is called as emailable report, guys. Right click, open with web browser. This is a high level report, guys. Unlike this kind of confusing report, here we have the TestNG emailable report, which you can share with the clients over the email. Okay, it is very easy to understand. As you can see, login test, register test, search test. How many passed? 3 passed. In that login test, 3 test methods got passed, one got skipped, one got failed, 0 got retired. How much time it totally took for completing all the login test methods? Yeah, total time. This is the total time. Like that, some high level table is there, and individually also you see login related. Login with this got failed, the second one got skipped, third one got passed, and so on. Okay, so these 3 got passed, then this 4 got passed at a high level, guys. Okay, and what are the exception details? This is an emailable report, guys. This you can email to your client. Okay, or your any other managers or whatever it is to whom which you have to share the TestNG reports. Okay, that is emailable report. Okay, the name as speaks, you can send it over email. Okay, to anyone who want to know the status of the execution results. In real time, we'll be having thousands of automation scripts, not just this 10 or 12. So a big report will be generated in that case. Okay. So anyhow, these are the default generated TestNG reports. If you talk about this default TestNG reports and their real-time usage, do we really use this default TestNG reports which got generated by default by TestNG in real time? Do we really share these reports with the client and all those stuff? The answer is no, guys. Okay, this is just for knowledge purpose, but we are not going to share index.html or emailable hyphen report.html with any of our clients, because these are very default basic reports, you can say, very basic reports, guys. Okay. So TestNG reports are not an advanced reports. They are non-advanced reports, you can mention. There are other advanced reports available in the market. Okay. So what are the reports that we generally use in real time? Though TestNG is generating some default reports, that doesn't mean that we have to use in real time. They will be created, guys. But whether to use or not is our decision. Okay. In real time, we generally don't use. Okay. Whatever the projects I have worked so far, I have never used TestNG reports. I never shared TestNG reports with my clients. Okay. So though they get generated, okay, TestNG has a able to generate these reports, but these reports are not advanced reports. They are very basic reports. Okay. So what are these advanced reports then? Why we have to ignore the TestNG default reports, even though they are generated with the results? Why we are not using them? Because in the market we have some advanced test automation results showing reports. Okay, like extent reports and allure reports. These are the advanced reports that we generally use in the real time, but we don't use the TestNG default reports. Only for knowledge purpose, we have to learn that what are how the TestNG will generate the default reports, and coming to the real time, we don't use. Okay. So hope guys you understood what are the default TestNG reports that will be generated using TestNG, okay, in the projects, and whether we use them in real time or not. If not, what are the reports that we use, and all those stuff I covered in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another TestNG topic for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye.
Hello all, welcome to part 73 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate uninstalling TestNG plugin from Eclipse IDE editor. So let's get started. So how to uninstall TestNG from Eclipse IDE, I'm going to practically demonstrate in this session. Before that, we should have this TestNG plugin already installed in Eclipse IDE. Otherwise, we cannot uninstall. Let's cross-check that. So here we have this Eclipse IDE editor. So there are multiple ways of finding out or checking whether TestNG plugin is already installed in this Eclipse IDE or not. That is one of the ways. Go to window menu, select show view option, then go to other, and here type filter text. There you type TestNG. If you are getting TestNG option, that means TestNG is already installed in this Eclipse IDE. This plugin is already installed in Eclipse IDE. Okay. Now what is the other way? You can go to help menu, select install new software, already installed, click on this already installed. Here, search for TestNG. If you are getting some TestNG related stuff, that means TestNG is already installed in this Eclipse IDE. Okay, these are the two ways to figure out whether TestNG is already installed in Eclipse IDE editor or not. Now, since the TestNG is already installed, guys, so what is the process of uninstalling the TestNG from Eclipse IDE? Same process, guys. Again, we have to go to Eclipse IDE editor, then go to help menu, install new software option we have to select, and in that link, in that install new software dialog, we'll get a link known as already installed option will come, link option will come. We have to click on that, and we have to select that all the TestNG related stuff and select an install option. I'll show you. Here we have to go to help menu, select install new software in Eclipse IDE. Okay, you'll get this available software dialog where you will find this what is already installed. Okay, click on that, and here you'll get all the things that are already, all the plugins that are already installed in Eclipse IDE. Here, filter the installed software with TestNG keyword. So you will get all the things that are related to TestNG, guys, that got installed. Okay, TestNG plugin related software that got installed in Eclipse IDE. So press Control and you see select all these three options related to TestNG, MTE. Tomorrow you may get less number of things, either more number of things, whatever the things that are related to TestNG with this name, right? Select all this stuff, okay, and click on uninstall option here, uninstall button here. So in a while, you see the calculating uninstall validity, the process started, guys. Okay, in a while you'll get this uninstall dialog, and click on finish button. Uninstalling the software. TestNG plugin is getting uninstalled from this Eclipse IDE now. 18% is done. Let's wait for the complete uninstallation to complete. You'll be asked to restart your Eclipse IDE. We'll restart that as asked. Okay, you got the dialog. You see restart Eclipse IDE to apply the software update. Restart now. So you see Eclipse IDE is getting restarted. Okay, once the Eclipse IDE is restarted, we'll confirm and check whether TestNG plugin has been really uninstalled or not. We'll check. Okay, so it's getting restarted. Let's wait for the Eclipse IDE to get restarted, guys. Once it is restarted, we'll check that. Okay, again we'll go to the same places like okay, the same menu options and find out search and find out whether TestNG is uninstalled or not. Okay, if the TestNG options are not coming in either the ways, we can confirm that TestNG plugin has been successfully uninstalled from Eclipse IDE. Okay, so we are almost there. Let's wait. It's starting the Eclipse IDE. Okay, so Eclipse IDE has restarted, guys. Now go to Window, select Show View as usual, select Other, and here search for TestNG. You see, now this time TestNG option is not coming. That means TestNG got uninstalled, plugin got uninstalled from Eclipse IDE. Similarly, select Install New Software. Already installed, select Already installed in this dialog, and type TestNG here. If you are not finding anything related to TestNG, that means TestNG is successfully uninstalled from Eclipse IDE. So hope guys you understood how to uninstall TestNG from Eclipse IDE in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to cover another topic on TestNG for you. Till then, see you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 74 of TestNG training series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate implementing TestNG retry using iRetry analyzer and iAnnotation transformer interfaces which belong to TestNG library. So let's get started. First of all, why we have to implement this TestNG retry? For example, let's say there is a project, okay? That automation project contains 100 automation scripts. When you run this 100 automation scripts in the project, there's a possibility that 70% of them, that is 70 of these automation scripts got passed, whereas remaining 30 automation script got failed. And if you have not implemented this TestNG retry, those 30 automation scripts which are considered as failed, okay, are run only one time. They are not given a second chance. So if you give them a second chance to run, there may be a possibility that these 30 automation scripts which got failed, out of them, 20 may fail, 10 may pass. And if you give them third chance, let's say, second chance, let's say, okay, in that remaining 20, 10 may pass. This may happen because of several reasons, guys. Sometimes some automation scripts will fail because the application has crashed or the network problem may be there, whatever the reason may be. Okay, if you give that automation scripts a second chance, there is a possibility of that failed automation scripts to pass. Okay, and they will be ultimately considered as pass, guys. Okay, so in the first case, when you have not implemented TestNG retry, out of 100, 70 got passed, 30 got failed. So 30 will be considered as failed because they will be running only one time. But in the second case, when you have implemented TestNG retry in the Selenium automation project, okay, because you are running this 30 failed automation scripts for the first time, when they got failed, you are running them again. Okay, few of them got passed. Okay, let's say 10 of that 30 got passed. So remaining 20 again you have run. Again 10 got passed, 10 got failed. So 90 out of 100 got passed and 10 got failed. So that is the benefit by implementing TestNG retry, guys. We are giving another option, another what you can say, another chance for this failed automation scripts to pass if there is a possibility. Okay, so that much important TestNG retry is. Okay, now I'm going to practically demonstrate how to do that. Okay, so let's quickly jump onto this Eclipse IDE project, guys, where we have this TestNG project, which have I have created in the previous sessions, guys. Okay, if you have gone through this TestNG training series, you would know what this project is all about. Okay, I covered all this project details in the previous training series of this TestNG series. Okay, so I don't have to explain each and everything of them. Here there are three classes, guys: login, register, and search. Okay, what I will do is I'll go to one of the class, let's say login, guys. I will go to one of the class, let's say login. In this login, we have some automation tests: test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4, test 5. 5 tests are there. In that 5 tests, we are intentionally failing the first test by adding ABC here. Okay, by intentionally adding ABC here, okay, we are expecting true, but it will result false because there's no option on the application having edit your account and information ABC. This extra information ABC added here so that this particular test will fail. So when this particular test will fail, it will fail only for the first time itself. It will fail. It will run only one time. Okay, and if this particular test passes, you see, it will no need to run it actually. Okay, then the remaining automation scripts will run. Similarly, there are some automations tests in register class also. All these 4 automation scripts will run, and In the search also some dummy automation scripts are there. So 3 are there. So they have to run. But in login, we are intentionally failing one of the automation script. Okay. So when an automation script is failing, how many chances it's been given? Without implementing the TestNG retry option, okay, if you are running this automation script, the failed automation scripts will run only one time and they will be considered as failed, guys. For example, I will open testng.xml file where test.login, test.register, test.search, everything is provided. If I run this code, you will see that, okay, you will see that the failed automation script will run only one time. The failed automation script will run only one time, guys. I'm running it. The failed automation script will run only one time. You see, it got run already in the results. We can see that it got run one time only. And you see, one time it got failed and it has not been given another chance to run again. Okay. If you have given another chance, it would have been passed, guys. Okay. It would have been passed, guys. Okay. If you have given this another chance, okay, this particular automation script could have been passed. But we don't know. Okay. So only one time it has been executed. Login with valid credentials got executed only one time, guys. But what if I implement this TestNG retry? So out of all these automation scripts, most of them got passed and two of the automation scripts got failed. If we have given some retry option, okay, then these failed automation scripts would have run another time and there would have been a possibility that they would have passed. Okay. So how to implement that retry? For that, guys, I'll go to this listeners and one any of our package, guys. Okay, just go to one of the package like listeners. I feel better, or you can create a separate package if you want. Here, I'll right click and create a class known as my retry analyzer. Some name, some random name I'm giving. You can give any name, our retry analyzer or anything you can give, guys. Okay, whatever sounds good for you. And this particular class need to should implement a predefined interface known as iRetry analyzer. Okay, iRetry analyzer like this. Now hold the mouse on iRetry analyzer and import this from TestNG library. And after that, you see there is some method which have to implement. Okay, so there is a method which is not implemented in the iRetry analyzer that we have to implement in the myRetry analyzer class. Okay, add an implemented. So it's coming. Just clear this stuff. And here write some logic, guys. Okay, in this method, write some logic. Here write something like int counter is equal to 0, int retry limit is equal to 3. 3 chances you are giving, guys. Okay, before failing, you are giving 3 chances. Okay, that's why retry limit I mentioned as 3. So here I'll write if counter is less than retry limit, then you have to give the chances, right? So I'll simply say counter plus plus here, counter plus plus. I'll increment once this condition is satisfied. I'll increment and I'll return true here so that it will run the script. Okay. So this is how dumbily you have to, okay, without thinking much, you have to create this kind of logic, guys. Okay. So by writing this kind of logic here, what happens is the failed test will be run that many number of times. Okay, whatever the retry limit is there, and this logic you have to remember, guys. Okay, remember in the sense you have to write here. Okay, in this class. So if you write like this, now if you go to any of the class login.java and now beside the test method here, you just write there is an attribute known as retry analyzer attribute. Okay, in TestNG is equal to what you have to give. We have to give this position. Okay, so how to give that? It is under the listeners package. So listners dot then my retry analyzer. This is a class dot class you have to mention. Okay, so for only one test which is going to fail, I'm giving this. Okay, only for the failed test I'm giving, guys. So what happens here? Only for this particular test which is going to fail, I'm giving this retry analyzer. That means this particular test method which is going to fail, okay, will be given multiple chances. How many times it will run? Let's see that. Okay. Now, if I run this testng.xml after providing this attribute in the @test annotation, you see this particular test which fails will be given multiple chances to pass. Okay. Despite if it fails, finally it will be failed, guys. But that many chances will be. It will be run multiple times, guys. That automation test which is fails will be running multiple times. Okay. So around 4 times it will run, guys, because the limit is 3. So So 3 chances plus one more, that is 4 times it will run. Okay, we'll see that. So it is, you see the failed test, that's the test that is going to be failing is running for the first time, it got failed. It's given second chance, it got failed again. Same test is running, same automation test is running. You see login with valid credentials already has run 3 times. Finally, after 3 chances, it failed. You see, finally, it has taken 3 chances already. So 4 times it will run, 3 chances are given. Okay, that's what is the thing. Remaining all will run in a natural way. Okay, if they are passing, no problem. Okay, you see, only one test got failed, but this particular test before failing, guys, it is given 3 chances. That's how retry analyzer will work. Okay, if you go to the login, okay, so same thing, guys, same thing. What we can do is we can provide this retry analyzer class not only for this single method, but other methods also I can give. For example, here also I can put okay, priority is equal to retry analyzer is equal to, I can put okay this particular test having the priority 3, that is login with invalid email and valid password, will pass. So there is no need of this retry. Okay, it will not work, guys. This particular it will not be given chances when a particular test passes. When particular test is failing, then only it will be given chances of multiple times. But if the test is passing for the first time, this will not be applied anyhow. Okay, that we will see. Login with invalid email and valid password will run only one time, even though I'm mentioning that attribute. It doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't matter whether the attribute is provided or not. Still, it will run only one time because the test is passing. If the test is failing only, the retry chances are given. That's what you have to understand with this. See that for the failed test, the multiple chances will be given, but for the pass test which is passing, you see only one time. For the first time itself, it will pass, so there's no need of any additional chances to be given. Okay. You see here, this test got failed. 3 chances are given. Login with valid email and invalid password got uh, skipped. This one it has really been skipped, and whereas this one login with invalid email and valid password got failed. So something has happened, guys. It has been given 3 chances somehow. Okay, earlier it was passing. Now I don't know why it's failing. Maybe because of other reason it may be failing, guys. Okay. Invalid email and valid password is failing. So somehow it got given 3 chances because we are okay. I got the reason why. Okay, we are not using any timestamp thing here. So that's okay. So maybe I would have given something here. Okay. So change it here, there, then it will not be a problem. Let me run it again, guys. Okay, I know why it is doing like that, why the things are failing. If it is passing, it will not be, it will be given only one chance, guys. If it is failing, it will be given multiple chances. Okay, that number of chances we mentioned. Now this time you see after changing the email address, we'll see a difference. This will fail. First automation test will fail and it will be given multiple chances. You see, second chance is given. Now third chance, it will fail. Fourth chance finally. Fourth time it will fail anyhow. Okay, finally it will fail. No more chances. Whereas this one will get skipped as we already know. And then next one got passed. So 0 chances. Because it's already passed, guys. Why we have to give any chance? Okay, that's what is the thing. Okay, remaining all got passed, guys. You see, only for the failed test, it has given chances. But even though you mention login with invalid email and valid password also, you are given this attribute, but it doesn't make any sense. Okay. Login with invalid email and valid password. You gave the attribute, but it got executed only one time, guys. Okay. It got executed only one time. Okay. So since it is passed. Now, guys, there is a situation where I want to apply this. Okay, there is a situation where I want to apply this retry analyzer everywhere. I want to apply this retry analyzer everywhere. Comma. Here also I want to apply. Here also I want to apply. Here also I want to apply. So it's not a good idea, right? It's not a good idea to apply it for all the cases. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll remove from every place, guys. Okay. I'll show you one global way of doing stuff. If any of these automation scripts in any of these classes fail, for them automatically retry should be applied. I don't have to mention beside the test annotation. I should not mention it separately for individual each and every test. There will be hundreds of tests. I cannot go and apply this setting for each and every automation test there, right? So I have to make it simple. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll remove this retry analyzer attribute from all these test methods where I have put. Now, none of the test methods have that thing. So to apply it globally, what I have to do is I have to create one more class, guys. Okay, I have to create one more class known as my annotation transformer. You can give any name here. You can give any name, guys. Okay, our annotation transfer. We should reflect the name properly. And here I'll say implements. I'll give an interface known as annotation transformer. Okay, transformer. Like this, I'll give the create this interface and implement this interface from annotation transfer from TestNG. Now here you see it's not suggesting me to implement any unimplemented methods. I'll go to source, guys, and say override implement methods, then I'll get these options. All these transfer methods are coming, overloaded methods are coming. I'll go with the last one, guys. ITest annotation class constructor method. I'll go with that. So here I'll remove this basic auto-generated code and I'll copy this annotation. I'll do something here. Annotation dot. There is something get retry analyzer. Okay, this one get retry. Or set retry, not get retry, guys. We have to go with set retry. Where is set retry? Let's try set retry. Okay, not get. We have to use set retry analyzer, and here we have to provide the retry analyzer. This is my retry analyzer, which is under the package, right? It's under the listeners package. Here we have to give listeners listeners dot my retry analyzer. Okay, where this chances giving chances counter and retry limit, everything is mentioned, right? That particular class dot class we have to mention. That's it. Okay, by doing this, after doing this, guys, after doing this, you have to go to the testng.xml file, and here you have to add a listener. Okay, here you have to add a listener. Under listener tags you have to add a listener known as class hyphen name, and in this class name you have to give this listeners dot listeners dot just now created class, that is my annotation transformer. We have to give my annotation transformer. Okay, without any spelling mistakes, you try to give and say slash close this. Okay, done. Once you provide this here, so this my annotation transformer is referring to this my retry analyzer. It is referring to this my retry analyzer, and my retry analyzer will be applied to all the tests tests in all the classes. Okay, so this is the way to do the stuff. Okay, right click run as. If any of the other tests I'll fail, let's say apart from login, I'll go to login, guys. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll just give some different email address. Every time I have to give a different email address here, otherwise it will give different errors. So here only one test is failing. So one test is failing. So in register also I'll give one more test. I'll make it fail, guys. Okay, assert dot fail. Okay, I'm failing. Simply I'm failing. Okay, this will be given multiple chance, guys. Register with only mandatory fields will be given multiple chance. Okay, right click run as TestNG suit. Okay, so why I'm giving the one, why I'm failing another test in register means you need to know that this particular retry is now applied as a global level, not at the test level. Okay, that you see first test will anyhow fail. It will be given multiple chances. 3 chances will be given before actually failing it. So 3 times it got given chances. Now fourth time it will run, and if it's still failing, it will fail finally. Okay, it got failed. So next one will skip anyhow. The next one will pass. Passing test will not be given chances. Only failing test will be given chances. So this one also will pass. And you see, register with only mandatory fields is given multiple chances already, 2 chances, but still it is failing. But there is a problem here. No such field exception is coming. Because of that, what is the problem here? No such field exception driver. Okay. Register test register failed. Okay. Test execution completed. Null point can't invoke something is coming here. Driver is null, it is saying. Okay. So maybe a screenshot related stuff is there if I am failing this one. So let's not put asset.fail here. Let me put the asset.fail at a different place. Okay. This one is conflicting the other things. So we'll do one thing apart from failing this one. I'll fail some other stuff now. Right. I'll just fail some other stuff here. Maybe I'll fail the last test, login with out credentials. Here I'll just make some changes too. Here I'll add ABC guys, okay? So this one also will fail and they'll be given multiple chances, okay? Right click run as TestNG suite, okay? Not just one test, but multiple tests will be given multiple chances guys, okay? So let's see that. So now we are confirming whether the settings, that is retry settings are applied globally or not, we are checking. Multiple chances are given for the first automation test, as you can see. We'll see the results, guys. No need to worry. Multiple chances are given to the last test also in the login class. Without credentials is being running multiple times, as you can see. Without credentials is running multiple times. 3 chances will be given before it is failed. Not only for one test, but also another test also, which is going to fail, is given 3 chances before failing. Now you see the test got run 18 times, guys. Okay. Before this particular test got failed, 3 chances are given. Before this particular test got failed, 3 chances. That means the settings got applied globally. Okay. Because of this my annotation transform, we are making this my retry analyzer a global thing. So if you only have my retry analyzer, we have to implement at the test level. Okay. For every test, we have to write retry analyzer and is equal to and all those stuff. But you implement this my annotation transformer. Okay. I annotation transform if you implement, and this will actually poke this my retry analyzer so that this is applied globally, and we have to add this in the listener stacks, and when you run it, this retry option will be applied to all the classes. Okay, will be applied to all the test methods in all the classes of this project. So that's how it works. So hope guys you understood how to implement TestNG retry using ITretry analyzer and I annotation transformer in this session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 75 of TestNG training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate the implementation of TestNG verbose attribute in TestNG XML file. So let's get started. So we can add this verbose attribute in TestNG XML file and can get different output in the output console. Okay, we'll see that in practical way. Let's switch to this Eclipse IDE where we have the sample TestNG project that we are using from the previous sessions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this login. Here in this login class, we have multiple tests. Okay, test 1. This is going to be failed, guys. Okay, because I intentionally added ABC here. Okay, up to here is correct, but I intentionally added ABC. So this particular test method is going to fail. Now, second test method, this is going to pass. Okay, this is going to pass without any problem. This is going to pass. Login with valid and invalid password is going to pass. Then third one, login with invalid email and valid password. This one also is going to pass. Okay, this one is also going to pass. So here I can give some different email address and login with invalid credentials. This one also some different email address I'll give, and this is also going to be passed. And finally, we have this particular test method. This is going to be failed because I just added some ABC here. Okay, this is not the expected warning message. I just added ABC. So the first test and the last test are going to fail, and remaining 3 tests in between are going to pass. Okay, in the login class. Now, if you open this testng.xml file, here it is referring only to one class, that is login class. You see, only login. I'm not running the register and search here. I'm only running the login. The test from the login class I am running. And here we have the suit. Under the suit, we have this test tag. Under the test, we have the classes. Under the classes, I only mentioned this login class. I didn't mention the register and such. Okay. So only the login related test will run. But by default, how they will run? Okay, 5 tests need to run. Let's see that, right? Before I implement any verbose here in this testng XML file, I'll run basically and see by default what is happening. What kind of output we are getting in the output console, we'll see. So output console, this is output console, guys. Whatever you are seeing is Eclipse output console. You see, this is the kind of output we are getting. The scripts are running, guys. The scripts are running. There will be 5 automation scripts that will be running. Fifth one will fail. First one will fail and fifth one will fail. And second one got skipped, guys. Okay, second one got skipped because maybe here, let's see the second one, investigate second one. It is depending on the first test method. Since it is failing, this is skipping. Okay, since it is depending on the login with valid credentials test method, this test is not running and hence it is skipping. So one is first one is failing, second one is skipping, third one, fourth one are passing, and fifth one is again failing, as I mentioned already. Okay. Now, if you see the output console, it will be like this. Okay. These are just Selenium logs, guys, nothing much. Okay. All the red color things are Selenium logs. Only we have to focus on the black color things. Okay. Black color text here in the output console. You see this black color text. Okay. Out of five tests, 2 got passed, 2 got failed, 1 got skipped, and this is a version of being used. By default, that is the case. What will happen? What will happen, guys, if I use here in the suit tag, we have to use verbose in the suit tag, guys. Okay. If I use verbose attribute here and specify that with 1. Okay. Earlier, verbose was not there. Now I am specifying verbose will with 1 value. I can specify verbose with 1 to 10 values. Okay. 1 is the least one, 10 is the max one. Okay. So does it impact this verbose is equal to 1 will impact this output console output? Do we get any different output? Let's see that. Run this. If you don't specify verbose, and if you specify verbose is equal to 1, what is the difference? We'll see. Is there any difference or not? We'll see practically. Okay. The first line is always there. There's no difference. All these red color things are also same. There's no difference. You'll not see any difference, guys, basically. Okay. Verbose is equal to 1 is same as without providing verbose also. Okay. If you provide verbose or if you don't provide verbose, when verbose is equal to 1, both are same. Same output we are going to get in the output console, guys, without any difference. You see the same output we got. Here we got the same thing that when in the previous run, when I have not provided at the suit tag level verbose is equal to 1, still we got the same output. When we provide verbose is equal to 1 also, I got the same output. There's no difference in that, right? But if I increase this number, instead of 1, if I give 2, you will see some small difference now. Okay, let's run this and see what is the difference in the output console. When I make the verbose is equal to a descriptive, you see these lines were not coming earlier. Now we are getting some extra information in the, okay, we are getting some extra information in the output console. Earlier we didn't get this 3 lines. Now we are getting with verbose is equal to 2. We are getting that extra 3 lines. Apart from that, are we getting any other extra information when I mentioned verbose is equal to 2? Let's see that. You see, we are getting some extra information with verbose is equal to 2. So not only these things, but also here, if you see, if any particular test got failed, okay, you see these test details are coming. Past test details, which test, earlier we didn't get this test methods which got passed, okay? The names of the test methods which got passed or the names of the test methods which got failed. And if they got failed, the details, why they got failed, all these details are not, okay? This stack trace was not coming for the failed test. Skip test also some stack trace is coming. And you see this extra thing is coming. Apart from this extra thing is coming again. Okay. Login test, class name, and suit level it's giving, and login test also it's giving. Okay. This is the verbose is equal to. What if I give verbose is equal to 3, 4, 5? it keeps on increasing, guys. Let's give 5, guys. Okay, let's see whether there is any difference if I give 5. Any other extra information is coming or not. If not, that's okay. This is same as verbose is equal to. Verbose is equal to is same as whatever we are getting so far. Okay. Even though I give verbose is equal to 5, so far the same things happen. But let's see till the end what will happen. And don't see any difference, guys. Okay, it looks same as verbose is equal to. Okay, same details are coming. Maybe some extra details may come here and there, but it doesn't look different for me. It is almost same. So here some invoked methods are coming apart from the past fail. Some extra thing is coming. This is what is difference between verbose 2 and verbose 5. Some invoked methods are coming here. Some extra things are coming. These extra thing that I'm getting. So what I can give from 1 to 10, guys. Okay, this verbose I can give from 1 to 10, but in real time, what is the verbose you generally have to mention? Better to give 5 or 6, guys. That is enough. That is more than enough. 5 or 6 is enough, guys. If you give 10 also, no problem. But better people, most of the people will give verbose as 5 or 6, guys. Okay, that's more than enough. Okay, but if you give verbose is equal to 1, it's same as not mentioning the verbose. Okay, if you don't give verbose and if you give verbose is equal to 1, that's all same. You'll see the same output. Okay, but if you give the verbose as 2, you'll see some difference, and if you give verbose as 5 or 6, you will see some extra information. Okay, generally it's preferred to give the verbose as 5 or 6, guys. Okay, in real time. So if you want to get more details in this output console, you have to increase the number of this verbose, and the general recommended one is 5 or 6. Okay, I prefer 5. Okay, so hope guys you understood how to implement this TestNG verbose attribute in TestNG XML file and get more output or more information in the output console. Okay, so that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye.